So hey guys. Welcome back to my channel. This is part 1. What if Naruto was neglected by his family in fairy tale? And he becomes a dragon slayer. I am 100% sure you guys gonna love this fanfic. But before I start, don't forget to use the 1000 year of death on like and subscribe button. Now let's start the story. Chapter 1. Choices. Milkovich Namikaze was known as the most powerful ice mage in all of Fiori. Many people recognized the woman not only for her beauty, but also her strength both physically and mentally. However, even the most difficult situations can bring the strongest people down onto their knees. And to say was in a difficult situation was an understatement. Was currently seated on the bedside of her eldest child's bed. His name was Naruto Namikaze. Frowned as she brushed her hand through his spiky blonde locks and looked into his bright blue eyes. Having to admit to herself that he was a carbon copy of his father, but nonetheless he still acted just like she did. Ha-chan. Naruto spoke weakly, grabbing Er's attention. Yes, Naru-chan. What is it? Asked softly while shifting her body closer to her precious child. Will me and Altair ever get better? Naruto asked in a low voice that made his mother's heart break. Glanced over to her second child and Naruto's twin sister Altair, who was currently sound asleep, but could tell the poor child was still suffering terrible pain. Shifted her gaze back to her son and gave a fake smile. Yes, Naru-chan, I promise. Ka-chan will find a way to help you both no matter what. Said, filling her son with hope. Naruto started to couch rapidly, which alarmed but after a short moment he returned to normal. Thanks Ka-chan, you're the best. Naruto mumbled weakly under his breath while cracking a small smile. Bit the bottom of her lip. It pained her to see how much pain her children undergo every day, but regardless, neither Naruto or Altair would ever stop smiling for her. You're welcome, Naru-chan. Now forget all this talk and get some sleep like your sister. Instructed kindly as she hoisted the covers over her son. Okay Ka-chan. Love you, good night. Naruto said as he already began to drift off. I love you too, Naru-chan, with everything I have. Spoke softly as she kissed her son on the forehead. Stood up from Naruto's bed and turned so she could kiss her daughter on the forehead. Sleep well, my precious daughter. Whispered in a quiet voice before she walked to the door of Naruto and Altair's bedroom, giving her children one more glance before shutting off the lights and walking away. Staggered through the house, passing multiple picture frames that littered the wall. She stopped and looked at one in particular. It was a photo of her in a beautiful gown standing next to a tall handsome blonde. This was a photo of her and her husband Minato on their wedding day. Smiled as she recalled that happy moment in her life as she continued to walk. As the ice mage walked into her own bedroom, she couldn't hold it in any longer. Dropped onto her bed completely exhausted and burst into tears. Why damn it, why did this have to happen to them? Cried softly to no one but herself. After all those years of trying for a child, I finally get blessed with twins. But if I don't do something, I'm going to lose them both. Continued, but froze when she felt someone place a comforting hand on her backside. Chan, don't worry, they are both strong like their Ka-chan. Both Naruto and Altair will pull through this. A masculine voice ensured. Turned her head around to see a fairly tall, fair-skinned man with spiky blonde hair. He had long jaw-length bangs and the most beautiful blue eyes that loved. He was Minato Namikaze, her husband and father of her 2 children. Oh Minato-kun, you're back, how was your meeting? Asked while whipping her tears away, trying to change the subject. Minato stood to his feet and sighed before waving his hand into the air. It was pretty boring, but the wizard saints voted and accepted that Juroman I was telling you about. But that's not important, tell me about the twins. Minato spoke quietly while removing his wizard saint emblem, which he wore around his neck, and placed it onto the nightstand. Watched her husband and started to rub the side of her left arm while her gaze focused on Minato. I'm glad you're finally home. The twins' condition is starting to grow worse as the days pass by. They desperately need help and soon. Explained while tears started to form in the corner of her eyes. Minato brought her into a hug and ran his hand through her hair. Don't worry Chan, we will figure a way to help them. Minato spoke with undying confidence which sent chills down his back. But we've tried every treatment and seen every doctor possible. Nothing has helped them in the least, I just don't know what to do. Cried as she wrapped her arms around her husband and squeezed tightly. I don't want to lose my babies. Minato frowned. He was the strongest wizard in all Fiori, and even he felt powerless to help his children. Well, I was out, I heard some rumors about a way that could possibly cure them. Minato informed his wife, grabbing her attention on the matter. Broke her husband's embrace and looked directly into his eyes, trying to detect any form of deceit since she knew her husband couldn't lie to her. After a moment she could tell his words were genuine. What really? Tell me about it now. Almost shouted as she wanted to know anything to help her children. Well, I heard rumors that the Bureau of Magical Development can cure any magical-based illness. and help treat people with conditions like the twins have. Minato said but didn't seem happy about the idea, which surprised her a little bit. That's great Minato-kun, we should plan on taking the twins there immediately. Proposed since she wanted to hurry and finally cure her children for good. Holding his hand up to stop his wife who was already thinking of when they should depart, Minato sighed. But that's an option I don't think we should take. Minato finished his explanation, shocking his wife to her core. What are you talking about? This might be the opportunity we have been searching for to cure the twins. Cried out, not believing what her husband was saying. Yes, there is a good possibility that this may be the chance we have been waiting for. But there is an ongoing investigation with the Bureau. They are believed to be nothing more than a group of dark mages. With the goal of experimenting on children with high magical power levels for their own gain. For instance, they are believed to have ties with ex-wizard Saint Orochimaru. Minato explained while practically spitting out the man's name. Bit her lip as slowly the feeling of helplessness creeped back into her body. I see what you mean and I agree with you. I don't want to drag the twins into a situation like that. But what else can we do, Minato-kun? Asked, looking up to her husband. Minato ran a hand through his spiky blonde locks before returning his wife's gaze. Well, I've heard other rumors that there is a healer that lives in a secluded forest. She is known to possess the ability to cure all known illnesses, magical or not. Though she is a better solution for the twins, finding her and convincing her to help would be difficult. Minato said, revealing their second option to his wife. What do you mean, find her and convincing her? Asked with a small amount of confusion. Well, I don't know the exact location where she lives. But I do know even though she is a well-known healer, she isn't fond of other people and is normally reluctant when it comes to treating patients. Minato explained, causing her to slump over and look down. So we are back to having no choices of treatment. Mumbled in a low, defeated voice. Minato hated to see his wife in such a defeated state, so with his mind decided he lifted Er's head up with his hand so their gazes could meet. No, I'm going to leave tomorrow and set out to find this woman. And I will convince her to heal our children, even if I must sell my soul to accomplish that goal. Minato spoke with extreme determination. Are you sure about this? Minato-kun? Asked in a surprised tone, since this decision was very sudden. I'm positive this is something I want to do. And if it works, our children can have normal lives. Minato spoke with a smile, just thinking about the idea. Alright Minato-kun, it's decided. Now let's get some sleep, I'm exhausted. Admitted as her husband nodded and turned off the lights. 1 year later. Was seated on a large boulder that was located a few feet from the home she shared with her children. She was currently gazing out onto the snowy landscape which was laid out in front of her. Well, deep in thought. It's hard to believe it's been a whole year since he left us. Thought sadly as she looked up and watched the snow fall. The past year had been nothing but difficult for her. To her husband's words, he left the next morning without saying so much as goodbye to her or the children. Altier was affected the most from Minato's disappearance. Since she would cry and ask non-stop when her father would return. Naruto, on the other hand, was incredibly smart for his young age. He believes that Minato abandoned them and refuses to speak his father's name or be called an amicus out of spite for the man. Sighed heavily as she heard feet moving in the snow. Naruto Milkovich, what have I told you about coming outside? It's below freezing out here and you are sick now, get your ass inside. Yelled Holt, turning around to face her son and noticed he was in his underwear. Placing his arms around the back of his head, Naruto frowned. But mom, you know the cold doesn't bother me. It's actually relaxing to be out here. Naruto cried as he was sick of being cooped up. No buts, mister. You march your ass inside and put some damn clothes on. Ordered and pointed to their house. Naruto made a sound of astonishment and looked down. Wait, I'm not wearing clothes. Naruto asked, finally noticing his clothes were missing. Had a sweat drop at her son's antics. You really didn't notice your clothes were missing? She asked. Hey, I can't help it, I get my streaking habit from you. Naruto yelled, pointing at his mother. Growled and pointed a finger back at her son. I'm not a streaker. Now get inside. Instructed sternly. Slumping over in defeat, Naruto let loose a sigh. Fine mom, I'll go. Naruto grumbled before he turned around and headed for their house. The blonde walked a few feet before he started to feel lightheaded and found it difficult to keep his balance. Suddenly Naruto fell hard to the ground, his face buried in the white snow. Naruto. Yelled as she ran over to her son's side and lifted him off the ground. Quickly brought him into the house and found her daughter Altier in a similar state as her brother on the living room floor. She quickly placed Naruto down on the couch before grabbing Altier off the ground and doing the same. They are both running a dangerously high fever. They have never been this bad before. Thought as she checked both her children's temperatures. Watched both her children in their unconscious state helplessly. What am I going to do? Thought, racking her brain for a solution. If only Minato-kun was here. He could handle this situation easier than me. Her thought and suddenly remembered what he said to her a year ago. That's it, I'll take them to the bureau. I don't care about the dangers anymore, my babies need help. Her thought as she decided to resort to her only option she had left. Bureau of Magical Development 1 week later. Two men were walking down a well-lit hallway, passing multiple doors and windows. As the two men came to a stop, they looked through a window and observed a small child being tested on and watched as she screamed in pain. Who is she? A slender pale-skinned man with long black hair asked. Her name is Altair Milkovich. Her mother brought her here along with Naruto Milkovich, her twin brother. They both suffer from holding too much magical power in their bodies. The second man said. Bukuku, too much power, you say? They seem like perfect experiments for me. Wouldn't you agree, Master Brain? The first man chuckled to the now named Brain. If you would like Orochimaru, you may have the boy, I am finished with him. But his sister still holds some value to me. Their mother won't come looking for them, she already thinks they're dead. Brain spoke darkly with a small smirk gracing his lips. Oh, you're too kind, Brain, but worry not, I shall take excellent care of the boy. Orochimaru chuckled. I'm sure you will. Brain said as he moved over to an intercom. Pressing down onto a button, Brain spoke into the intercom. This is Master Brain, have subject number 57 moved for transport for Master Orochimaru. Brain ordered his men to go fetch the blonde. Licking his lips, Orochimaru was beyond happy. Oh, I'm so excited to begin testing the boy, but tell me something, Brain. Orochimaru spoke seriously, grabbing the man's attention. What is it, Orochimaru? Brain asked with little care in his voice. This Naruto Milkovich boy, tell me what was the name of his mother that brought him here? Orochimaru asked. The vile master waved his hand into the air. Some woman by the name of Milkovich. Why would you like to know? Brain asked the pale ex-wizard saint. Oh, no reason, just curious. Orochimaru replied, smoothly waving it off as Brain nodded reluctantly, not fully believing the man. However, Brain noticed one of his followers approaching them down the hall. Anyhow, follow this man and he shall take you to young Naruto. Brain said, motioning to a hooded man, and Orochimaru nodded. Passing Brain by, Orochimaru let loose a victorious smirk. You fool, you may not know, but I sure do. That woman is the wife of Minato Namikaze. That boy is a true gem if he is that man's son. Orochimaru thought to himself as he walked to find Naruto. In a holding cell. Naruto groggily opened his eyes and checked his surrounding. The blonde noticed he was in an unfamiliar room with nothing but an uncomfortable bed which he was seated on. Also, there was a small wooden table with an old worn-out stool, and finally there was a toilet for him to do his business. Where the hell am I? This defiantly isn't home. Naruto said out loud as he stood up and stretched. The blonde tried to remember how he was placed in this situation. He recalled talking to his mother outside their house before he passed out. Well, after I passed out I don't remember a thing, only brief flashes of people I've never seen before, but it doesn't explain how the hell I got here. Naruto mumbled as he heard the door unlock. The blonde watched as the giant metal door slowly opened. And a man walked into the room and looked at him. Here is the child, Orochimaru-sama. Ready for you to collect and take with you. The man spoke in a calm and monotone voice. Backing away in fear, Naruto growled. I'm not going anywhere with you till you tell me where the hell I am. Naruto yelled as he looked at the headed figure. Bukuku, I like this one, he's got spunk. A creepy voice said as Naruto noticed a tall pale-skinned man walk into the room. I said tell me where I am. Where is my sister and Kachan at? Answer me. Naruto demanded, causing Orochimaru to chuckle. Walking further into the room, Orochimaru smirked. Well, to answer your question, boy, your Kachan dropped you and your sister here so you could be cured of your little illness. Orochimaru replied smoothly. Well, where is Altair at? I want to see my sister. Naruto yelled, wanting to make sure she was okay. Orochimaru looked at the boy as a wicked thought passed out his mind. Oh, her? She is the reason I'm here to take you away. See, this research center isn't equipped to help people like you and your sister. The poor thing, all that's left is a bloody pile of guts and bones. Orochimaru lied and laughed as he watched Naruto's shocked reaction. Backing away slowly, Naruto's legs started to shake. Altair is dead. Naruto gasped as he fell to the ground, unable to stand. Yes, I'm so sorry, Naruto-kun. Orochimaru spoke in an insincere tone. But if you want me to help you, I have to see if you're a durable subject. Orochimaru said as his neck started to extend. What are you talking about, damn it? Naruto yelled in pain as Orochimaru's neck shot out and the snake-like man bit down on the blonde's shoulder. Happy with his work, Orochimaru retracted his neck back and watched as the curse seal started to form on the blonde's shoulder, causing Naruto to grit his teeth as he held the area where he was bitten. What the hell did you do to me? Naruto choked out, feeling as if his shoulder was being dipped in lava. Oh, nothing, I just helped your little condition and gave you some little extra power. I'm sure one day you will thank me. Orochimaru chuckled as he walked near Naruto. Naruto shuffled backwards trying to stay as far away from the man in front of him as possible. You stay away. You stay the hell away from me. Naruto roared as his magical pressure spiked. Orochimaru was taken back from Naruto's display. He never believed such a small child could hold such incredible power. Literally the entire complex was shaking from the Naruto's magical power alone. Such power and he isn't even channeling the curse mark. This child shall make a splendid body for me. Orochimaru thought, licking his lips. Naruto stopped channeling his magic and looked at his surroundings. There was cracks in the ground leading from where he was at all the way up to the ceiling. Did I do that? Naruto gasped, unable to believe it. Oh why yes you did. And I must say the more I'm around you the more excited I'm becoming. Orochimaru admitted as he started to close in on the blonde once more. Naruto noticed Orochimaru nearing closer and the blonde-haired child held his hands up trying to protect himself. Get away from me. Naruto cried out helplessly. Orochimaru chuckled from the fear in Naruto's face and voice. Fear not youngling, I will let no more harm befall you. A sweet female voice called out in Naruto's head. Naruto thought he was imagining things but to his and Orochimaru's complete and utter shock. A dome made of pink crystals formed around the blonde encompassing him. What the hell is this? Orochimaru yelled as he sensed no other magical power nearby that could create the dome. Inside the dome Naruto was just as confused as the ex-wizard saint. What the hell is this? Naruto thought as he reached out and touched the crystal. Suddenly strange markings appeared all over the crystal and started to glow white before Naruto was blinded by the light they produced. From the outside Orochimaru watched as the crystal grew brighter and brighter with curiosity. Until it shattered into tiny pieces. Leaving no trace of Naruto or where he had gone. What the hell is this? Orochimaru roared in absolute rage as he just watched his new body completely disappear. But Naruto. As the light started to fade Naruto slowly opened his eyes. But the blonde found himself in a pitch-black room unable to see 2 feet in front of him. Where the hell am I now? Naruto grumbled as he tried to feel around him to figure out his surroundings. However, as Naruto started to move the room suddenly brightened up. Torches burst to life from every angle. Now Naruto could see exactly where he was. The blonde child noticed he was in some sort of cave made out of the same pink crystal that had covered him just moments earlier. What is this place? It's amazing. Naruto said in awe. This is my home youngling. A voice that Naruto recognized from before spoke up. So it wasn't my imagination. Who are you and why did you help me? Naruto asked as he searched for the voice. Follow my voice youngling and you shall have all the answers you seek. The voice explained. Naruto turned in the direction he believed the voice was coming from and approached a massive opening and walked into it. As Naruto walked down the large crystal path the blonde eventually saw a bright light ahead. As Naruto walked past the opening his eyes had to adjust to the sudden change of light. As he slowly opened his bright blue orbs he couldn't believe his eyes. This can't be real. Naruto gasped as the 7-year-old gazed at the massive creature in front of him. Standing proudly on a massive crystal perch. Was a giant white dragon with beautiful blue eyes even brighter than Naruto's. The blonde also noticed pink crystal spikes that grew out of the dragon's back and went all the way down to its tail. They were just like the crystals that covered the cave. The dragon moved its massive head down to where it was eye level with Naruto. Greetings youngling, my name is Kesu. I am the crystal dragon. The now named Kesu introduced, leaving Naruto standing speechless with a gaping mouth. Chapter 2. To grow stronger. Naruto stood in silence while gazing into the magnificent sapphire eyes of the giant white dragon, standing proudly in front of him. The blonde's young mind was unable to grasp what was going on. Hell, until today Naruto thought dragons were just a made-up story his mother would tell him for fun. What's the matter youngling? I thought you wanted answers yet you don't speak. Kesu said as she tilted her head in confusion. I'm sorry, I'm just a little overwhelmed, that is all. Naruto admitted nervously as he didn't fully know if the dragon standing before him was friendly or not. I understand this must be very confusing for you. Why don't I explain to you what happened? And if you have any more questions feel free to ask. Kesu proposed as she raised her head high into the air. Naruto nodded and quickly relaxed himself against a large pink crystal. Alright, that sounds acceptable, please explain. Naruto spoke respectfully. Well youngling, you should know for starters I have been observing you for some time. Kesu admitted truthfully. In fact I've been watching you ever since your birth. What do you mean? Naruto asked, wondering why a dragon would observe him for such a long time. Well, every single dragon shares a special link with a single human. Even though you may not feel it, the day you were born I felt your magical energy. And from that day on I watched you grow from afar with my crystal ball. Kesu said as she held her massive hand out. Then by channeling her magic she produced a pink crystal ball between her claws, which was around the size of Naruto. You see, with this, I can think of any place in Earthland and my crystal ball will show me an image of where I want to see. So I can keep track of the entire world, but more importantly I could keep track of you, Naruto Milkovich. Kesu explained while using Naruto's mother's maiden name. Since the large dragon knew about the boy's distaste for his father. But why watch me? Naruto asked while placing his head down. He couldn't comprehend why a dragon would keep an eye on him of all people. There isn't anything special about me. Kesu chuckled at the small child's claim. I told you we share a link. And because of that link we share, you are the only human capable of learning my magic. Kesu informed, shocking Naruto from this revelation. So in other words, you are very special, youngling. Naruto locked eyes with the white dragon and couldn't utter a word as he was completely speechless. But we are going off subject. Let me explain to you what happened after you passed out and lost consciousness. Then after that you may ask more questions. Naruto nodded his head and looked towards Kesu for the answers he needed. You see, youngling, after you passed out your mother brought you and your sister Altair to a treatment facility. The men who ran the facility there promised to treat you both, but instead they performed horrible experiments on the both of you. Causing you both so much pain that you probably passed out from intense pain and forgot about them. However, the worst thing is that they lied to your mother by telling her that you were dead. Kesu explained fully, causing Naruto's eyes to grow wide with shock. Mother thinks we are dead. Wait, did they lie to me about Altair as well? Naruto thought to himself, but decided to wait and ask after Kesu was finished talking. Oh, when that man, the ex-wizard Saint Orochimaru, tried to harm you. I felt your magical power spike. So in combination with my crystal magic and rune magic, I teleported you here from harm's way. Kesu said, reveling how she saved the blonde. That's amazing, Kesu, but I still have so many questions. Naruto admitted, causing Kesu to nod. Then I will try to answer them all. Kesu replied in a sweet motherly voice, which reminded him of his mother. Pausing for a moment, Naruto struggled with putting his first question into words. Considering he feared the possible answer. Well, for starters, is Altair alive, and could you save her like you did me? Naruto asked, praying his sister was actually alive. The giant dragon bent her head down, as if she was feeling sorrow for the blonde. I don't know the fate your sister suffered, but with my crystal ball I can't lock onto her magical signature because she doesn't share the link we do. However, I can use it to search the building she was last in. Kesu explained as her crystal ball began to glow. Naruto and Kesu watched the ball as Imagine started to form. But what Naruto saw completely shocked him. All that was left of the magical bureau where his sister was last located at was smoldering ash and burning metal. How could this be, Kesu? I was just there only minutes ago. Naruto asked the dragon. No, child, you were there 2 weeks ago. You see, my technique for teleporting is not perfected. As such, it takes an extremely long amount of time for you to reach your destination. I'm sorry, if your sister is still alive I cannot find her. Kesu reveled sadly. Naruto couldn't think of anything, as this new development had hit him like a ton of bricks. And simultaneously he began thinking if Orochimaru was telling the truth about Altair. However, the blonde shook those thoughts away as his thoughts drifted to his mother. That is all right, Kesu, it isn't your fault, but what about my mother? Naruto asked in a low and almost broken voice. Might assume she is at your home, allow me to check and see. Kesu spoke kindly as her crystal ball began to glow once more. Naruto watched again as an image of Naruto's mother standing in front of their house appeared on the ball, and he breathed a sigh of relief. At least she is alright. Naruto muttered slowly as he continued to watch her. But as the blonde watched more, he saw 2 more children walk up to his mother. Holding out their hands showing eye sculptures. Who are they? Naruto asked almost instantly while looking at the children who were maybe a few years younger than him. It looks like your mother has taken up apprentices to teach. Kesu replied while gazing down at Naruto to gauge how he would react. What do you think about this? Naruto studied the face of his mother and after a moment switched his side over to Kesu. She looks happy even though father left her and she believes me and Altair are dead. Good, she deserves some happiness. Naruto answered while giving the dragon a wide smile. Kesu looked down at the small child admiring his maturity. He is definitely worthy of becoming my dragon slayer. She thought to herself. Yes, she does, youngling, but she isn't the only one who would like to take on a student. Kesu spoke cryptically, causing Naruto to tilt his head upwards and look at the crystal dragon. What do you mean, Kesu? The blonde asked with a mild hint of confusion. I mean, I will give you a choice. Your first choice is I could take you back to your mother, or you could stay a while with me and I shall train you to become my dragon slayer. Kesu explained her offer to teach the blonde. Naruto thought for a second, not wanting to make a rash decision. But the blonde's eyes shifted to the crystal ball, more importantly his mother. I have already caused her so much heartache for my weakness once. I shall become stronger so she will never be hurt again. Naruto thought with determination as he looked up at the massive dragon. I will stay here with you, Kesu, I would be honored to learn your magic. Naruto said respectively while giving a bow. And I would be honored to teach you, but know this, my magic isn't like most Dragon Slayer magic. Kesu admitted, her voice laced with small traces of happiness. How is your magic different? Naruto asked since he knew a little about magic, but nothing about dragon slaying magic. Well, most dragons have only so many spells they can teach their slayer. I as well have a list to teach you, but the core of my magic is like your mother's maker magic, it offers complete freedom and limitless options for the user. Kesu explained as she made a life-size sculpture of Naruto out of pink crystal. Naruto's eyes brightened up as he inspected the sculpture's astonishing detail. Wow, that's amazing, Kesu. I can't wait to start learning your Magi. Naruto stopped mid-sentence as an intense pain swept through his shoulder, causing him to fall to his knees. Kesu bent down to examine her new student's predicament further. Naruto, allow me to look at where you were bitten. Kesu ordered sternly, causing Naruto to comply as he slowly moved his hand for the dragon to get a better view. The massive dragon frowned as she studied the intricate assortment of runes. I must say that Orochimaru-man was defiantly worthy of the title of a wizard saint. Kesu spoke to herself while looking at curse mark. What do you mean, Kesu? What did he do to me? Naruto grunted out in pain. Well, it seems he placed this seal on you for multiple purposes. This seal not only injects massive amounts of dark magic into your body when you use it. I also see a brainwash and a tracker seal as well. But the most shocking thing is that there is some kind of demonic magical presence within that seal. Kesu explained, sounding absolutely shocked and appalled. Why would he do all this for? Naruto asked as the pain started to fade little by little. I don't know, youngling, but thanks to my rune magic, I should be able to remove this damn seal from your body without difficulty. Kesu spoke in a soft voice, giving the blonde some good news. That's great, Kesu, thank you. For everything you've done. Naruto muttered, grateful to the dragon in front of him. The white and pink dragon flashed a small smile. Think nothing of it, youngling, now follow me, and I shall show you where you will be living while I teach you. Kesu instructed as she hopped off her perch and waited for her new dragon slayer to follow. Unknown location. Deep down inside a large underground complex. Two men were walking down a barely lit hallway. All across the floor and walls, snake designs littered the area. As the two men walked, their steps echoed throughout the deathly quiet passageways. One of the men was wearing a pair of black-rimmed circular glasses that highlighted his dark onyx eyes. He had ash-gray hair tied back into a ponytail that reached down to his upper back. His clothes consisted of a dark purple high-collar overshirt with a white shirt underneath. His dark purple pants that matched his overshirt had a white cloth tied around his waist at an angle. And to finish his outfit, he had black plated fingerless gloves and blue sandals. I'm glad you have finally returned, Orochimaru-sama. I hope your visit to the bureau was fruitful. The man spoke as he looked to his leader. Orochimaru had a frown plastered on his face, remembering the incident 2 weeks ago when his new obsession escaped his grasp by some unknown phenomenon. In a way, Kabuto. At first I found a true gem, Naruto Milkovich. His mother brought him and his twin sister to the bureau to help their condition of having too much magical power in their bodies. Orochimaru replied as he chuckled at his second-in-command surprised reaction. Milkovich, the ice mage. She is the wife of Minato Namikaze, so does that mean this Naruto and his sister are that man's children? Kabuto gasped as he watched Orochimaru nod with a smirk. However, the dark mage's smirk morphed into a scowl as he tightened his fists in rage. Yes, they are, though somehow after I gave young Naruto the curse mark he disappeared from my grasp. Orochimaru seethed with a small scowl. He disappeared. Did he possess some sort of teleporting magic like his father? Kabuto asked as he watched Orochimaru's scowl grow even larger. No, to be completely honest, I don't know how he escaped. He was trying to back away from me when a pink dome made out of some type of crystal surrounded him. And before I could get closer to inspect the dome, it shattered, leaving no trace of the brat. Orochimaru explained, much to the shock of Kabuto. The bead all I examined the leftover crystal, and the magical signature was like nothing I have ever seen before. In other words, it wasn't human. Kabuto was shocked once more by this new development and began to think of what could have saved the child. Though after a moment of silence Kabuto was clueless, so he decided to change the subject. Well, what about his sister, what became of her? Kabuto asked as he watched Orochimaru's scowl turn into a sadistic smile. Fukukuo, she is here with one of the Sound 5 watching over her. She was very easy to manipulate into coming with me. Orochimaru chuckled as he began to tell how he found the girl. Flashback. It felt like Altair had been walking for years. After the tiny 7-year-old had demolished the Bureau of Magical Development, bringing the gigantic research center to the ground in a blaze. She had set her sights on returning to her mother at their home. And prayed all the while that her twin brother was waiting for her as well. The thought of her two most precious people kept the young girl moving forward. Though she felt like toppling over from exhaustion, but she kept moving 1 foot at a time. With every step Altair took, you could hear the crunch between her small feet in the snow. Home isn't much farther away, I'm sure of it. I'll be home soon, Kacchan and Naruto Nai, just wait for me. Altair mumbled in a low and weak voice while fighting her hardest to stay awake. Trying to produce some form of heat by rubbing her arms. It's so cold. The small child shuddered. Because even though Altair had grown up in these freezing mountains, she was more like her father. Who preferred a nice warm day and wasn't exactly built for cold weather. How Kacchan and Big Brother can walk around in the snow half naked, I'll never understand. Altair chuckled to herself, remembering memories of her two streaking family members. Suddenly a bone-chilling wind swept through the area, blasting hard against Altair. The little girl stopped in her tracks. The cold air causing her teeth to chatter and her arms to shake. And after what felt like hours, but was only a few minutes, Altair decided to push herself forward in the direction of her home. Slowly inching closer and closer to where she knew her home was located, Altair started to fade from consciousness. Her tiny body beginning to feel weak and her eyes heavy. Her body reaching the point to where the small child tripped and toppled onto her knees, about to finally pass out. Looks like I'm not going to make it. Altair thought to herself, ready to give up. Don't give up, push yourself harder. A voice yelled out that Altair recognized as her mother. Kacchan, is that you? Altair called out, starting to pick herself up. Yeah, keep going, you can do it. A voice of a young boy that Altair took for Naruto called out. Brother. Altair called out weakly, while finally standing and moving towards the voices. As Altair walked, she broke through the clearing and looked down a hill. To see her mother, or Milkovich Namikaze, who was standing with her arms crossed and a head look on her face. Altair was in tears as she couldn't believe that she actually made it home. The small girl was about to call out to her mother when a voice stopped her. Look, Master, I finally did it. The small voice from before shouted in joy, causing Altair to look in the direction of the voice. However, Altair frowned when she saw who the voice belonged to. It wasn't her older twin brother Naruto, but some kid with black hair wearing nothing but his underwear. Standing next to the unfamiliar boy was another boy in his underwear, but he had spiky white hair. Neither of those two are Naruto, so where is he at? Altair whispered to herself as she watched her mother with the two strangers. Alright boys, let's call it a day and go get some dinner. Yelled as the two boys darted towards her. Altair watched as the two boys stopped in front of her mother. The two half-naked boys looked up at her, giant smiles plastered on their faces as she ruffled their hair. Did mother replace us? Altair asked in a low and heartbroken voice. While a lone tear traveled down her face as she watched them walk into her home. Altair couldn't stand it any longer. The small girl jumped to her feet. Tears fluttering down her cheeks as she ran in the direction opposite of her home. Altair didn't know where she was going or why she was running. The only thing she cared about right now was finding her brother, even if she didn't know where to look. As the girl sprinted across the forest, running at the fastest speeds her little legs would carry her, Altair had her head down, not looking where she was going. This proved to be a poor choice for the girl when she smacked head first into an unknown object and fell hard to the ground as a result. Kukikuk, watch where you're going, child. You might run into something dangerous, little Altair. Orochimaru chuckled as he looked down to the small crying girl. Who the hell are you and how do you know my name? Altair asked, trying to hide her fear, but she wasn't succeeding very well. Orochimaru smirked as he watched the girl shake uncontrollably. Not only from the cold, but from sheer fear as well. Oh, where are my manners? My name is Orochimaru. And I was asked by your brother Naruto to come find you and take you with me. Orochimaru lied smoothly as Altair perked up at the mention of her brother. Naruto is alive, where is he? Altair asked, desperately looking in the man's vile eyes. I hate to be the one to tell you of your brother's terrible demise. Though I feel you should know the truth. You see, child, after your mother abandoned you too, I sheltered your brother and tried to cure him of his illness. But I'm afraid everything I tried failed miserably. And as the life left his tiny body, he told me with his dying breath to find his dear sister Altair and protect her. Orochimaru spoke with fake sympathy. Altair couldn't take it anymore, tears were flowing down her face. It had happened again, her mother actually abandoned Altair just like her father did. And worse of all, her brother Naruto, the person she cared for more than anyone, was dead. SHH, don't cry, little one, your brother wouldn't want you like this. Come with me and I shall protect you and give you strength. Orochimaru said as he held his hand out to the sobbing girl. Altair thought for a moment, gazing hard at the pale man's outstretched hand. Though after a brief second, Altair took her arm and wiped away her tears before grabbing his hand. Fuku, good choice, child. Orochimaru chuckled darkly. Flashback end. That's a very interesting tale, Orochimaru-sama. So shall this girl become your next test subject towards your perfect body? Kabuto asked, adjusting his glasses. No, she has potential, but she doesn't hold a candle to the power her older brother possesses. I will train her and use her as a tool to capture my true prize. Naruto Milkovich. Orochimaru answered with a chuckle. The Budo nodded as he continued to walk with his master when he remembered something. "Oh Orochimaru-sama, I almost forgot. We have received word from Kimimaro out in the field." Apparently, he was closing in on his target, young Sasuke Uchiha. Kabuto said as he watched Orochimaru smile at the news. Apparently he was able to kill the entire Uchiha family and is currently tracking down Sasuke and Itachi Uchiha. Ah, this is wonderful news. Soon I'll have young Sasuke, and then when I find Naruto, I shall be able to create my perfect body. Orochimaru spoke in a dark voice, pleased with the news he was given. If I may ask Orochimaru-sama, why is Sasuke so important? Kabuto asked, not well informed about the boy. Well, you see, Sasuke is from a long line of powerful mages like his older brother Itachi. But the most notable member of his family is his grandfather Madara Uchiha. Because of his lineage, I would love to perform experiments on the boy for my new body. And since his brother is too strong to capture alive and I require a living specimen, I will take young Sasuke instead. Orochimaru explained, reveling Sasuke's impressive lineage. Kabuto nearly lost his footing as he realized something crucial. But Orochimaru-sama, if Sasuke's brother Itachi is too strong to capture, what if he interferes with Kimimaro's mission? Kabuto asked, pointing out the complication with Orochimaru's plan. The dark mage merely waved his second in command of casually. Yes, I expected for Itachi to be by his brother's side and try to interfere. And even though Kimimaro would be a challenge for young Itachi, the Uchiha would still overpower him in the end. Orochimaru spoke honestly, but not in a worried tone. But if you knew Kimimaro would fail, why send him on this mission? Kabuto asked, not seeing his master's logic. You're just going to lose one of your strongest mages. It's true, Kimimaro with his own power alone could never defeat Itachi. But with my improved curse mark, Kimimaro will not fail the mission. Orochimaru replied with a hidden smirk. His power will be much greater than anything young Itachi has ever witnessed before. Oh, of course, Kimimaro was the first subject to survive the new mark and control his demonization to a certain degree, how could I forget? Kabuto spoke in a victorious time, now almost certain for Kimimaro to overpower the Uchiha. Yes, I'm afraid young Itachi will meet his match. I'll have to thank Zeref one day for leaving behind all those books on how to create demons. It did wonders for improving my curse mark. Orochimaru chuckled, his voice carrying throughout the empty passageways. Outskirts of Ashibana town. Itachi Uchiha, son of Yugaku and Makoto Uchiha, elder brother of Sasuke Uchiha, and the grandson of the most powerful wizard saint to ever live, Madara Uchiha, was currently dashing through the woods under the shroud of night. The raven-haired teen had to focus his eyes ahead of him to avoid all the trees and obstacles in his path. Itachi looked down for a moment to his younger brother Sasuke, who Itachi was carrying in his arms. Making sure his precious brother was unharmed, Itachi shot out of a tree line at remarkable speed, cursing his luck for now being exposed in the open. Damn it, I need to make it back into cover. Itachi muttered to himself as he dashed towards the nearest trees in hopes of making an escape. However, the young mage's senses kicked in as he jumped to the side in order to avoid multiple bone-like projectiles from their attacker. Impressive, I didn't think you would react in time to avoid that attack. A monotone voice spoke out as their attacker walked into the open clearing. Itachi didn't answer, he merely placed Sasuke on the ground and looked his little brother in the eyes. Sasuke, I want you to listen to me, fighting this man is unavoidable now. I want you to stay back while I handle this. Itachi ordered as he motioned for Sasuke to step away. Alright Itachi, just make sure you win. I don't want to lose you too. Sasuke spoke weakly, thinking about his mother and father, both of whom were murdered in front of his very eyes. Itachi smiled before tapping Sasuke on the forehead. Don't worry Sasuke, I will always be by your side. The elder brother replied with a smile. Itachi was forced, however, to push Sasuke aside before unsheathing his sword and spinning around quickly to parry a strike from their attacker. As metal clashed with bone, Itachi looked his attacker in the eyes and gave a blank expression. Since Kimimaro's second sneak attack failed, the man pulled away from Itachi by leaping a few feet away. Who are you and why the hell are you doing this? Itachi yelled as he pulled his sword up, dropping into a defensive stance. My name is Kimimaro, leader of the Sound Five. I was tasked by my master, Orochimaru-sama, to kidnap Sasuke Uchiha. Kimimaro explained as he grew several bone spikes from his entire body. What could that man want with Sasuke? Itachi thought to himself, knowing Orochimaru's reputation. Without wasting any more time, Kimimaro dashed at Itachi with speeds that only Itachi could follow. Dance of the Willow. Kimimaro roared as he spun around on his heel and lunged at Itachi with a combination of strikes. Itachi was forced to duck and weave past each attack, occasionally barely avoiding the man and receiving multiple cuts on his clothes and body, placing the Uchiha on the defensive, but the young Uchiha managed to parry the dark mage with his katana, stopping Kimimaro's momentum and leaving the man wide open. Itachi intended to capitalize on this opportunity as he attempted to bring a horizontal slash across Kimimro's stomach. Time seemed to slow down for Itachi as his blade inched closer to slicing the man in two. Though to his complete and utter shock, Itachi's sword bounced right of the man's stomach. Thanks to a bone which shot out of his back and wrapped around Kimimro's stomach, shielding him. Not letting Itachi recover from his failed attack, Kimimro hardened the bones in his fist and delivered a devastating right hook to Itachi's face, sending him flying in the air before crashing hard against the ground, his sword flying out of his grasp. "Itachi!" Sasuke yelled as he watched his brother be knocked across the clearing in horror. "Do you really think you can defeat me? I am not one of Orochimaru's top mages for nothing. My bone pulse magic is something even you can't defeat." Kimimro spoke with no emotion while watching his opponent's every move. Itachi slowly stood up, his clothes a little torn from Kimimro's bone attacks. Spitting out some blood, Itachi decided to get serious as his magical pressure started to slowly rise and the wind started to blow around him. His hair and the hem of his shirt began to flutter with the wind. Suddenly the wind grew more intense, creating a mini twister. Though the Uchiha didn't stop there, he gave the dark mage one deathly serious gaze before the young Uchiha burst into a pillar of pure black magical energy. Such amazing power, this is his true strength. It's overwhelming. Kimimro gasped as he eyed his opponent with a small amount of fear. "Fire Demon Maelstrom!" Itachi yelled as he moved his arms forward, expelling a massive wave of black fire towards Kimimro. Kimimro quickly sprung into the air, avoiding the intense inferno below. However, he didn't count on Itachi's speed as he felt the heat coming from above. Kimimro looked up just in time to catch a quick glance of Itachi. "Fire Demon Blazing Fist!" Itachi roared, bringing his black flaming fist down hard against Kimimro's face, repaying the man for the punch he gave Itachi moments ago. The dark mage was sent hurtling to the ground fast and impacted hard with a loud crash, while Itachi simply landed gracefully a few feet away. Then watched passively as Kimimro started to stand but was struggling. "You're truly as good as they say you are." Itachi the Black Demon, the only known user of fire devil slaying magic. "This is becoming more fun by the minute." Kimimro spoke in a voice that sounded as if he was enjoying the fight. Even though he was already beginning to feel intense pain from Itachi's attacks, he managed to rise onto his feet. Itachi didn't reply. Instead, the Uchiha took off to engage Kimimro again. As Itachi neared Kimimro, the young Uchiha's fist caught flame once more, ready to deliver a deadly blow this time. "Dance of the Larch!" Kimimro yelled as multiple bones extended out of both of his arms and his upper back and knees. Itachi stopped dead in his tracks to avoid running into Kimimro and being skewered alive. "Shit, that was close," Itachi thought to himself before he was forced to dodge a spiked arm to the head. Kimimro continued his onslaught, trying to mortally wound the Devil's Slayer. However, Itachi was a step ahead of him, avoiding every strike sent his way. While Itachi avoided his attacker, the young teen channeled his magical power into his lungs, causing his chest to expand out. "Fire Demon Hell's Inferno!" Itachi cried out, breathing a massive stream of black fire from his mouth, making direct contact with the bone pulse mage point blank. The force of the close-ranged attack sent Kimimro rocketing forcefully backwards, hovering a few feet off the ground, causing the dark mage to grunt in pain as he grew bones from his arms, using them to anchor himself onto the ground so he could slow his speed down before performing a backflip and landing on his feet. After Kimimro recomposed himself, the bone pulse mage looked to where Itachi was standing, but found that the Devil's Slayer had completely disappeared without a trace. "Fire Demon Flaming Feet!" Itachi yelled, appearing behind a surprised Kimimro. Itachi then delivered a fierce blazing kick to the dark mage's ribsage, cracking multiple ribs in the process. Kimimro was sent rocketing to the side from Itachi's powerful kick, but unfortunately for Kimimro, the raven-haired teenager wasn't finished with him. "Fire Demon Flash Step!" Itachi shouted before his entire body burst into flames, completely disappearing due to the high speeds in which he moved. Itachi suddenly appeared slightly above Kimimro, bringing down a swift kick to his stomach. The force from the impact sent Kimimro straight to the ground, before bouncing back up with just enough height for Itachi to kick him a second time, sending the mage sliding across the clearing. Sasuke watched his older brother fight in awe. "Amazing, I knew Itachi was a powerful mage, but he is knocking this guy around like it's nothing." Sasuke muttered with amazement while he watched his brother disappear once more. Itachi reappeared over top Kimimro with a flaming fist, ready to end the fight once and for all. However, the Bone Plus mage was prepared this time, since he created bones around his body, shielding him from Itachi's deadly strike. "Damn, I'm running low on magic at this rate, I'll have to resort to using my curse mark," Kimimro thought to himself, but his eyes drifted to Sasuke and an idea formed in his head. The dark mage lowered his bone shield and hopped away from Itachi as he pointed all his fingers at the small child. 10 finger drilling bullets. Kimimaro shouted, firing 10 small bones out of his fingertips, all of them aimed for Sasuke. No. Itachi screamed in horror while jumping into the path of the projectiles. Holding both his arms outwards, taking all of the damage from the attack. Saving Sasuke's life by doing so. You're wide open. Kimimaro roared while pointing his palm out and firing a bone spike. That flew straight for Itachi at high speeds before impaling the Uchiha in the stomach. Itachi grunted in pain as blood started to pour from his multiple wounds, but mainly the one in his stomach. The Devil Slayer gritted his teeth while gripping the bone spike with both hands. And then without taking a breath, he jerked it out of his stomach and casted it aside. Looks like I was right, you would do anything to save your little brother. Kimimaro pointed out with a small smirk, watching the blood pour out of Itachi's wounds. Sasuke ran up to his brother and grabbed onto his torn shirt. Itachi, are you okay? Sasuke cried out from behind his brother. Itachi slowly turned his body and looked at his little brother. Doing so right as the moonlight began to shine down onto Itachi's bleeding Sasuke see all the blood and damage his brother had taken. In a result from protecting him. Don't worry about me, Sasuke. You weren't hit by the attack, were you? Itachi asked, more concerned for his little brother. Sasuke shook his head. No, Itachi, you saved me, I'm sorry. If I wasn't so weak you wouldn't have gotten hurt so bad. Sasuke choked out, small tears forming around his eyes. Because of all the pain he caused his brother. While thinking how completely helpless and utterly useless Sasuke was in helping his brother. Don't worry about it, Sasuke, just when I tell you to run I want you to go. Do you understand me? Itachi asked as orange aura started to cover his body. But Itachi. Sasuke began, but Itachi stopped him by raising his hand, signaling him to stop. Itachi slowly turned his body to face Sasuke before removing his necklace. Which had 3 round silver charms attached to the chain. Then letting a small smile grace his lips, Itachi placed it around Sasuke's neck. Causing the younger brother to inspect the necklace with wide eyes. Itachi, this necklace belonged to our grandfather. Sasuke gasped looking at the necklace of Madara Uchiha. Yes, Sasuke, it is a very precious Uchiha family heirloom and a sign of good luck for the Uchiha who wears it. I want you to take excellent care of it. As of today you are the last Uchiha, so wear that necklace with pride. Itachi spoke seriously before coughing up some blood. What are you talking about, Itachi, you're still alive? Sasuke cried looking at his brother, but Itachi grabbed Sasuke on the head before bringing their foreheads together. You never have to forgive me for this, no matter what happens from here on out. I will always love you. Itachi spoke softly with a smile. Before a giant orange skeleton made out of pure magical energy appeared around him. Kimimaro decided to stop standing around and charged at Itachi to attack him head-on. But was stopped when the giant skeleton moved its arm, throwing a low fast punch at the mage. Ripping the ground up as it made its way towards Kimimaro before it made solid contact. Sending the man crashing into several trees that were located across the clearing. Now Sasuke. Itachi yelled, turning around, not looking at his brother, his eyes focused where he sent Kimimaro flying. Sasuke hesitated for a second before gritting his teeth and running off. Tears falling down his cheeks that seemed to sparkle in the moonlight as he ran off. Itachi smiled as a strand of blood started to pour out of his eye. Suddenly there was a tremendous spike of dark energy as the ground started to shake. What is this foul demonic presence? Itachi gasped with his eyes as wide as they would go. When a blur shot out of the tree line towards him. But Sasuke. Sasuke was running as fast as possible. Being too afraid to look behind him. The young Uchiha may not have had any form of magical training, but Sasuke knew enough to sense that malicious dark energy coming from behind him. Be safe, Itachi. Sasuke whispered to himself as he kept running deeper into the woods. As Sasuke sprinted across the woods he forgot to check his surrounding. And as a result he accidentally tripped over a tree root sticking out of the ground. The young 7-year-old didn't stop, however, as he rolled forward down a rather steep hill. Smacking hard against old tree stumps and rocks while he fell. When Sasuke came to a stop he was covered in cuts and bruises from his fall. Blood dripping down from his forehead from where he now sported a rather large cut. Damn it, that hurt. Sasuke grunted as he rose to his feet and started to hobble away. However, Sasuke only made it so far before he dropped to the ground unconscious. Since his small body couldn't take any more physical or mental strain. Sasuke laid in his unconscious state, unaware of the thunder which rolled in over his head. And out of nowhere, a large streak of blue lightning clashed against the ground by his side, followed by a large creature diving out of the sky and grabbing him. Before taking back off into the sky, carrying him away. Few hours later. Sasuke slowly opened his eyes as he grunted in pain. Ah shit, what the hell happened? Sasuke asked to no one but himself, not expecting an answer. I saved you, young Sasuke Uchiha. A deep masculine voice answered. Sasuke was shocked as he turned to the unfamiliar voice. Though all Sasuke saw, however, was darkness, but that quickly changed as all of a sudden two massive red eyes came to life through the darkness. "Who are you and what happened to me?" Sasuke asked, taking a small step backwards. "Do not fear me, youngling." The voice boomed loudly as the room brightened up from multiple torches that surrounded the area. Now that Sasuke could see where he was, he noticed he was inside a rather large plain-looking cave. But he wasn't focused on the cave itself. No, the young child had his eyes glued to the massive dragon that was in the cave with him. Sasuke noticed the dragon's light blue scales with large white patterns that resembled lightning bolts that seemed to cover its entire body. But its most noticeable feature was the blood-red eyes that were currently staring him down. "My name is Kaminari and I am the Thunder Dragon. As to what happened with you, I'm not sure myself. I felt you were in dire need due to our link we share. So I came to your aid on a mere whim and found you," Kaminari explained to the young Uchiha. "Our link?" Sasuke asked in confusion, wondering how he can share a link with a dragon he had never met before. "Yes, our link. See, every dragon has one human that they share a link with. This link allows the dragon to feel the emotions of their human and sense where they are. However, this link also allows the human to be able to learn their dragon's magic. For instance, you have a natural affinity for my thunder dragon slaying magic." Kaminari spoke seriously, giving Sasuke a more detailed explanation of what a link is. "Oh, I see, but Kaminari, by any chance did you see my older brother or anyone else when you saved me?" Sasuke asked, looking up at the massive dragon. The large beast seemed to frown. "No, I'm afraid there was no one around you, youngling, when I found you," Kaminari informed with a hint of sympathy as he lowered his head. Sasuke looked to the ground and tightened his fists, fearing if his older brother was alive. "If I may ask, youngling, would you like to stay with me and learn my magic?" Kaminari asked, offering to teach the young Uchiha. "I could teach you how to become strong." Sasuke thought for a moment before he found his answer. "I don't have anywhere left to go, my family is all dead and I don't know what became of my brother. Yes, I will accept your offer. I will become strong so I never feel helpless again." Sasuke spoke with a determined voice while looking at Kaminari, no longer intimidated by the beast. Kaminari nodded, pleased with his new dragon slayer's goal, and vowed to himself to help him achieve it. "Then let's begin immediately, youngling, please follow me," Kaminari ordered as he turned his body and began to walk. Sasuke gave a simple nod before the young Uchiha took his first steps into his new life. Chapter 3. Rivals or Friends? July 7. Naruto was laying on his back, huffing hard, completely out of breath. The blonde dragon slayer looked like he had been mauled by a wild animal. His clothes were torn to shreds, while his body was covered in scratches and scrapes. But the dragon slayer slowly groaned as he picked himself off the ground and looked up to his dragon. "Okay, Naruto, I'd like to see you attempt the spell one more time. And remember what I said, don't overwhelm the spell with too much magic," Kesu said to her blonde-haired dragon slayer. Naruto took a deep breath as he started to gather his magic. The blonde 12-year-old held out his right hand out and focused his dragon-slaying magic. Slowly but surely, a tiny rotating pink ball of magical energy started to form in Naruto's hand. "Kesu, I'm doing it," Naruto yelled in excitement, moving his eyes from the ball of magic in his hands to the crystal dragon. But during the blonde's excitement, he forgot to concentrate on controlling the spell. And just like all the times before, the pink ball exploded in his face, sending the dragon slayer crashing into the ground once more. "Naruto, don't lose focus. Remember, this spell is like your roar attack. When you channel your crystal dragon magic, instead of crystallizing it into a solid form, you release it as a pure energy. But when you use your roar, you just release the magic into a certain direction. Unlike this spell where you have mold the energy into a ball and keep it rotating, while also not overpowering the spell and having it explode in your face," Kesu explained as she watched Naruto stand up. "Okay, Kesu, I understand. Let me try one more time. I know I'll master this spell," Naruto said with determination, refusing to quit as he looked his dragon in the eyes. Kesu sighed as she looked at her slayer. She had come to admire his determination and will to never give in over the years they spent together, but the crystal dragon felt that one day the boy's stubbornness would backfire on him. "No, Naruto, we have plenty of time for you to master this spell. Right now I have something of great importance to speak with you about," Kesu said as Naruto nodded and used his crystal dragon slayer magic to make a pink crystal chair to sit in while he listened. "What do you need to tell me, Kesu?" Naruto asked the massive white dragon. Kesu gazed down at her slayer, unable to find the right words to say. "Naruto, I will be leaving you in 1 year," Kesu said softly with a hint of sadness, shocking the blonde-haired boy. "What are you talking about? Why are you leaving me?" Naruto cried out, not liking what he was hearing. "I'm sorry, youngling, but in 1 year every dragon must leave their humans for reasons I cannot tell you. We weren't even allowed to tell our humans we were leaving them, but I don't want you to feel like I abandon you, so this is why I'm telling you I'm leaving," Kesu said as she waited for Naruto to reply. "I understand, Kesu, and thank you for telling me this. You're always looking out for me," the blonde said with a grin. "You're welcome, Naruto. But I must ask, what will you do after your training is complete and I leave?" Kesu asked, already guessing what the blonde would say. "Well, I'd probably go back home to my mom. It's been so long since I've seen her, I can't wait to tell her I'm alive," Naruto said, happily wanting to be reunited with his real mother. Kesu frowned. After a while she stopped letting Naruto see his mother with her crystal ball. The dragon would always tell Naruto that he should focus on his training, but the real truth is Kesu would secretly watch her and noticed she and her 2 apprentices had disappeared some time ago, and Kesu has been unable to locate her since then. "Naruto, say you can't find your mother, then what would you do?" Kesu asked, confusing the blonde. Naruto tilted his head at the strange question. He really didn't know what he would do. The blonde's main plan was to train to become strong so he could protect his mother. "I really don't know, Kesu, I didn't plan on not finding her," Naruto admitted truthfully. "Well, promise me this, if you cannot find your mother you will find a new home and make new friends to protect. Because when a person has something important they want to protect, that's when they can become truly strong," Kesu said softly. "I promise, Kesu, I will try," Naruto said with smile as he took Kesu's words to heart. "But now let's get some rest, we can talk more later. And tomorrow I have a feeling you'll master the Rasengan," Kesu said sweetly as she began to walk off, Naruto following close behind her. July 7 year Act 777. It had been 1 whole year since Kesu had revealed to Naruto that she would be leaving him in 1 year's time. And currently the Dragon Slayer and his dragon were standing across from each other in silence. "Hard to believe 1 year has come so quickly, isn't it, youngling?" Kesu spoke sadly, breaking the silence. "I know I told myself I was prepared for this day, but I don't think I am," Naruto said as small tears formed around his eyelids. "It is alright to cry, youngling. Your tears are proof of the bond we formed over the years together. But our time is growing short and I must depart," Kesu explained as Naruto wiped away his tears with his sleeve. "Okay, Kesu, I understand," Naruto said quietly. "But I have something to give you before I go," Kesu said as she held her massive hand out and opened it to reveal a small necklace with a leather chain and simple pink crystal in the middle, held in place with 2 metal balls. "I thought since you always run around naked I'd give you something that you wouldn't strip off," Kesu said, laughing at her half-naked slayer's stripping habit. Naruto ignored the stripping comment. Over the years the blonde accepted his weird habit as a part of himself and took the necklace out of Kesu's grasp before placing it around his neck. "Thank you, Kesu, I love it," Naruto said quietly, his cerulean blue eyes fixed on the necklace around his neck. "I'm glad you like it, Naruto. Now it's time for me to go, but before I go I shall teleport you to your old home," Kesu said as Naruto looked confused. "But doesn't it take about 2 weeks for someone to travel to their destination?" Naruto asked as he watched his dragon crack a smile. "No, Naruto, over the years I modified my teleporting technique to where it's instantaneous," Kesu said happily. "That's amazing, Kesu," Naruto yelled, amazed how smart his dragon was. "Yes, but now it's time for you to go," Kesu said as slowly a pink crystal started to form around the blonde's legs and move its way upwards. "Goodbye, youngling, these past few years have been some of the best years of my life. And I want you to know I not only see you as my student and dragon slayer, but as a son I love you," Kesu said as the blonde was completely covered by a glowing pink crystal before it shattered, showing he was sent away. Land of Isvan. As Naruto's eyes adjusted to his new surroundings, the blonde found himself on top of a snow-covered hill, with cold winds blasting against his skin. Naruto wasn't exactly dressed for the cold. He was wearing a pink long-sleeve button-up shirt with a black sleeveless vest over top and matching black pants and shoes. The blonde looked like he was more ready to join the Blue Pegasus Guild rather than be out in the snow. But growing up in this climate, the weather didn't affect the blonde in the least bit. Instead of shivering from the cold, Naruto lifted his head to the sky and gazed at the clouds. "I love you too, Kesu," Naruto said calmly, having a feeling his dragon was still watching him. Naruto stood in place for a moment and let the snow fall against his face. Before the blonde let out a sigh and decided it was time to be reunited with his birth mother. Naruto made his way down the hill and into the trees, still knowing the surrounding landscape like the back of his hand. As Naruto walked past several trees, he came to a stop at a certain tree in particular. Naruto ran his hands over the tree bark as he looked at the carving he and Altair did together. It was a small picture with 4 stick figures that represent their family. Naruto remembered he refused to let Altair draw one to represent their father, but she snuck off in the middle of the night and craved one there anyway. The blonde smiled at the memory of his sister when he found out about it. She told him she didn't do it, that someone else did. Naruto never believed her, but from that day on she would always go on saying their real father would return just like the one in the picture did. I really miss her. Naruto said to himself as a lone tear rolled down his face just thinking about Ultear. Naruto decided now wasn't the time for tears, he had mourned his little sister enough. Now it was time to finally return home and see his mother. Naruto turned away from the tree and made his way in the direction of where he knew his home was located. As Naruto continued through the forest, eventually his blue eyes noticed a break in the tree line and a small glimpse of his home. The blonde dragon slayer shot through the forest with new determination and speed, unable to contain his excitement. "Mom, it's me Naruto, I'm finally home." The crystal dragon slayer yelled as he approached his home. But as Naruto finally saw his home, he stopped dead in his tracks and gasped. The door to his house was barely hanging on its hinges and the windows were almost all completely knocked out. Without taking another thought, Naruto shot to the door and ran into the house. As the blonde scanned the room, he saw furniture tipped over, books were scattered everywhere, and there was broken glass all around him from fallen picture frames and other things. What the hell happened here? Naruto said, talking to himself as he continued to investigate his old home. Naruto walked carefully through the house and past his old bedroom that he and Ultear shared. As Naruto peeked inside, he noticed the bedroom was as torn apart as the rest of the house. It looks like someone tore the whole place apart looking for something, but what were they looking for? Was someone after Mom? Is that why she isn't here? Naruto said to himself as he decided to check his mother's room for clues. Naruto stepped into his mother's bedroom and quickly noticed that it was trashed far worse than the rest of the house. Okay, things are starting to slowly come together. Whoever did this was looking for something that involved Mom without a doubt. The only other person with connections to this room would be him. Naruto said, becoming angry thinking about his father and having the thought that he was connected in his mother's disappearance. Naruto brushed the thought aside and went over to his mother's closet to try and find something. As the blonde opened the closet, he found nothing but clothes. Naruto parted the clothes and decided to see if his mother may have hid something under a loose floorboard. The blonde dragon slayer tapped his hand into the floor, trying to find if a board was loose or sounded hollow. Damn it, nothing here either. Naruto yelled as he punched the back of the closet wall, making a small hole to the other side. Naruto looked through the hole and noticed there was a light on the other side. Naruto wasted no time as he coated his fist with a pink crystal and reared back for a punch and yelled, "Crystal Dragon Hammer Fist," and shot his fist forward, smashing the wall into pieces, revealing a long descending stairway. "Well, let's see what you've been hiding, Mom," Naruto said as he began to walk down the stairway. After a short walk, Naruto found a small study with a desk and a few bookcases. The blonde made his way over to the desk and found a picture frame and a book. Naruto looked at the picture first. It was a picture his father took on Naruto's 4th birthday of him, Ultear and his mother all standing around a large cake his mother had made. Naruto smiled as he saw the grinning faces of two of his most precious people before he took the picture and placed it in his pocket. The crystal dragon slayer then shifted his blue eyes on the book titled Advanced Ice Make Spells. Naruto picked up the book and started to read the first chapter out loud to himself. Chapter 1, the Iced Shell Spell. Iced Shell is a technique that uses the spirit and the physical body of the user to freeze the target into a block of ice. It is almost unmeltable as it is not actually a block of ice. It channels the user's body into the form of ice, destroying their body. After Naruto finished reading the first passage, he decided to place the book in his other pocket. Because something in the back of his mind was telling him to keep it. Well, I might as well head to the closest town and see if anyone has heard anything about Mom, Naruto said as he walked back up the stairway and through the house before coming outside. As Naruto came outside, he looked up into the sky. "Kesu, you told me to find somewhere else to go if I couldn't find my mom. Did you know something that you didn't tell me?" Naruto asked as he waited in silence, knowing there would be no answer. After a moment of waiting, Naruto started to walk away from his old home, but the Dragon Slayer stopped in his tracks and held his hand out behind himself. And in an instant 3 pink crystal statues appeared out of thin air behind the blonde. Naruto turned his head to see the 3 statues he made of himself, his mother and sister, and smiled before walking away. Naruto walked down a long path that led down the mountain to the closest town that his mother would take him and Ultear too for supplies growing up. As Naruto walked, the snow started to slowly disappear as he started to leave the mountains and come down on a lower altitude, but Naruto suddenly found a familiar aroma thanks to his heightened sense of smell. "That smell, it resembles Kesu. Is there a dragon nearby?" Naruto said as he changed his course and took off towards the scent. As Naruto darted through the trees, the scent started to grow stronger and stronger until Naruto shot into a clearing and noticed he wasn't alone. Naruto was currently standing across a boy around his own age of 13 with spiky black hair. The boy was wearing a black t-shirt with a dark purple high-collared unbuttoned short-sleeve shirt over top of it. And finally he had dark gray pants and some sort of necklace around his neck. Both boys looked straight at each other, neither saying a word until Naruto finally had enough. "You smell like a dragon, how come?" Naruto asked the raven-haired teen, wanting to get straight to the point. "I could ask you the same question, but I think we both know the answer. So tell me, what's your name and who is your parent dragon?" the raven-haired teen asked. "It's rather rude to ask someone for their name without giving your own," Naruto shot back with a smirk. The boy huffed, already being annoyed by the blonde. "It's Sasuke. I'm the Thunder Dragon Slayer of Kaminari. And you are?" Sasuke asked, motioning to Naruto to introduce himself. "I'm Naruto Milkovich, the Crystal Dragon Slayer of Kesu." Naruto said, a little happy to meet a fellow Dragon Slayer. "It's interesting, two Dragon Slayers meeting. Why the hell are you in your underwear?" Sasuke shouted, pouting at the almost completely naked Naruto. Naruto looked down and noticed his pile of clothes around his feet. "Damn it happened again," Naruto shouted, not even noticing he was in nothing but his underwear and necklace. "Happened again, is he an idiot?" Sasuke thought with a sweat drop as he watched Naruto put his clothes back on. "Well, whatever, I gotta be on my way," Naruto said as he finished putting his clothes back on and walked off. However, Naruto was stopped when Sasuke appeared in front of him in a bolt of blue lightning. "Hold on, you're not getting away that easily. Not until we see who the stronger Dragon Slayer is," Sasuke said with a smirk, blue lightning dancing around his body. "I don't have time for this," Naruto began, but was cut off as he had to avoid a fist courtesy of Sasuke to the head. Naruto retaliated by sending his own strike at Sasuke, but the raven-haired teen caught the fist with his hand. However, Sasuke wasn't expecting for his entire arm to be encased in a pink crystal. Naruto took advantage of Sasuke's shock and went on the attack as he shouted, "Crystal Dragon Hammer Fist," and sent his now crystal-coated fist smashing against Sasuke's face, sending the Uchiha to the ground. "I really don't want to fight, Sasuke, I have more important things to take care of," Naruto said, more concerned about finding clues about his mother. Sasuke picked himself off the ground and spit out a mouthful of blood and charged blue lighting into his arm, shattering the pink crystal that covered his arm, before charging at Naruto again. Naruto was ready for Sasuke's assault, but was caught off guard when the Thunder Dragon Slayer's body turned into blue lighting, before Sasuke ran straight through Naruto, sending electricity running throughout the blonde's entire body. Sasuke wasn't done there, however, as his body reformed behind Naruto. The Thunder Dragon Slayer spun around quickly and gave Naruto a hard kick to the ribs, cracking a few bones in the process. Sasuke watched as Naruto went rolling across the clearing and smirked. "You're not getting away without beating me, Milko." Sasuke taunted as he watched Naruto stage her up. "Fine, just don't get mad when I kick the shit out of you, Sasuke." Naruto insulted back as he tossed his hands to the ground and called out, "Crystal Dragon's Rose Garden." And suddenly the entire clearing the two Dragon Slayers were fighting in was covered in pink crystal roses, all making their way towards the Thunder Dragon Slayer. Sasuke was unable to do anything as he was attacked from every direction, not being given the chance for a counter-attack. Finally, one more rose shot from under Sasuke, sending him into the air. However, Sasuke regained himself, doing a flip in the air and falling downward onto Naruto. "Thunder Dragon's Jaw," Sasuke roared as he brought his hands together and coated them in blue lighting. Naruto saw the incoming attack coming from above and raised his hands into the air and shouted, "Crystal Dragon's Shield." As a giant pink crystal shield formed between the two Dragon Slayers, Sasuke didn't back down, though he brought his attack down with full force against Naruto's shield. The two spells clashed together and fought for dominance, but slowly Naruto's shield started to crack, so the blonde decided to retreat by jumping backwards right in time to avoid Sasuke, who came crashing to the ground, finally breaking the shield. Naruto watched as Sasuke quickly turned to face him and charged at the blonde with lightning dancing around his entire body. Naruto watched his fellow Dragon Slayer rear back for a punch, but as Sasuke fired off his fist at the blonde, Naruto caught the fist with ease, being a much slower attack than before. Naruto looked at Sasuke in the face and noticed his smirk before Naruto felt an incredible amount of lighting run through his body, much more intense than earlier. Naruto recoiled back in pain as he let go of Sasuke's fist, but Naruto didn't get much of a chance to recompose himself as Sasuke gave Naruto a swift punch to the gut. The Crystal Dragon Slayer doubled over in pain from the strike as Sasuke quickly grabbed his fellow Dragon Slayer by the top of his head and smashed Naruto's face against his knee and followed up by charging lighting into his leg and yelling, "Thunder Dragon Claw," and sent his leg smashing against Naruto's already cracked ribsage, sending the blonde flying into a tree. Sasuke shot after Naruto to continue his assault, but was stopped as Naruto held his hand out and made multiple crystal spikes in an attempt to impale his fellow Dragon Slayer. However, Naruto's attack didn't stop Sasuke, as the Thunder Dragon Slayer dodged every single spike placed in his path as he came closer and closer to Naruto. As Sasuke arrived in front of the blonde, he sent a powerful fist to Naruto's gut again, but this time the blonde looked up at his fellow dragon slayer and smirked before grabbing onto him. Sasuke was confused until he watched Naruto change into a crystal replica, realizing it was a fake and a trap. Sasuke struggled to free himself from the crystal, but stopped when he heard footsteps. Sasuke turned his head just in time to catch a glimpse of blonde hair and a pink blur. Crystal Dragon's Mace. The voice of Naruto roared as he slammed a crystal mace into Sasuke, sending the Thunder Dragon Slayer flying. Naruto wasn't finished, however. The blonde held his hands up and yelled, "Crystal Dragon Shard Frenzy." And multiple crystal shards fired out of the blonde's hands, making their way to Sasuke. The young Uchiha saw the incoming attack and turned his body towards the blonde in midair while holding his own hands out and shouted back, "Thunder Dragon Lightning Barrage." As multiple bolts of blue lighting shot out of Sasuke's hands and impacted with Naruto's attack, cancelling each other out. Sasuke landed safely in the ground and focused his magic energy for another attack. As Sasuke opened his mouth, blue lighting visibly leaking out, he shouted, "Thunder Dragon's Roar." And a massive steam of blue lighting shot out of Sasuke's mouth, heading for Naruto. The blonde dragon slayer acted quickly and started to gather magic for a counter-attack before bringing his hands to his mouth. Crystal Dragon's Roar. The Crystal Dragon Slayer shouted as he fired a massive beam of pink energy out of his own mouth that clashed against Sasuke's roar. As the two spells collided together, they battled back and forth for supremacy, but the end result was a tie as both spells exploded, sending the Dragon Slayers flying backwards. "Ah, damn it, that hurt." Naruto groaned as he struggled to stand up, barely having any magical power left in his body. "Yeah, you did, but I'll give you credit, Milko, you're not half bad, but this fight ends here," Sasuke said from the other side of the clearing, in just as bad shape as Naruto. Naruto watched as Sasuke started to gather all of his remaining magical power for one last spell, so the blonde decided to do the same. As the two dragon slayers unleashed their last remaining magical power, small gusts of wind propelled outwards from their bodies. Sasuke held his hand to the ground and blue lighting surrounded his hand. While Naruto held out his hand to his side and started to form a small pink ball of spinning energy. Dragon Slayer's Secret Art. Naruto and Sasuke bother shouted together as the two dragon slayers shot towards each other at amazing speed. They held their own spells back, ready to strike. Rasengan Chidori. Naruto and Sasuke yelled together as blue lighting clashed with pink energy. For a moment the whole world seemed to slow down as Naruto and Sasuke glared into each other's eyes with pure determination to win, but for a split second it was almost as if they could read each other's mind as they both cracked a small smile before their spells exploded, sending the dragon slayers flying away from each other, landing hard on the forest floor. "He is a worthy opponent," Sasuke thought to himself. "That was fun, I would like to fight him again," Naruto thought with a smile. "But next time we fight it won't be a tie," both dragon slayers thought as they drifted into unconsciousness. From the bushes a little ways away from the two dragon slayers, a single man who watched the entire fight between the two teenagers reveled himself. He was a fairly tall man with black hair and a matching beard with dark skin. He was wearing an ornate cloak along with a black dress shirt and a wide ascot. This man was none other than Ivan Dreyer, son of Fairy Tail's third guildmaster Makarov Dreyer. "Well, looks like today is my lucky day. I found not one but two dragon slayers." Ivan chuckled as he wrapped Naruto and Sasuke in paper dolls and walked off with them. 2 days later. Naruto groaned as his eyes slowly opened. The blonde didn't know where he was currently at. The last thing Naruto remembered was fighting Sasuke, then blacking out. Naruto looked around his surroundings and found his arms were chained to a wall inside a dungeon cell. The Crystal Dragon Slayer looked to his right and found Sasuke still unconscious in the same situation as he was. "Hey Sasuke, are you awake?" Naruto whispered as he took his foot and tried to kick the raven-haired teen awake. The blonde dragon slayer tried for a few minutes to wake his fellow dragon slayer. And after a few moments Sasuke's eyes shot open as he glared at Naruto. "Will you quit kicking me, you damn annoying blonde?" Sasuke shouted, finally wide awake too angry to realize the situation they were in. "Calm down Sasuke, I needed to wake you. Do you know where the hell we are?" Naruto asked, shaking his chains, trying to get Sasuke to get the picture. Sasuke looked around their surrounding and noticed they were both chained and in a dungeon cell. "I don't know what happened after we both lost consciousness," Sasuke said, not liking how things were playing out. "Well, maybe I could fill you both in on what happened," a creepy voice chuckled. Naruto and Sasuke both turned their attention to the voice and found a man with dark hair standing at the cell bars with his arms crossed. "Who the hell are you? And why the hell are we locked up?" Sasuke yelled in rage. "My name is Ivan Dreyer. And to answer your second question, I saw you two young dragon slayers fight and I realized you were perfect test subjects for my little project," Ivan answered with a sadistic grin. "What the hell do you mean?" Naruto roared as he rattled his chains trying to break free. Well, see, you boys were what most people call first-generation dragon slayers. Which are dragon slayers who learned dragon slaying magic from a real dragon, but there is also second-generation dragon slayers. They obtain their dragon slaying magic not from dragons, but by having dragon lacrima implanted in their bodies. Ivan said, explaining the two children about dragon slayers. Naruto raised his eyebrow. You said we were first-generation dragon slayers. So what did you do to us? Naruto asked. Clever boy. You see, I had an idea. What if I took a first-generation dragon slayer like you two boys and implanted a dragon lacrima into your body? In theory, I could create a dragon slayer who could use a drive power to amplify their magical power and enter dragon force on will. Ivan said, shocking the two teens. Enter dragon force on will. Sasuke gasped, knowing about the dragon slayer ability from his dragon. Yes, you two are now the perfect dragon slayers, the third generation. Ivan shouted, laughing maniacally. Naruto and Sasuke both had wide eyes at what they were told, not believing the man's words. Why do this to us? What do you gain from all of this? Sasuke asked with a growl. My reasons are my own. Maybe it was for scientific pursuit, or maybe I did it to gather new weapons to use against my father's shitty guild, but I would never tell you brats. Ivan said with a laugh as he walked off. Naruto gritted his teeth as he watched the man walk away and turned his attention to Sasuke. Well, what the hell are we gonna do now? Naruto asked his fellow dragon slayer. I don't know about you, but I'm getting the hell out of this shithole. Sasuke said as he breathed a small bolt of lighting onto his chains, breaking himself free. Well, I'm definitely not staying here either. Naruto said as he made crystals expand out of his arms to cut his chains to ribbons, freeing himself as well. And now for the door. Sasuke said as he charged lighting into his fist, but was stopped by Naruto. Let's try a more quiet method. Naruto said with a smirk as he made a small pink key in his hand. Sasuke huffed in annoyance but nodded anyway as Naruto made his way over to the door and after a few seconds unlocked their cell. Well, time to kick some ass. Sasuke said with a smirk as he walked out of the cell. But Naruto stopped him yet again by grabbing his arm. What's your deal, Milko? Sasuke yelled, starting to get pissed at the blonde. Think clearly, Sasuke, we are both still recovering from our fight and we are in an unknown area with who knows how many hostile threats. We need to be stealthy and use our heads to get out of here. Naruto said, trying to use reason with his fellow dragon slayer. Then what do you think we should do? Sasuke asked, having no other plan besides fighting his way out. Naruto walked over to a rather large window and opened it so he could peer outside. We can sneak out through here, Naruto said as he pointed out the window. Sasuke went to look out the window and looked at Naruto like he grew another head. Are you an idiot? We are at least 200 feet in the air, we would die. Sasuke shouted at his fellow dragon slayer. Sasuke, you forget my magic has much more possibilities than you could imagine. Naruto chuckled as he made a slide starting from the window and ending on the ground with his dragon slaying magic. There's no way in hell. Sasuke said, looking at the crystal death slide. Oh, just go, you pussy. Naruto said as he pushed Sasuke out the window, sliding head first to the bottom. Naruto, you asshole. Sasuke shouted as he went down the slide, closely followed by Naruto. As the two dragon slayers made their way to the bottom, Naruto destroyed the crystal slide with a click of his fingers. Well, let's get out of here. Naruto said in a matter-of-fact tone, turning away from where they just escaped. Sasuke frowned at the blonde's words. Why the hell should I stick around with you for? Sasuke yelled, more than asked. Naruto sighed, already knowing how stubborn Sasuke is after only knowing his fellow dragon slayer for a short time. Come on, Sasuke, we should stick together, there is strength in numbers. So if that Ivan bastard comes after us again, 2 dragon slayers are better than 1. Naruto said, trying to reason with the teenager. Fine, we can stick together. Just don't slow me down. Sasuke said with a huff as he started to walk off, Naruto walking right by his side. 2 nights later. It had been 2 full days since Naruto and Sasuke had escaped from Ivan's grasp. And if someone were to ask the 2 dragon slayers where they were at or where they were going, neither would have the slightest clue. Currently, Naruto and Sasuke were seated in silence around a small campfire they had built to cook the fish that Sasuke had caught from a small lake nearby. Well, it was more like Sasuke electrified the entire lake and just grabbed the ones that floated ashore. Naruto sighed as he watched his fellow dragon slayer. Sasuke was gazing into the fire, deep in thought, twiddling the piece of jewelry that was placed around his neck with his fingers. Naruto, being tired of the silence, decided to speak. So where did you get that necklace from? Naruto asked as he watched Sasuke flinch. I don't want to talk about it. Sasuke said in an almost sad tone, showing a small hint of weakness in the arrogant dragon slayer. Painful memories, I could relate. Naruto said, picking up on the boy's sadness, and watched as Sasuke's head jerked up. Oh really, you can? Sasuke growled as he stood up. Do you know what it's like to watch a man kill your entire family right in front of your eyes? Do you know what it's like to run away with your brother trying to escape, but only for him to tell you to run away and live while he sacrifices his life? To feel weak because you were too powerless to help him fight back? Well, do you? Sasuke yelled, shocking the blonde with his words. Naruto didn't move from his seat as he lowered his head down, his blonde locks shadowing over his blue orbs. No, Sasuke, I don't know what that feels like, but I know what it's like to have a father abandon you, to see your mother broken because her children are dying and she is all alone and helpless. I know what it's like to feel weak, though, to feel completely useless, unable to do anything. But like you, I know how it feels to lose a sibling. I lost my own twin sister Altair. I guess me and you have both been through some hard times, haven't we? Naruto said in a low voice as he finally looked up to Sasuke. Now it was Sasuke's turn to be completely shocked at the blonde's words as he bent down and took his seat again. I'm sorry, Naruto, I shouldn't have snapped like that. Sasuke admitted, showing a little bit of sorrow. It's fine, Sasuke, you didn't know. Naruto said, not being mad at the raven-haired teen and understanding the reason for his outburst. If I may ask, what happened to your mother? Sasuke asked. Well, when my dragon Kesu found me, she gave me two choices. One, I could return to my mother, who believes that not only my sister is dead, but me as well. My second choice was to stay and learn Kesu's dragon slaying magic, but thanks to Kesu I saw my mother and seen she had decided to take on apprentices, so instead, I made my choice to train with Kesu and return to my mother after my training, so I could be strong enough to protect her. Naruto explained with a small smile, thinking about his mother. But obviously that didn't happen, so why are you here? Sasuke asked out of curiosity. Naruto frowned at Sasuke's question. Well, when I returned home I found my mother missing and my home a mess. It was like someone had torn it apart searching for something. So after finding nothing, I decided to head to the nearest town for clues on my mother, but instead I ran into you. Naruto explained to his fellow teenager and dragon slayer. Sasuke was about to apologize for his behavior. If he would have just let Naruto go, they may have not ended up in this situation, but the Thunder Dragon Slayer changed his thoughts as he smelt something from the bushes. Who is there? Come out now, I can smell you both. Sasuke shouted as he and Naruto both turned to the direction of the smell. Naruto watched with interest as a boy around his own age, maybe a year younger, walked out of the bushes. He had spiked blue hair with some strange marking or tattoo on the side of his face. Naruto also noticed he was wearing a plain black shirt with gray pants and a rather large backpack, but Naruto's eyes were drawn away from the boy and were shifted to the rather small child poking out from behind his back. She looks just like Altair. Naruto thought as the painful memories of his sister started to surface once more. Sasuke looked at the two children. The boy was very calm, but the girl behind him looked frightened. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to shout, I thought you two might have been someone else. Sasuke said, trying to make the small child feel better. No, it was my fault, we haven't ate in a few days, and Wendy here said she smelled food. So we got a little too excited, my apologies. The blue-haired boy said as he bowed. No, you're fine, why don't you two sit down and eat with us, we have plenty have food. Naruto said with a grin. Thank you, that is incredibly kind of you. The boy said as he and the girl took a seat, but the dragon slayers both noticed she was still uncomfortable around them. So you said her name was Wendy, could I ask what your name is? Sasuke asked the boy while Naruto grabbed two pieces of fish. My name is Gel. The now named Gel said as Naruto handed him and Wendy their food. It's nice to meet you both, I'm Naruto, and the stick in the mud behind me is Sasuke. Naruto said with a grin, getting a small giggle out of the girl. Naruto looked down at the girl, finally getting a good look at her. She had short dark blue hair and was wearing a white shirt with a red collar and blue shorts, but Naruto's eyes widened when he finally smelled the girl, as her scent was no longer hidden behind Gel's. You're a dragon slayer. Naruto gasped, shocking everyone by the campfire. How can you tell she is a dragon slayer? Gel asked, preparing himself to protect Wendy if needed. Because dragon slayers have a heightened sense of smell, which explains how she was able to smell out campsite. And because the both of us are dragon slayers, we can easily recognize one of our own. Sasuke said with a smirk, watching Wendy and Gel's reactions. You both are dragon slayers like me? Wendy asked, speaking for the first time. Yea, we are. I'm the Crystal Dragon Slayer, and Sasuke is the Thunder Dragon Slayer. Naruto said as he made a small crystal dragon in his hands to show Wendy. That's awesome, I'm the Sky Dragon Slayer. Wendy said happily as she started to ask Naruto and Sasuke all about their dragons. Gel watched with a smile as the small girl laughed and giggled while talking to her fellow dragon slayers. Maybe they can watch over her when I leave. Gel thought with a small smile as his attention was brought to Naruto. Hey Gel, how about you and Wendy travel with us for a while? Naruto said as with his trademark grin. The blue-haired boy thought for a moment before he looked over to Wendy, who was almost begging to travel with the boys. Sure, the more the merrier. Jello said happily as Wendy jumped into his arms thanking him. 3 months later. It has been 3 months since Naruto and Sasuke had begun traveling with Jello and Wendy. And Naruto believed he couldn't have been happier. Over the 3 months Naruto and Sasuke both had formed a brother-sister bond with Wendy as the girl looked up to both of the dragon slayers as role models. Also in the 3 months Naruto and Sasuke had learned the truth about Jello and learned where he was truly from. Naruto was shocked at first when he learned of another world, but being raised by a dragon he was used to seeing the unimaginable. Though Naruto and Sasuke knew the truth about Jello, the three boys chose not to tell Wendy and risk confusing the small girl. Speaking of Wendy, she was currently perched upon her big brother Naruto's shoulders. The two dragon slayers were standing a few feet away from Sasuke and Jello who were talking to each other. "So you're really gonna go?" Sasuke said as he looked at his friend. "Yeah, I have a lot of things I must do if I wish to protect this world. All I ask is you watch over Wendy for me," Jello said in a low voice. "Don't worry about it, me and Milko will watch over her," Sasuke said with a smirk. "Thank you. And may I ask, have you decided where you three will be heading?" Jello asked. "Yeah, me and Naruto talked about maybe joining a mage's guild," Sasuke answered as Jello nodded. "If I may, I recommend you join Fairy Tail. They are supposed to be one of the strongest guilds in Fiori. I was planning to join in a few years from now under the disguise of the name Mystigan," Jello said, revealing his plans. "That might not be that bad of an idea, and don't worry if you join the guild as well, we would keep your true identity a secret," Sasuke reassured the blue-haired boy. "Thank you, Sasuke," Jello said politely. "Don't mention it, but before you go you should say goodbye to Wendy," Sasuke said as he moved his eyes to the small girl. Jello nodded as he made his way over to Wendy and Naruto. "Hey Jello, look what big brother Naruto made for me." Wendy giggled as she held up a pink crystal necklace just like Naruto had. "That is a very beautiful necklace, Wendy, but I need to speak with you," Jello said seriously as Wendy tilted her hair in confusion. "What is Jello?" Wendy asked in a sweet voice. Jello paused for a moment, unable to find the correct words. "Wendy, I'm leaving, I won't be traveling with you three any longer," Jello said sadly as he looked away. Wendy was shocked, she couldn't believe her ears. "What? But Jello, we were gonna travel together and be a family, why are you leaving?" Wendy asked, starting to cry a little. "I'm sorry Wendy, there is things I must do alone that are very dangerous, but don't worry, I'm sure we shall see each other again. And until then Naruto and Sasuke will watch over you," Jello said as he started to walk away. Wendy quickly hopped off Naruto's shoulders and wrapped her arms around his body. "Okay Jello, I understand, but promise me we will see each other again," Wendy cried as Jello turned around and looked at her. "I promise Wendy, we shall see each other again one day," Jello said happily while tears were rolling down his face. Naruto watched from afar as Jello turned around and started to walk away. The blonde-haired teen decided to walk over to Wendy and ruffle her hair. "Don't worry Wendy, I will always be at your side," Naruto said kindly. "Well, if that's the case I should stick around as well. I don't want little Wendy here to turn into a stripper," Sasuke chuckled as he walked over to his fellow dragon slayers. "Whatever Sasuke," Naruto huffed as he turned around and Wendy giggled. "Don't worry big brother Sasuke, I won't be a stripper like Naruto is," Wendy said with a laugh as Sasuke joined in on the laughter. Naruto had a tick mark and decided to change the subject. "So where are we going from here?" Naruto asked. "Well, I talked with Jello and he said we should go join the Fairy Tail Guild," Sasuke answered, and Wendy perked up at the mention of a guild. "That sounds like a good idea, why don't we make our way towards Magnolia and the Fairy Tail Guild?" Naruto said with a grin, pointing down the dirt road, earning a nod from Sasuke and Wendy as the three dragon slayers all decided to continue traveling onward. Chapter 4. Brother's Rage. Naruto sighed as he walked down a long dirt path located in the middle of the forest. The blonde dragon slayer was walking in the lead carrying a completely exhausted and asleep Wendy on his back. Naruto was currently thinking about all that has transpired in the past few weeks. It has been 2 weeks since Jello had separated from the group of dragon slayers, so the young 13-year-old from another world could travel on his own. And even though Wendy was heartbroken when Jello left, Naruto and Sasuke both did everything they could to make the small dragon slayer happy again. This of course only strengthened the bond the boys shared with the small child. However, since Naruto and Sasuke didn't always see eye to eye, they would occasionally butt heads, but Wendy always seemed to be the glue that held their small group of three together. But today also marks 2 weeks since the three dragon slayers decided to embark towards the Fairy Tail Guild. And after 2 weeks of traveling, Naruto was starting to get tired of sleeping in the forest and eating fish, berries and other things they would scavenge to eat. But Naruto could help but think what his life will be like once he joins the Fairy Tail Guild. The blonde dragon slayer already planned to take missions for money as expected, but Wendy was a major priority for himself and Sasuke. They talked about maybe taking turns watching over Wendy and taking her with them when they go on missions. But the two teenagers didn't have much of a choice. They were the only kind of family she had, and because of that they both have to take responsibility for her. Naruto was broken from his thoughts as he moved his eyes to see his fellow dragon slayer Sasuke, who was observing a small map of the surrounding landscape. "So Sasuke, how far away are we from Magnolia?" Naruto asked, breaking up the silence. Sasuke folded the map into a small square and placed it inside of his jacket. "From what I can tell, we are about a day's travel from the nearest town, and from there it's another day's travel by train till we reach Magnolia," Sasuke replied as he moved his hands into his pockets. Naruto nodded before looking up into the sky and noticed the sun was slowly receding into the horizon. "It's getting dark, Sasuke. I think we should find someplace to set up a campsite," Naruto said as he slowed down and surveyed the area. "Yay, I agree. We can rest up and finish traveling tomorrow," Sasuke said, agreeing with Naruto's logic. Naruto stopped in his tracks and started to sniff around for a moment before pointing off into the trees. "We can head off the path a little bit towards the west. I smell a stream in that direction we can use for food, water and bathing," Naruto said as he turned to the west and walked off, Sasuke following close behind. After walking for a couple of minutes, the three dragon slayers walked into a rather small clearing, perfect for their campsite. Naruto walked over to a large tree and placed the sleeping Wendy down gently against it before he walked over to the Thunder Dragon Slayer. "Sasuke, why don't you go collect some food and water? I'll start on the campfire and pitch some tents," Naruto said as he made 2 crystal buckets and handed them to Sasuke. "Alright, I'll be back in a few minutes," Sasuke said as he disappeared into the tree line headed towards the nearest stream. Naruto watched Sasuke leave and decided to start on the campsite. The blonde quickly gathered wood from the surrounding trees for the campfire and started to make a pile to burn the wood. After a few moments, Naruto finally made a decent fire to cook whatever Sasuke caught. Naruto moved to the next thing on his to-do list and quickly made 3 crystal tents for him and his fellow dragon slayers to sleep in. Happy with his progress, Naruto walked over to the small girl he treated as a little sister and gave her a little shake in an attempt to wake her up. After a few seconds, Naruto didn't get a reaction, so he tried a different approach. "Wake up, Wendy," Naruto said softly as he watched the Sky Dragon Slayers begin to awake. "Yes, Naruto Nai, what is it?" Wendy asked groggily, looking up at the blonde dragon slayer. "We have set up camp for the night. Why don't you go to the stream and clean up? Sasuke should be back soon with some dinner," Naruto said as he helped the girl stand up. "Okay, Naruto Nai, where is the stream at?" Wendy asked as she started to stretch, but before Naruto could give an answer, someone beat him to the punch. "All you have to do is walk for a few minutes and follow the path behind me, Wendy," the voice of Sasuke said as he walked into the clearing with a bucket of water and a bucket of fish. Naruto and Wendy both turned toward Sasuke and watched him lay the buckets by the fire. "Okay, thank you, Sasuke Nai, I'll be quick," Wendy said happily as she walked off to where Sasuke said the stream was. Naruto watched Wendy walk off with a smile before he walked over to Sasuke and started to prepare dinner for himself and his fellow dragon slayers in silence. "Hard to believe we have only known each other for a few months and look at us now," Naruto chuckled, breaking the silence while he started to prepare the fish. "I know what you mean. If someone told me I'd be traveling with a blonde stripper and a small girl, I'd say they were an idiot," but Sasuke took a pause and sighed. "I would lie if I said I didn't enjoy our time together. Wendy has kinda grown on me, and even though you're an annoying stripper, you haven't really pissed me off in a while," Sasuke admitted, truthfully not looking Naruto in the eye. "So I haven't pissed you off in a while, huh? Guess I should try harder then," Naruto joked as he gave Sasuke a rough nudge on the shoulder, trying to iterate him. "But I'll agree with you, Wendy has really grown on me as well. When I'm with her, she reminds me so much of my little sister Altair, it's nostalgic," Naruto said with mixed emotions, but didn't get a response from Sasuke. After a few minutes of cooking and silence, Naruto and Sasuke both started to sniff the area and noticed something unfamiliar. Naruto played it off nonchalantly, however, as he continued to prepare dinner. "Sasuke, do you smell that?" Naruto asked in a low voice, trying to not attract attention as he placed a stick through a fish. "Yeah, it's about 20 cents I don't recognize, most likely they are all nothing but a bunch of bandits wanting to rob us," Sasuke answered in a low voice. "I say we wait for them to make a move, you take on half, and I'll take half," Sasuke said quietly, already gathering small amounts of his magic. Naruto nodded as he prepared for a fight, but stopped when he heard a loud shriek that carried across the forest from a voice he and Sasuke both recognized. "Wendy!" The dragon slayers yelled together as all the bandits shot into the clearing to attack them. But Wendy moments earlier. After Wendy had left her older brothers, the small dragon slayer wandered through the woods for a few minutes before stumbling onto a small stream, right where Sasuke said it would be. She bent down on her knees and started to wash her small hands in the stream before cupping them together and collecting some watering in her hands to splash in her face. As the girl washed her face, she thought to herself what life would be like once she joined the fairy tale guild. Of course, Wendy only being 5 years old, she really didn't know much about what a guild is or what people from a guild do. The only thing she knew about guilds were the small things Naruto and Sasuke had told her. Naruto told her that a guild is an amazing place where you can make new friends who all have powerful magical abilities. Sasuke, on the other hand, agreed with the blonde dragon slayer but was more set on fighting the powerful mages rather than making friends with them. Wendy sighed as she stood up, finished with cleaning herself up. I don't really mind what fairy tale is like as long as I have my big brothers by my side, I'll always be happy. Wendy thought to herself with a smile as she turned around to head back to her brothers. However, the Sky Dragon Slayer didn't make it too far as she bumped into someone. The force of the unexpected collision was enough to send poor Wendy down to the ground. The small girl opened her eyes and looked up and saw two figures standing over top of her. The Sky Dragon Slayer did the only thing she could think of: she'd out a loud scream for help, but before she could shout out her brother's name, something smashed against her small head, knocking her unconscious. With Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto and Sasuke had just finished defeating their attackers. The fight was over before it began. A group of untrained bandits were no match against two third-generation dragon slayers. Naruto scanned the area and noticed the men trapped in pink crystals covered from head to toe. And also the men shaking violently from having Sasuke electrocute them to an almost near-death state. Sasuke, we need to hurry up and check on Wendy. Naruto said, not waiting for a response as he was already running to where he last knew she was located. Sasuke followed his fellow dragon slayer, both having their mind set on protecting Wendy at all costs. As the two mages sprinted across the forest, Naruto started to see visions in his head. First he saw his sister Altair smiling like she used to always do, but she slowly started to disappear and a familiar building came into view. It was the building that he and his sister were brought to by their mother. The building that Kesu had saved Naruto from, but Altair wasn't as lucky, and Naruto was reminded of this when he saw the building explode, leaving nothing but smoldering ash. Then lastly Naruto saw his mother waiting for him in the distance with a smile, but slowly she started to fade into nothingness. Naruto gritted his teeth out of all the times to remember his failure and heartache. Why now? While Naruto was struggling with the memories of his past and how he failed his family, Sasuke was having similar thoughts. The Thunder Dragon Slayer was reminded how because of him his parents were murdered, and because of his weakness his brother had to sacrifice his own life so that Sasuke could escape alive. I failed so many people already and paid for my mistakes. Naruto thought as he started to run faster, leaking small amounts of magical energy. But I trained for years to gain the strength to never fail again. Sasuke thought as he picked up speed and caught up to Naruto. So now isn't the time to feel sorry for all the things that have happened in my life. Naruto thought as pink aura started to form around his body. Now is the time. Sasuke thought as blue aura appeared around his body just like Naruto. To save my little sister. They both thought at the same time as they shot off at incredible speeds towards Wendy's scent. In a mere seconds Naruto and Sasuke shot out of the tree line into an open clearing. Naruto was the first out of the dragon-slaying duo to spot his little sister as he saw the unconscious form of Wendy and two men standing over top of her. Naruto absolutely snapped. Without thinking a single thought, the blonde dragon slayer shot across the clearing in a matter of seconds in a blind rage and reared his crystal-covered fist back, ready to deliver a devastating punch to one of the unexacting men from behind. And without a single warning, Naruto smashed his hand against the man's head with such force the pink crystal that coated Naruto's hand shattered. The blonde dragon slayer watched with a smirk as the man he punched went sailing into a tree, smashing straight through it, sending the tree and the man crashing onto the ground. Naruto stood straight up and without moving another inch muttered two simple words. Crystal Drive. Star as he released massive amounts of pink magical energy from his body, creating a small twister that surrounded him. The second man, who was only a few feet from the blonde mage, was absolutely shocked at what just happened. He didn't even feel Naruto's presence until he attacked his partner and started to release his power. However, the man didn't get much of a chance to think any further as he was sent violently flying into a tree courtesy of Sasuke, who spoke similar words as Naruto did as he came to a stop. Underdrive. Star right as Sasuke muttered the words, he unleashed unrealistic amounts of power, just like Naruto was. Speaking of Naruto, the blonde dragon slayer turned his attention to Wendy and started to diagnose her situation. Naruto, how is Wendy doing? Sasuke asked, not taking his eyes from where he and Naruto sent Wendy's attackers flying. She is fine, a little banged up and unconscious, but she will be okay. Naruto said as he picked the little girl up and moved her to safety. Alright, you watch over her, I'll teach these bastards why no one messes with Wendy. Sasuke said, blue lightning dancing around his body. Okay Sasuke, but if you need help I'll jump in for the assist. Naruto replied as he noticed two men walking out of the clearing. Oh shit, that hurt you little prick. A man with a red long-sleeve shirt and blue pants with shoulder-length black hair yelled as he walked back to the clearing, nursing the bruise Sasuke gave him. Quit being such a little Kachi. The other man spoke as he walked into the clearing wearing a similar outfit but having brown hair instead of black. Shut up Kimchi, you asshole. The now named Kachi yelled at his partner Kimchi as they began to fight between themselves. Sasuke watched the two men argue from afar with no emotion and finally had enough. Who the hell are you two and why did you attack us? Sasuke yelled, grabbing both the men's attention. Itachi took his finger and pointed to his cheek that bore a strange snake-like marking. We and Kimchi and Kachi, the famous demon brothers from the Shadow Snake Guild. Kimchi said with a smirk, waiting for Sasuke's reaction. Sasuke looked at the two men with indifference. Never heard of you, Sasuke said in an uncaring voice, causing both men to face fault, but what I do care about is that you hurt my little sister, and for that you're going to pay. Sasuke growled, already gather his magical power for a spell. Itachi laughed as he watched Sasuke prepare to fight them both. Who does this kid think he is? We are some of Orochimaru-sama's elite mages. Kachi said, reveling who his master was. Sasuke's eyes widened at the mention of Orochimaru. He was the man that sent the order to capture Sasuke, and even though he failed, Sasuke lost not only his brother but his entire family to the hands of that one mage. So you work for Orochimaru, huh? Sasuke asked, his anger slowly rising. Well, we are members of one of the many guilds that sever directly under him, but technically yes we do. Kimchi said with a sadistic grin as he bent down into a running stance. But enough talk, I'm gonna get payback for earlier, you little shit. Kimchi growled as he took off in a burst of speed toward Sasuke. Fast. Was all Sasuke had time to think before he was sent rocketing backwards off his feet by a powerful blow to the face from Kimchi. Unfortunately, for Sasuke, he didn't get a break as the other man Kachi shot his arm forward, stretching it at unrealistic lengths, grabbing a hold of Sasuke's leg. The Thunder Dragon Slayer was jerked violently into the air before being slammed with incredible force onto the ground, creating a small crater when he made impact. Naruto watched the whole scene from a few yards away with Wendy cradled in his arms. The blonde gritted his teeth knowing he couldn't help his friends without leaving Wendy unprotected. Damn it Sasuke, you can't be done that quick, get up and fight. Naruto thought, but sighed in relief as he saw Sasuke stagger up to his feet. Sasuke growled as he looked at the men that were standing in front of him, and without warning, he inhaled a large amount of air puffing out his chest and focused his gaze at the men who attacked Wendy. Thunder Dragon's roar. Sasuke yelled as he expelled a twister of blue lightning from his mouth in the direction of Kimchi and Kachi. As Sasuke's spell inched closer to the pair of dark mages, Kachi stretched his entire body and jumped in front of his brother, creating a human shield. Sasuke smirked as the attack hit the man dead on, causing an explosion of blue lighting, picking up dust around the two men. Well, looks like that's one down, Sasuke began as the dust settled, but was too shocked to speak further when he saw both men standing in front of him completely unharmed. How is this possibly? I hit you head on with my attack, you shouldn't even be standing. Sasuke shouted in disbelief as he heard Kachi laugh. You really lucked out, kid, your little dragon slaying magic won't work on me thanks to my rubber man magic, but once we beat you, I think Orochimaru-sama will be very pleased to know we captured him, an actual dragon slayer. Kachi chuckled as Sasuke clenched his fist, not liking how things were going. Enough gloating, brother, let's end this quickly. Kimchi said in a rather bored tone, getting a nod of acceptance from his brother. Both dark mages took off towards Sasuke, ready to finish off the dragon slayer without wasting any more time. However, both men were forced to stop in their tracks and jump backwards to avoid a multitude of crystal spikes that blocked their path. Well, looks like you need some help, Sasuke. Naruto spoke as he appeared beside the dragon slayer and held his hand out. Sasuke looked at Naruto's outstretched hand before turning his head in the other direction before accepting the help. Yay, whatever, I had them on the ropes, I was about to get the advantage. Sasuke said, trying to mend his pride. Don't be hard on yourself, Sasuke, I observed both of them while I was watching over Wendy. They have flawless teamwork and decently strong magic. I don't think I could take them one-on-two. Naruto admitted while also showing his amazing observation skills. Sasuke didn't say anything until he noticed the absence of Wendy. Naruto, where the hell is Wendy at? Sasuke yelled more than asked. Don't worry about it, Sasuke, I took her a little ways away from here, so even if we lose they shouldn't find her. Naruto said as he saw something out of the corner of his eye. Without blinking, Naruto caught a fist from the rubber man magic user Kachi, who used his magic to attack from across the clearing. Naruto quickly channeled his crystal dragon slaying magic into the man's fist, encasing him in a pink crystal from his fist all the way to his shoulder. I'll take this clown on you, focus on the other mage. Naruto said as he took off in a burst of speed towards Kachi. Naruto arrived in front of the man and held his hands out from behind his body and started form a crystal object in his hands. Crystal Dragon's Mace. Naruto called out as he slammed a crystal mace into Kachi, sending the man onto the ground. "You're gonna pay for what you did to Wendy." Naruto yelled, completely serious now. But Sasuke. The Thunder Dragon Slayer kept turning from side to side, only catching small glimpses of Kimchi due to his amazing speed. "You really think you can beat me, you little shit?" Kimchi asked as he punched Sasuke from behind before quickly taking off again. "With my runner man magic you can't even keep up with my speed." Kimchi yelled as he punched Sasuke in the jaw. "This is just easy." Kimchi chuckled as he came to a stop and watched Sasuke hit the ground. Sasuke gritted his teeth and winced in pain as he rose up to his feet. "So you think I can't keep up with your speed?" Sasuke asked in a low voice as he watched Kimchi disappear in a burst of speed. "'Cause I don't think you can." Sasuke started as his hand sparked to life with blue lightning. "Keep up with my lightning." Sasuke yelled as he threw the lightning out of his hand, hitting Kimchi dead center in the chest. Not wasting any time, Sasuke shot after Kimchi, sending a flurry of punches and kicks at the Dark Mage, knocking him around like a rag doll. But Naruto ran straight for Kachi and gave the Dark Mage a rough elbow to the stomach before following up with a strong uppercut to his jaw. As Kachi recoiled back in pain, Naruto gathered his magic power and called out, "Crystal Dragon's Roar," and unleashed a pink twister of magical power point blank at Kachi, sending the Dark Mage flying back in pain. Naruto watched the man go sailing through the air with a smirk. "That was for my little sister," Naruto said as Kachi landed on the ground with a thud. As Kachi was laying on the ground, he quickly found company from his brother, who landed beside being sent flying by Sasuke moments earlier. "Bro, we need to switch up our opponents quick," Kachi said in desperation. "Yeah, that's a good plan. If we can capture 2 Dragon Slayers, Orochimaru-sama will let us join his elite ranks," Kimchi said as he stood up and ran after Naruto and Kachi after Sasuke. Naruto watched as his and Sasuke's opponent switched places and reacted quickly by placing his hands onto the ground and shouted, "Crystal Dragon's Rose Garden." And massive crystal vines and roses sprouted from the ground between Naruto and Kimchi. But to Naruto's complete and utter shock, Kimchi ran past and avoided Naruto's attack before punching the blonde in the face, sending Naruto skidding back. "You think you can defeat me? All your dragon slaying magic is nothing but an overglorified maker magic, but it's not like maker magic is powerful to begin with," Kimchi taunted as Naruto gritted his teeth. "With my speed you won't be able to defeat me, just like your friend won't be able to win against my brother," Kimchi said with a laugh. Naruto's had heard enough as he held both his hands behind his back and thought back to his mother. Flashback. It was the first month since Naruto's father had disappeared with no trace, and because of this Naruto had overtaken his father's duties around the house. Currently, the blonde was inside the kitchen doing dishes while his little twin sister Altair wasn't feeling well, so she laid down for a nap. Their mother, however, was outside chopping firewood to help heat their home, even though and Naruto loved the cold, Altair enjoyed a heated home. Finally, done with the dishes, Naruto hopped off the small chair he was using so he could reach the sink. And the blonde quickly ran to the door and walked outside to find his mother. Naruto didn't have to search long, however, as he saw his mother a few yards away standing in a rather strange pose. Curious as to what his mother was doing, Naruto snuck closer and watched carefully. "Ice make rose garden," yelled, creating giant ice roses and vines that stretched across their front yard. Naruto was completely amazed at the sight he was seeing. The blonde knew about both his parents' magic, but he had never seen her use her ice make, and finally seeing it for the first time, Naruto thought it was beautiful. "Wow, Ka-chan, you're amazing," Naruto shouted, grabbing Er's attention. Naruto watched his mother turn around with a somewhat unpleasant look, and Naruto knew what was coming next. "Naruto Namek is what have I told you about coming outside?" asked, but noticed the look Naruto gave her when she used his father's last name and bit her tongue. "I'm sorry, Ka-chan, but I came to tell I was finished with the dishes and I saw you practicing your magic and I just had to watch," Naruto said in his defense. Sighed as she pinched the bridge of her nose. She couldn't be mad at him for doing things she would always do at his age. "It's okay, Naru-chan, just promise me from now on you'll try to stop coming outside without my permission," asked sweetly. "No promises, Ka-chan," Naruto said with a toothy grin. "But if you teach me some of your magic, it might make me listen to you more and even help with my condition," Naruto said as Er's face lit up at the thought. "Well, I guess if you learn to control your magical power and expel it for your body, it may help you and your sister both," said as she took a pause. "Yup, I've made up my mind, tomorrow I would be teaching you both how to use ice make," said happily as Naruto jumped into his mother's arms happily. Flashback end. As Kimchi rushed Naruto, the blonde didn't change his stance, but the ground around the blonde started to freeze over as blue and pink aura swirled around him. Flashback. Naruto looked up at Kesu panting hard for lack of air after performing a spell neither of them would have guessed he would be able to accomplish. Entreating, it seems you can mix your dragon slaying magic with your mother's maker magic for stronger spells, but… Kesu said but stopped as Naruto hit the ground. It leaves you extremely drained. Kesu finished with a sweat drop. Flashback end. Crystallized ice dragon mode. Naruto yelled loudly as the entire clearing floor was encased in ice, trapping not only the dark mages, but Sasuke as well. Kimchi struggled to break free as he looked towards Naruto. What the hell is this, you little shit? Kimchi yelled with rage. You hurt my sister and you mocked both of my Kachan's magic. Naruto began as he walked over to the dark mage with a blue and pink spinning ball in his hand. You're going to pay. Naruto yelled as he took off with a burst of speed. Dragon Slayer's secret art. Naruto yelled as he slammed the ball into Kimchi's gut. Iced Rasengan. As the spinning ball of energy drilled against the dark mage, the end result was Kimchi sent flying across the clearing into the woods before exploding in a massive dome of blue and pink magical energy. Naruto watched his attack go off with a smirk before falling to the ground on his back. Yup, I put way too much into that attack. Naruto said with a grin as he couldn't move his body. But Sasuke. Sasuke watched Naruto's attack with wide eyes. Has he been holding back on me all this time? Sasuke thought in disbelief. However, the raven-haired dragon slayer shook off the thought as he noticed his opponent trapped in ice much like himself. Sasuke decided to use the advantage that Naruto gave him and use it towards his favor. Sasuke channeled blue lightning into his legs to break the ice. As Sasuke stepped out of the ice, he looked at Kachi, who was too distracted by Naruto's attack to move. Alright Sasuke, his body is normal, except when he uses his rubber man magic to counter my lightning. Sasuke said to himself as he took off towards Kachi. I just have to catch him off guard. Sasuke yelled as he slammed a lightning-covered fist into an unsuspecting Kachi's face, sent a shock throughout his body. As Kachi limped over unconscious, Sasuke breathed a sigh of relief before staggering his way over to Naruto. When Sasuke reached the blonde, he helped him to his feet. Man, you can't move after one attack, how lame are you? Sasuke said with a small chuckle. Naruto smirked at his friend's attitude. Well, if it wasn't for that attack, I don't think you would have beaten your opponent. Naruto fired back with a laugh. Sasuke turned his head and pouted at the blonde's comeback. Yay, whatever. Let's just go find Wendy. Sasuke grumbled. Yay, that's a good idea, I hid her inside a hollow tree in that direction. Naruto said, pointing forward, and Sasuke nodded as he helped Naruto walk in the right direction. But Wendy? Wendy groaned as she started to open her eyes. The small 5-year-old quickly started to rub her throbbing head and channeled her sky dragon slaying magic to ease her pain. After a few moments, Wendy crawled out of the tree she was inside of and looked around in confusion. Where is Naruto, Nai and Sasuke? Nai at they didn't leave me, did they? Wendy asked herself, hoping she was wrong. As the little girl walked through the forest, she started to recall what happened before she lost conciseness. She was at the stream cleaning herself up when she ran into someone she never met before and he knocked her out. So they didn't abandon me, but where are they? Wendy said as she started to tear up but stopped when she heard some rustling in the bushes. Naruto Nai, Sasuke Nai. Wendy called out as she turned around hoping to see her older brothers. However, Wendy jumped back in fear when 4 strange men walked out of the bushes instead of her brothers. Sorry brat, try again. One of the men laughed as Wendy turned around to run away. Unfortunately, for the small girl, 3 more men jumped in front of her, cutting her escape route off. What's the rush for, stay a little bit? The same man from before said again, earning laughter from all the men around Wendy. Wendy looked around desperately for a way to escape. She wasn't strong like her older brothers, she didn't know how to fight. As the men all slowly started to close in on her, she shrieked. Naruto Nai, Sasuke Nai, I need you. Wendy cried out as loud as she could. Ah, no one is coming to help you brat, now come here. The man said as he was about to grab Wendy, but a man appeared in a flash of yellow light and in an instant punched the man in the jaw, sending him flying. Wendy looked up with wide eyes and saw a tall figure in a large black hooded cloak who had saved her. Wendy was shocked even further as the man disappeared and yellow flashes started to appear all around her and the group of men as quickly one by one all the men fell to the ground unconscious. You're safe now. A voice spoke behind Wendy, causing her to jump. The Sky Dragon Slayer turned around to see the face of the man who had saved her and couldn't believe her eyes. Naruto Nai, is that you? Wendy said in disbelief, looking at the man with spiky blonde hair and bright blue eyes. The man simply shook his head, showing he wasn't Naruto, but before Wendy could ask who he was, the man pointed behind her. Your brothers are in that direction. The man said calmly. Wendy turned around and looked in the direction the man pointed. Thanks for everything, mister, if you don't mind me asking. Wendy started as she turned around and noticed he was gone. What was your name? Wendy finished to herself. Deciding to push the man out of her thoughts, Wendy walked down the path where her rescuer said her brothers were located. Hurry up Sasuke, I can smell Wendy close by. The voice of Naruto carried through the clearing to Wendy, causing her to perk up as she started to run towards the voice. I'm going as fast as I can, maybe if I didn't have to lug your sorry ass around, we would have found her sooner. Sasuke yelled as Wendy could now see her brothers. Naruto had his arm draped around Sasuke's shoulder, and the blonde mage was using his friend's body for support as they walked. Hey Sasuke, I think that is Wendy. Naruto said as he squinted his eyes at the small girl running their way. Naruto nai Sasuke nai, you're both alright. Wendy shouted as she ran towards them. It is Wendy. Sasuke said with relief as the child came barreling into them, sending all three of the dragon slayers to the ground. I missed you both so much, I'm glad you're okay. Wendy cried as she held onto Naruto and Sasuke tightly. Naruto smiled as he propped himself up. I'm glad you're safe Wendy, but I hid you away in a tree, what happened? Naruto asked, wanting to make sure everything was okay. Wendy's eyes lit up when she remembered what happened. Oh, some people found me, but I was saved by an angel that looked like Naruto nai. Wendy said happily, causing both the dragon slayers to tilt their heads in confusion. An angel? Sasuke asked. That looked like me. Naruto added in. Yay Naruto nai, it was amazing, I was surrounded by all these bad guys, and then the angel came in a flash of yellow light and defeated all the bad guys before disappearing, but before he left I saw his face, he had the same bright blue eyes and spiky blonde hair as you. Wendy said with a giggle. That's an amazing story Wendy, did you get the man's name? Sasuke asked. Wendy turned her attention to Sasuke with a frown. No, I didn't get to ask him for his name. Wendy admitted sadly. During this whole conversation Naruto was running his mind non-stop, unable to believe everything Wendy had told him. Yellow flashes, Wendy mistaking a man for me, without a doubt in my mind it's that man, but what the hell has he been up to all these years, and why did he choose now to reveal himself, and only to save Wendy? It doesn't make any sense. Naruto thought to himself as he was broken by his thoughts by Wendy. Naruto nai, what do you think about the angel? Wendy asked sweetly. Naruto looked down with his hair covering his eyes, his now dull blue eyes. Be careful Wendy, sometimes angels are nothing but demons in disguise. Naruto said softly with a hint of anger. Wendy looked confused at Naruto's words. What does that mean Naruto nai? Wendy asked, not understanding the question. Naruto simply ruffled her hair. Don't worry about it Wendy. Let's go, we still have to get to Fairy Tail. Naruto said, quickly changing the subject as he stood up. Okay Naruto nai, you're right, let's go. Wendy said as she followed Naruto. Sasuke watched the blonde with a careful eye. He is hiding something, and it has to do with the man that saved Wendy. Sasuke thought to himself as he followed his fellow dragon slayers. 3 days later. It has been exactly 3 days since Naruto, Sasuke, and Wendy were attacked by members of a dark guild that served under Orochimaru. However, the 3 dragon slayers moved past that and now were standing in front of the Fairy Tail Guild Hall. Naruto looked over to Sasuke and noticed he was standing with an uncaring demeanor, not nervous about joining the guild, but Wendy was a different story, she was so nervous she was shaking. Naruto rested his hand on the small girl's shoulder and looked her in the eyes. Don't worry Wendy, me and Sasuke will be here with you, don't be scared. Naruto said with a smile as Wendy smiled back. Okay Naruto nai. Wendy said happily. Anytime Wendy. Naruto said with a grin as he placed his hands on the guild door. Shall we go inside? Naruto asked. Yes, let's get this over with. Sasuke said, sick of waiting. Naruto nodded and pushed open the doors. As Naruto walked into the Fairy Tail Guild and looked around, Naruto could only think of one thing: this place was absolutely insane. People were fighting and knocking over tables, others were passed out on the floor completely drunk. Naruto also noticed a small boy that was maybe a few years younger than himself with pink hair fighting with a boy that Naruto swore he saw before. As Naruto was trying to take all while seen and someone grabbed his attention. Why hello there, what brings you three to my guild? A voice called out besides Naruto. The blonde turned to his left and saw a short man with gray hair and a friendly smile. Oh, we were wondering if we could speak to the master about joining Fairy Tail. Naruto answered as he looked down at the man. Well, you're in luck my boy, I happen to be the guild master Makarov Dreher. Makarov said happily, holding his hand out for Naruto to shake. Naruto was about to accept the hand but stopped as he sensed something coming his way. Naruto reacted quickly and encased the unknown object in a pink crystal before it could make contact with him or the master. What the hell is this? Natsu yelled as he was now covered from head to toe in a pink crystal. Everyone in the guild turned to the doors but mainly had their attention focused on the 3 dragon slayers. Nervous with the attention he was getting, Naruto decided to continue his conversation with the master as he shook the master's hand. "Greetings Master Makarov, it's a pleasure to meet you," Naruto said politely as he motioned to Wendy. "I'd like you to meet Wendy Marvel, she is a Sky Dragon Slayer," Naruto said as he moved his hands to Sasuke. "This is Sasuke Uchiha, he is the Thunder Dragon Slayer," Naruto said, reveling who Sasuke was, shocking most of the guild members. "And I'm Naruto Milkovich, the Crystal Dragon Slayer." Naruto finished as the guild was completely silent. The H3 Dragon Slayers. Natsu gasped, not believing there were 3 more people like him. "That is amazing," Urza said across the guild hall while she was holding Mira in a headlock. "DCH, they look like a bunch of pussies to me," Mira scoffed. "Mirani language?" Lysandra yelled at her older sister's rude behavior. "A Thunder Dragon Slayer, huh?" Laxa said in a low voice from the second floor balcony, eyeing Sasuke. "Milkovich?" Gray thought with wide eyes, looking straight at Naruto. Makarov was grinning as wide as possible, looking at the 3 Dragon Slayers, mainly Naruto. "It's nice to meet you all, and I would love to have you all become members of my guild," Makarov said happily before turning around. "Alright everyone, we have new family members, so you know what that means," Makarov yelled out. "It's time to party." The entire guild yelled as it was thrown back into chaos. Wendy had her hands together with stars in her eyes. "This place is amazing, isn't it, Naruto Nai and Sasuke Nai?" Wendy asked as she received a nod from Sasuke and a toothy grin from Naruto. Few hours later. It has been a couple hours since Naruto had joined Fairy Tail, and the blonde mage was currently seated at the bar as he watched everyone in the guild. The pink-haired boy Natsu was talking up a storm with Wendy, asking her all kinds of questions about a dragon. And over in a corner, Sasuke was sitting at a table with the master's grandson Laxus and having a very simple conversation consisting of nothing but grunts and nods of recognition. Naruto was brought from his thoughts by the arrival of someone else. "Do you always strip down into your underwear?" The master deadpanned as he looked at the blonde who was wearing nothing but his necklace and underwear, so you could see the pink Fairy Tail guild mark he wore proudly on his chest. Naruto looked at the small man and waved it off. "It's a habit I got from my mother," Naruto said casually. The master rubbed his chin as he hopped onto the bar and used it as a seat. "I never knew Urchan to be one to strip in public," the aged master chuckled. Naruto's head shot around to the master at unreal speed. "You knew my mother?" Naruto gasped. The master chuckled at the boy's reaction. "Yes, I've met her on a few occasions, as your father would bring her with him when the wizard saints would hold a meeting," Makarov said as he took a pause and looked at Naruto. "However, she stopped coming when she gave birth to twins," Makarov said as he looked up at the guild ceiling. "I remember it like it was yesterday. Minato-kun was the happiest I had ever seen him. He kept going on and on about being a father, he even asked me to be you and Ultier's godfather," Makarov said, completely shocking the blonde. "You're my godfather? How come I've never heard either of my parents mention you before?" Naruto asked the small guild master. "I don't know why your parents never mentioned me before, especially your father, but you may not know this, your father lost both of his parents at a young age, and since they were both good friends of mine, I took Minato in and raised him," Makarov said quietly with a smile. "I watched him grow into one of Fairy Tail's most powerful mages to ever live and even achieve the title of a wizard saint. And now I get to watch his son grow into a man as well. Funny how the world works, isn't it?" Makarov said with a grin, looking at the blonde. Naruto was completely floored. He couldn't even think of a response. His father, the man he despised for so many years, lost his family as well, and he was a member of this guild. "If you don't mind me asking, my father's parents, how did they die?" Naruto asked in a hushed voice. Makarov looked down to the ground, remembering the night that he lost his 2 best friends. It was a night that would haunt him for the rest of his life. "They were murdered by an ex-wizard saint, a man by the name of Orochimaru," Makarov said, causing Naruto to slip out of his seat. Naruto couldn't believe it. The man he met all those years ago, the man Kishu saved him from, was also the man who killed his father's parents. Naruto stood up and turned away from Makarov. "I'm sorry, I need to go clear my head. Thanks for telling me all this. We can talk more later, Aji-san," Naruto said as he walked off. Makarov watched Naruto walk off with a smile and a lone tear cascading down his cheek. "He is just like his father," Makarov said to himself. Outside the guild, Naruto was standing on a grassy hill watching the sun go down, deep in thought. "So that Orochimaru bastard killed my grandparents, but that still doesn't excuse my father from abandoning us, does it?" Naruto thought to himself. After a moment, the blonde ruffled his hair in frustration. "Ah, damn it, I don't even know," Naruto yelled out as he turned around. As Naruto turned around, he came face to face with the boy he saw earlier. He was wearing no clothes, but like Naruto, he was wearing a small necklace around his neck. But the boy had spiky black hair, not blonde. Naruto looked at the boy with curiosity. "Can I help you?" Naruto asked. "Yes, my name is Gray Fullbuster, and I wanted to ask you what your mother's name was," the now named Gray asked. Naruto perked up, finally realizing where he saw this boy before. My mother's name was but you should know that you were her student. Naruto said, shocking Gray. How did you know that? Gray asked, knowing Naruto shouldn't even know who he was. The dragon that raised Mikesu, she had a crystal ball that could be used to spy on other people. I saw you and the other boy training with my mother. I saw how happy you two made her, so I vowed to become stronger to help protect her, but when I finally came home she was gone. Naruto said, become sad taking about the last part. Gray looked down, tears starting to flow out of his eyes. I'm sorry, I'm the reason your mom wasn't there. Gray said as he took a pause, having a difficult time forming the words in his mouth. I'm the reason is dead. Gray said, dropping to his knees. Naruto felt like he had been stabbed through the heart. Not only was his sister dead, but no, his mother was as well. How did she die? Naruto asked, his voice void of all emotion. Gray continued to sob for a moment before recompassing himself. A demon attacked my village and killed everyone, even my mother. I went to her and asked her to train me in magic, but one day I heard the demon was in a town close by, so against her protests, I left to fight it. However, I was completely outmatched and I was going to die until her came and saved me. She tried her hardest to kill the demon, but it was too strong, and in the end she resorted to using the iced shell spell to save me, sacrificing herself in the process. Gray said as he looked up to Naruto. So, for my sins I want you to be the one to strike me down, so I ask for you to kill me. Gray roared, shocking Naruto. Naruto looked down at the younger mage with a saddened look. When she died, did she die with a smile? Naruto asked, causing Gray to look up with confusion. What do you mean? Gray asked, not understanding the question. When she died, was she smiling? Naruto asked again. Gray thought for a moment before looking the blonde in the eyes. Yes, she did, but what does that matter? Gray asked the blonde as he saw Naruto held his hand out. When I saw my mother with you, she gave you the same look of love she would always give me and my sister. And she proved that love by sacrificing herself for you. Why should I hate you or bring harm to you? As far as I'm concerned, we are like brothers. Naruto said with a grin. You're just gonna forgive me that quickly? Gray asked as he took Naruto's hand. Naruto pulled the ice mage to his feet and brought him into a hug. There is nothing to forgive, I hold no anger towards you. My Kachan held a great amount of love and respect towards you, so I will do the same. Naruto said in a low voice, shocking Gray. Thank you. Gray murmured as he felt a massive weight being lifted off his shoulders. At the guild doors, Master Makarov watched the entire scene with a smile at how things turned out between the boys and was excited to see what the future held for his guild. Minato. If only you can see your son now. I can just tell that he will be a great mage in the future. Chapter 5. A new teacher. In the 1 week since Naruto had joined Fairy Tail, the Crystal Dragon Slayer hasn't had much free time to himself. After Naruto had learned the truth about his mother from Gray, the two mages started to spend more time together. Naruto had even been helping Gray progress in his ice magic, giving the younger mage a few tips and pointers. Though Naruto wasn't an expert on ice like his mother, he was still able to use it very proficiently, since ice was so similar to his crystal dragon magic. But something that has been bothering Naruto non-stop was his father. The Dragon Slayer didn't know if he should hate the man or feel sorry for him. Even though the master revealed to Naruto both of his father's parents were murdered at a young age, the blonde believed that still wasn't a plausible excuse for abandoning his wife and children. So, because of the doubts of his father, Naruto was found himself a new goal: find his father and figure out just why he left. However, this wasn't Naruto's main objective, it was to find a way to free his mother and break the iced shell spell. And like usual, Naruto's instincts were right, because that book the blonde took on ice magic turned out to be very helpful in finding a way to accomplish his goal. For the past week, Naruto still hasn't taken his first mission, yet he has been doing nothing but learning everything he can about the spell. And today was no exception, since the blonde was currently seated at a table by himself, somehow managing to read while the entire guild was in chaos. As Naruto's bright blue eyes scanned through each word, eventually reaching the end of the sentence, he sighed. It's been a whole week and I've still made little progress in finding a way to break the spell. The only thing in this stupid book is something called Moon Drip, and that would kill her. Naruto thought to himself as he started to think about giving up. I can't give up on Kachan yet, but I need to start taking some missions. Sasuke has been paying all the rent for our apartment we share with Wendy. Naruto thought as he shifted his gaze over to his little sister figure, who was trying to stop Mira and Urza from fighting. The blonde dragon slayer looked to the back of the room to see Sasuke. The Thunder Dragon Slayer was relaxing at his usual table with, to most people's surprise, the master's grandson. Naruto wasn't that surprised, however. He had got the chance to speak with the elder blonde mage and figured out Laxus was a bigger asshole than Sasuke, so the two were a fitting pair and even went on a mission a couple days ago together. Naruto was broken from his thoughts as he heard a sweet voice trying to grab his attention. Excuse me, hello. The person called trying to grab Naruto's attention. The blonde dragon slayer turned around and blushed a little when he saw the girl standing on the other side of his table. She was a small girl with a slender figure and shoulder-length blue hair that had an orange bandana tied into it. She was wearing an orange tank top that matched her bandana, and she also had white pants. Hey. Naruto said nervously, not really knowing how to act properly around a girl since half his life he was raised by a giant lizard. The girl gave Naruto a sweet smile before sitting down across from him. Hey, we haven't got a chance to talk yet, but I've noticed all week that you've been reading, and since I love books I thought I'd come introduce myself. The name's Levi, by the way, Levi McGarden. The now named Levi said in a friendly tone. Nice to meet you, Levi-chan. I'm Naruto Milkovich. Naruto greeted as he took a pause. Wait, you've been watching me? The blonde asked, considering most of the time he was relaxing around the guild he was in his underwear. Levi turned a whole new shade of red at Naruto's question and quickly started to shake her head no. No, yes, wait, no, I mean. Naruto held his hand up and stopped Levi before she could go any further. It's okay, Levi-chan, I know you weren't stalking me or anything, but we got off on a rough start. Why don't we start over and tell each other a little about ourselves? Naruto proposed and Levi nodded. Okay, I'll go first. My name is Levi McGarden, I'm 12 years old and I use solid script and rune magic. My biggest hobby is reading books of all genres. And I love this guild and all of my friends, but I dislike anyone who badmouths either. Levi said and Naruto nodded with a grin. That's really cool, Levi-chan. The dragon that raised me used rune magic too, but let me tell you a little about me. I'm Naruto Milkovich and I'm 13 years old. My magic is my crystal dragon slaying magic and my mother's ice make magic. Naruto explained as he made a fairy tale emblem in each hand. One hand had a pink crystal and the other one was made out of ice. My hobbies are training and spending time with my precious people. I love the guild and everyone that's a part of it. And I dislike a certain snake bastard and have mixed feelings about my father. Naruto said, causing Levi to give him a questioning look but decided not to ask questions she shouldn't. That's really amazing, Naruto-kun, and to think I use the same type of magic as the dragon that raised you. Levi said with a smile. The Erwin magic is pretty cool, I know Kesu did all sorts of amazing things with it. Naruto said, thinking back to his parent dragon. The Erwin magic has almost unlimited possibilities. You can set traps or protective runes. You could even use it to counter or break a spell. Naruto's eyes widened as an idea hit him but didn't interrupt Levi. And I've even heard of a man, you probably don't know him, his name was Minato Namikaze. He was one of the strongest members our guild has ever had. He was able to use rune magic to create spells. Like for instance, he could place a gravity rune on someone to slow down their movements completely. Levi explained, shocking Naruto that she knew about his father, but he was a famous wizard saint from the guild, so Naruto wasn't too shocked. Actually, Levi-chan, I do know Minato Namikaze, but I would always refer to him as Two-san. Naruto admitted, causing Levi's eyes to shoot wide open. Really, your father is Minato Namikaze, the yellow flash of fairy tale? Levi asked, completely shocked by the revelation. She couldn't believe that she was talking to Yellow Flash of Fairy Tail's son. Yeah, he is, but I don't like to talk about him if that's okay. Naruto said in a depressed voice. Levi saw the sadness that appeared in his normally bright and cheerful blue eyes and looked to the ground. She wondered why it made Naruto depressed to talk about his Two-san. After a few seconds of silence between the two, Naruto decided to speak up. Levi-chan, I have a favor to ask you. Naruto asked as the girl looked up with a curious expression. What do you need, Naruto-kun? Levi asked. Not minding helping the blonde in the least. Well, you said you use rune magic and I would like to ask you if you could teach me to use it as well. I know I'm asking a lot since you would have to spend more time helping me learn how to use it properly, but if you help me, I'll promise to make it up to you somehow. Naruto said, thinking rune magic may lead to a way of helping his mother. Levi was a little taken back. No one had ever asked her to teach them magic before and she did like the idea of spending more time with a blonde dragon slayer. It's no problem, Naruto-kun, I would be glad to help you. Levi said sweetly and gave the blonde a smile. You're the best, Levi-chan. Naruto shouted as in one swift move he jumped out of his clothes and gave the girl a hug from across the table. While the almost completely naked Naruto was busy hugging Levi, who had a trickle of blood running down her nose. She was glad that Naruto couldn't see her face that he was hugging her. Levi's teammates Jet and Droy were fuming across the room at how close the blonde was getting to the girl they both had eyes for. Jet growled as he turned to his best friend Droy. Look, as that bastard, he comes into our guild and jumps all over Levi-chan. Jet hissed as he looked back to Naruto. Yeah, I see what you mean, we should go teach that prick a lesson. Droy said as the duo started to stand but stopped when they saw Urza and Mira about to seriously fight and decided to watch before continuing. You stupid tin can, Mira yelled as her left arm turned into her Satan soul. Ugly whore, I'll cut you to ribbons. Urza yelled back using requip to grab a sword. Wendy watched the two fight with a frown. Wendy hated when friends fought, especially her Nai-sans Naruto and Sasuke. The Sky Dragon Slayer decided to stop the older girls, so she stepped between them and held her hands out. "You two shouldn't fight, we are all friends here, why don't you guys just make up?" Wendy proposed in a weak voice, a little intimidated by the older girls. Urza and Mira looked down at Wendy with a fierce gaze, frightening the small child. "Shut up, you brat." They growled together, causing Wendy to run off crying. As Wendy started to run, she brought her hands to her eyes to hide her tears. "Nai-sans, Urza and Mira are being mean to me." Wendy cried as she made it a solid 2 feet before feeling someone grab a hold of her. Wendy looked up to see Naruto and Sasuke both looking down to her with a kind smile. "Wendy, why for you go over there with Levi-chan for a minute? Your brothers have some things to take care of," Naruto said in a low sweet voice, pointing to Levi. Wendy nodded before walking off to Levi. Naruto and Sasuke watched Wendy walk off before their faces shifted from kind to absolutely pissed. The Dragon Slayer duo walked over to the arguing girls and flared a small amount of their power. Mira and Urza turned and looked at the two boys, not intimidated, since they were two of the most powerful mages of the guild, and they passed Naruto and Sasuke off as being weak like Natsu. "What the hell do you assholes want?" Mira asked rudely. Sasuke looked at the white-haired girl, blue lightning starting to crackle around his body. "You made Wendy cry," Sasuke said in a low, angry voice. Mira scoffed and waved Sasuke's statement off. "Well, maybe if she would grow up some she wouldn't be such a crybaby." Mira teased, inviting Sasuke for a fight. Naruto ignored the takeover mage and decided to let Sasuke deal with her as he looked towards Urza. "We can take a lot of things, but when someone messes with our Ni-chan then we get angry," Naruto said as Urza showed no signs of worry. "You're stepping out of your league, I'll have to teach you both how to behave," Urza said in a commanding voice as she reared back for a punch. Everyone in the guild was now watching the display that was occurring in the center of the guild. Gray watched from a few tables over. "What is Naruto Nai doing? Urza and Mira are monsters." Gray whispered to himself, hoping the person he now saw as an older brother would be okay. He knew that Naruto was strong, but to pick a fight with either Urza or Mira, he wasn't sure his older would live. On the other side of the guild, Natsu was sitting at a table with Lisana and Elfman and had a slightly different reaction to the situation. "I'm defiantly getting in on this fight," Natsu said as he stood up and took off. As Urza's fist came within inches of making contact with Naruto, the blonde casually grabbed the girl by her wrist, stopping her attack, and in a matter of seconds, encased her in a pink crystal, only leaving her head exposed. Shocking Urza by what he just did to her. She wasn't the only one, for the entire guide looked in awe and amazement to Naruto capturing Urza in crystal. However, Naruto sensed something coming behind and noticed Natsu running towards them with a flaming fist. Without as much as a warning, Naruto used his dragon slaying magic to make a barely noticeable pink crystal in the pink-haired dragon slayer's path, causing Natsu to trip and go barreling into Sasuke, knocking the Thunder Dragon Slayer into Mira. As the three mages landed onto the ground, the entire guild froze in place, except for one Crystal Dragon Slayer, who was laughing hysterically at the sight in front of him. Naruto looked down to see his rival/best friend laying on top of Mira, their lips locked together as both of them were completely red from embarrassment. After a moment of silence, Sasuke stumbled off of Mira, unable to speak. Mira, however, didn't lose her ability to speak and tried to hide her embarrassment with her anger. "What the hell was that for?" Mira yelled as she glared at Sasuke, who was still as red as she was. This was both their first kiss and they didn't know what to make of it. Sasuke turned away from the girl and disappeared in blue lightning, wanting to leave the humiliating experience behind him. As Sasuke left, the entire guild stayed silent for a few more minutes before bursting back to life, laughing at the two mages' expense. Naruto turned and looked at Mira and Urza and decided the two had enough and walked back over to Levi. As the blonde dragon slayer walked, he passed Jet and Droy, who looked away from him, but both were shaking uncontrollably from their legs up since they were too afraid to confront the blonde now after witnessing what he did to Urza. 1 month later. It's been 1 month since Levi agreed to teach Naruto how to wield rune magic, and to her complete surprise, not only did the blonde absorb all the information, she taught him like a sponge. Levi realized Naruto was a flat-out genius. Now Levi could understand how Naruto was Minato's son, since he was famous for his incredible intellect, which was something Naruto obviously inherited. But Levi was not the only person Naruto spent time with. The blonde-haired dragon slayer would occasionally train with Gray and help his little brother figure learn how to become a more rounded mage, both physically and mentally. However, due to his routine, Naruto has been able to actually only take very few quests. Most of them being lame fence painting or cat-chasing, but it paid the blonde's rent well. A small portion of it Sasuke would pay the rest, always complaining about paying the rent, so Naruto decided he should start taking up some more higher paying missions. But at Naruto's current pace that wasn't going to happen since like always the blonde was sitting in the guild hall with Levi right beside him, teaching him more about runes. So you have to make sure every rune you draw is precise or what will happen? Levi asked as she looked at Naruto. That's simple, if it's not precise the runes will become nothing but a bunch of useless scribbles. Naruto answered. Levi nodded her head in recognition to the blonde's correct answer. Very good Naruto-kun. You know I'm starting to run out of things to show you. Levi said a little embarrassed while rubbing the back of her head. Naruto waved of Levi's comment with his hand. Nah, you're really smart Levi-chan, I'm sure you have plenty more to show me. Naruto replied, giving her a foxy grin. Levi was about to thank the blonde for the compliment when suddenly someone slammed a piece of paper on the table. Naruto and Levi looked up to see Jet and Droy, and Levi formed a tick mark on her head. Levi wasn't stupid, she knew Jet and Droy's feelings for her, but she didn't care for them in the same way. Levi saw them as more of brothers than a potential boyfriend. And Levi also noticed Jet and Droy's jealousy towards Naruto since they have been spending so much time together. However, the solid script mage was starting to grow tired of her two friends' childish antics. Jet. Droy. What is your guys' problem? Levi yelled as both boy winced at her tone. Naruto, seeing what was going on, decided to save the two boys before they could say something they would regret. Don't be so angry Levi-chan, it looks like they were just excited about going on a mission. Naruto grabbed the mission request and looked it over as his eyes grew wide. You're kidding me, right? Naruto almost shouted as he looked at Jet and Droy. What are you talking about? Jet said in an uncaring attitude. Naruto sighed at Jet's response. I'm talking about this mission. Naruto said as he held out the mission request. This is an A-class quest, something that you three are absolutely unprepared for. Levi listened to Naruto's words and quickly snatched the mission request from the blonde's grasp to read for herself. After a moment of looking the paper over, Levi moved her gaze to her teammates and gave them a look as if they were crazy. What are you two thinking? The highest mission we have ever completed was a C-class, and both of you landed in the hospital for 2 weeks, and all we were doing was walking some dogs. Levi yelled, flailing her arms trying to release some of her pent-up aggression. Jet and Droy both looked to the ground, too ashamed to look Levi in the eye. Naruto watched Team Shadow Gear's little quarrel and had an idea. The blonde dragon slayer placed his arm on Levi's shoulder to grab her attention. I have an idea, I've been wanting to take some higher paying jobs, so why don't you guys take the mission and I'll tag along with you? Naruto said, causing all 3 members of Team Shadow Gear to look at him with wide eyes. That's nice of you to offer to help Naruto-kun, but I don't think we should take this job. Levi said, agreeing with Naruto's earlier statement of them not being ready for an A-class mission. Naruto pulled Levi into his chest with one arm, causing her to blush. Don't worry, I'll be with you guys, I haven't really taken many high-rank missions lately, but I can kick Sasuke's ass, and the lowest mission he takes are A-class. Naruto said as he started to get Levi to believe they could actually complete the mission. If you really think we can accomplish the mission, then let's go. Levi said as Jet and Droy agreed, not wanting to look weak in front of Levi. Alright, it's settled then. We can all meet at the guild doors in 3 hours, I'll go tell Master we are taking this quest. Levi nodded as she watched Naruto walk off to find the master and turned around and looked at Jet and Droy. I want you two to make a promise to me that you won't fight or cause an issue with Naruto-kun while we are on this mission. Levi said, looking at her two friends with a completely serious face. Jet and Droy looked at Levi with complete shock at what she said. Levi, you really think? I said promise me. Levi said, sternly cutting Jet off. Jet and Droy looked away from their crush. We promise Levi we will get along with him. Jet and Droy mumbled together. Levi sighed, it wasn't a sincere promise, but she took it as is. Well, as long as you two keep your promise, I won't get mad at you for acting like jerks to Naruto-kun these past few weeks. I really like him and I would like to see 3 of my closest friends get along. Levi said as she walked off to get prepared for their mission, saying nothing more to the pair. But Naruto walked through the guild hall in search of his godfather to show him that he will be taking a quest off the board with Team Shadow Gear. As the blonde walked, he passed Gray and gave him a friendly wave, which he returned. Not paying attention, Naruto felt something bump into him. The crystal dragon slayer looked down to see Natsu's little friend and Mira's little sister Lisanna. Oh, I'm sorry for bumping into you, Lisanna, but why are you in such a rush? Naruto asked as he could tell the girl was clearly winded from running due to her red face and giant breaths of air she was taking in. Lisanna looked up and brightened up at noticing Naruto. It's amazing, Naruto, me and Natsu were playing in the forest and found a real dragon egg. Naruto's eyes shot open at the mention of a dragon egg. You should come see it, it's almost as big as Natsu, we can hardly carry it around, but we are going to go hatch it and raise it. Lisanna said with a smile, secretly thinking about being Natsu's wife and raising the dragon. Naruto looked down at the younger mage. He didn't have the heart to tell her that it couldn't be a dragon egg since they are much larger than a full-grown human, according to Kesu. That's really amazing, Lisana. You and Natsu better take very good care of the egg then. Naruto said as he watched Lisana nod before taking off out the guild doors. Deciding to find the master so he can go home and gather his things, Naruto went on his way as he spotted his godfather sitting casually on the guild's bar. Hey Aji-san, I'm leaving for a mission. Naruto said as he placed the request form down for Makarov to inspect. An A-class quest to destroy a cursed object that is guarded by a demon. To save a small farming village from the curse that has been plaguing their land. Makarov said as he read the quest and then looked at Naruto. This is your first big mission if I'm not mistaken. Are you going in on this alone? The master asked, not worried if Naruto was ready for the mission, but he wanted to make sure no harm befell his godson. Actually Aji-san, I wasn't gonna take this mission, Team Shadow Gear was, but since I feel they are not ready for an A-class mission, I'm gonna tag along with them. Naruto explained as the master nodded with a smile. They're concerned about the well-being of your fellow guild members. An admirable trait you inherited from both your parents. Makarov said with beaming pride at how even though Naruto had experienced so many hardships, his godson was still headed down the correct path and has even been helping others like Wendy who has no real family. But Naruto with the help of Sasuke practically raises her and treats her like a little sister. Or how Naruto has forgiven young Gray and even become a brother figure to him as well. The master watched as Naruto smiled before turning around and waving to him. See you when I get back, Aji-san. Naruto called out when suddenly Makarov had a nostalgic feeling as for a second Naruto's figure shifted to Minato and it brought back the memory of Makarov watching him walk off headed for his first major quest. Yeah, you come back safe, you damn gaki. Makarov yelled back to the blonde as a lone unseen tear escaped from his eye. Naruto makes sure they come back safe. 3 hours later. It's been almost exactly 3 hours since Naruto had told Levi and the rest of Team Shadow Gear to meet him in front of the guild hall. And as the blonde walked to the guild he carried Wendy on his shoulders since she would be tagging along on the mission as well. As the dragon-slaying siblings walked they saw their guild and more importantly their teammates for the mission, Levi, Jet and Roy. Naruto saw that Levi had noticed them and decided to wave down his friend. Hey Levi-chan, I hope we are on time. Naruto called out to her as he and Wendy walked closer. Yeah, you are right on time, but what is Wendy doing here? I thought we were going on a mission. Levi asked pointing at the small 5-year-old. Oh, I forgot Sasuke already left for a mission and it's my turn to watch over Wendy, so she is going to tag along with us. Naruto said, shocking the 3 mages in front of him. You said we weren't ready to take on an A-class quest, but you're bringing a 5-year-old. Jet yelled pointing at Naruto. Yes, I said you weren't prepared. I never said anything about Wendy, but not only was Wendy trained by a dragon, me and Sasuke have been teaching her how to fight properly. Naruto said with a grin as he pointed to the small girl on his shoulders. Yeah, Naruto Nai and Sasuke Nai are really strong and they both have showed me how to fight. Wendy said in a cute voice, but still tried to sound tough. Levi accepted the explanation and grabbed Naruto by his sleeve. Well, come on then, let's hurry to the train station. Levi said as she began to walk off. Oh Kami, give me strength. Naruto mumbled as he already started to feel sick at the mention of the word trains. On the train. Payback was sweet was the only thing Jet and Roy could think of right now. It has been a total of 2 minutes since the group of fairies had boarded a train to travel to their destination, and all 3 members of Shadow Gear were very surprised to find out the blonde dragon slayer's weakness to transportation. Naruto was currently hunched over holding his stomach in absolute pain. Naruto-kun, do you need some help? Levi asked sweetly as she tried to help the blonde by rubbing his back. Wendy looked at her big brother and sighed. Don't worry Levi, neither Naruto Nai or Sasuke Nai can handle transpiration very well, but I know how to help him. Wendy said as she held her hands over Naruto and casted Troya on the blonde to cure his motion sickness. Naruto immediately shot up and pulled Wendy into a hug. Thanks Wendy, I feel great. Naruto said happily as he let go of the Sky Dragon Slayer. Levi smiled at the blonde's near limitless energy. I'm glad you're feeling better Naruto-kun. Levi said as Naruto nodded. Thanks Levi-chan, I'm just glad Wendy is able to help me. Naruto said with a chuckle while Wendy and Levi joined in on the laughter. But after a few seconds they stopped and their group went into an awkward silence. Not liking the quiet, Naruto decided to start a conversation. You know, me and Levi-chan know each other pretty well and so do me and Wendy, but I don't really know anything about you two and Wendy really only knows me, so why don't we tell a little about ourselves since we are working together? Naruto proposed as everyone looked at him. What would you like us to say about ourselves, Nai-san? Wendy asked as Naruto scratched his cheek and thought for a moment. Well, maybe ours names, age, what type of magic we use, our likes and dislikes and our goals for the future. Naruto answered with a foxy grin. Alright, I'll go first. My name is Wendy Marvel and I'm 5 years old. I use Sky Dragon Slayer magic which is mainly used for healing and support. I like Naruto Nai and Sasuke Nai plus everyone in the guild. I dislike anyone who tried to hurt my precious people. And finally my goal for the future is to become a powerful mage and make my brothers proud. Wendy said as Levi nodded. That's a very good goal, Wendy, but I'll go next. I'm Levi McGarden and I'm 12. I am a solid script and rune mage. I like Naruto-kun and all my friends at Fairy Tail. And I dislike people who badmouth my friends. And my dream for the future is to become a well-known author. Levi said as Naruto smiled, knowing Levi's love for books. Well, I'll go next. The name is Jet, plain and simple, and I am 12 years old. My magic is called high speed and it makes me the fastest man in the whole guild. My likes are Levi-chan and the guild. My dislikes are people who look down on me and consider me weak. And my goal for the future is to take a certain girl on a date. Jet said, sending a final look towards Levi. That's a very intriguing magic, Jet. Naruto said, being friendly to the high-speed mage who ignored the blonde comment. Okay. Why don't you go next, Roy? The blonde asked. Okay, whatever, my name is Droy, I am 12 years old as well, and I use plant magic. I like Levi-chan and most of the members of Fairy Tail. Droy sent Naruto a quick glance. I dislike arrogant jerks, and my dreams for the future is the same as Jet's. Droy said as he was rather quick and to the point. Well, looks like I'm the last one left. I'm Naruto Milkovich, I am 13 years old, and I'm the Crystal Dragon Slayer, but I can also use my Kachan's ice make magic and rune magic, thanks to all that Levi has showed me. However, I have a long way to go till I'm as good as her. Naruto praised, causing Levi to blush. As for my likes, I love everyone in Fairy Tail, especially Wendy, Levi, Gray and my godfather Master Makarov. Levi, Jet and Droy's eyes shot open at the mention of the master being Naruto's godfather. However, I dislike a certain dark mage more than anything. And my goal. No, my ambition is to one day be reunited with my mother and save her from her fate. Naruto finished as he closed his eyes, finally done with his introduction. Naruto-kun, you never told me the master was your godfather. Levi gasped, looking at Naruto for answers. Yeah, the master raised my father, so when me and my twin sister were born the master was asked to be our godfather. Naruto explained, giving Team Shadow Gear even more questions. You have a twin sister? Jet asked, trying to picture a female Naruto. Naruto looked down and frowned. I had a twin sister, but she died a long time ago. Naruto said as the train became deathly quiet. Naruto-kun, I'm sorry to hear that. Levi said, finally starting to realize all the pain and heartache Naruto hides behind his cheerful and caring personality. It became a mystery to her how Naruto's life was before he met his dragon. It's fine, Levi-chan, but we should rest up, we have a few more hours before we arrive at our destination. Naruto said as the other four mages nodded in agreement. Few hours later. After riding on the train for a couple of hours, Naruto and company finally arrived to their destination and have been traveling down a long dirt path on an open grassy plain. Naruto looked over to Levi, who was the designated navigator since Naruto deemed her the most reasonable choice. So Levi-chan, mind telling me how far away this village is? Naruto asked as he felt Wendy move around on Naruto's shoulders. Yeah, Levi, I'm starting to get tired. Wendy whined, causing Naruto to form a sweat drop. You haven't walked any since we got off the train. The blonde dragon slayer mumbled. Giggling at Naruto and Wendy's antics, Levi looked at the boy that she was slowly starting to have feelings for. Anyhow, we are pretty close to the village. It's located in a small valley that's only a few minutes from where we currently are. Levi said, and Naruto perked up. Finally, I've been itching for some real action, let's hurry up and start moving faster. Naruto said as he took off running, with Wendy giggling, happily enjoying the ride. After a few minutes, Naruto came to a stop and noticed the path took a steep decline with a small town placed at the bottom. Naruto eyed the town carefully and noticed there wasn't a lot to it even for a small farming town. This was strange. There was no crops or even any signs that people have attempted to grow crops. And there was also no farm animals, it was like it was just nothing but buildings. However, Naruto could pick up around 40 different human scents. Which doesn't make sense how a town like this could sustain so many people. Naruto Nai, what's the matter? Wendy asked, noticing Naruto was thinking about something. It's nothing you should worry about, Wendy, I'll protect you. Naruto looked over his shoulder and saw Team Shadow Gear finally catch up. Let's go everyone and keep on your guard, I have a bad feeling about this place. Naruto said as Jet scoffed. What's the matter? It's just some crappy rundown village. Jet said as he walked past Naruto. Yeah, if you're afraid we can protect Levi-chan and Wendy while you wait here. Droy said, taking a shot at the blonde as he walked with his friend. Levi grabbed Naruto's hand, causing the blonde to turn around and look at her. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun, they really don't mean what they are saying, they're nice guys, it's just Naruto stopped Levi from going any further. It's fine, Levi-chan, I know what's going on, but I want you to promise me that you will be cautious. Naruto asked in a low voice, showing his concern. Okay, Naruto-kun, I promise I'll be carefully, but we should go catch up with Jet and Droy. Levi said as Naruto agreed, and they went to go catch up with the two mages. Naruto, Wendy and Levi caught up to the two male members of Team Shadow and saw that they were talking with an old man who was wearing brown tattered robes with an old walking stick. "Why hello there, I take it you're the rest of the young mages here to help us," the man said with a friendly smile. "Yes we are, my name is Naruto Milkovich of Fairy Tail, and if you don't mind could you explain what's been happening around here?" Naruto asked as he watched the man stroke his beard. "Well there, if you travel in the deeper into the valley you will find a rather large cave where the demon dwells." The old man took a pause. "However, the demon is just the guardian. You see, almost 400 years ago our ancestors sealed that demon away, but unfortunately he has managed to escape and is using ancient relic to curse our land. We need you to defeat the demon and destroy the relic," the man said as everyone nodded besides Naruto. "Alright, we will save your village, don't worry about it," Jet reassured, giving a thumbs up. "A Team Shadow Gear has never failed a mission yet," Droy added in, giving Naruto and Levi a sweat drop. "Very good, then I'm trusting you five with saving our village, don't let me down," the old man said as he started to walk away. Naruto watched the old man walk off with a keen eye before turning to his fellow mages. "Okay, I hear is how things are going to go down. I want you three," Naruto pointed to Team Shadow Gear, "to go ahead and scout the cave. I'm going to check around here for a little bit, but I don't want you guys to enter the cave and engage the enemy until I've caught up," Naruto ordered, causing Levi to nod. "Alright Naruto-kun, we will head out and wait for you, be careful," Levi said with concern towards the blonde as she and the rest of Team Shadow Gear left towards where the demon was located. As Naruto watched Levi walk away he felt Wendy tap on his head. "Naruto-nai, why are we not going to help them?" Wendy asked, a little confused. "There is something I want to investigate before we continue this mission any further," Naruto answered as he snuck through the small village. Naruto moved at a swift pace, making sure to keep himself and Wendy concealed. The blonde dragon slayer arrived to a window of a small house and noticed the inside was completely barren. "Strange, there is no people or furniture inside, it's like this house is only for show," Naruto thought as he went to investigate more houses and found that every house was empty. "Okay, I'm starting to dislike what I'm finding here," Naruto thought as he continued on. He was starting to get a bad feeling about this mission and that else was going on. But Levi was standing on a small edge with the rest of Team Shadow Gear, looking down onto the small cave entrance, waiting for Naruto and Wendy to arrive. The group of three have been waiting for the dragon slayers to arrive for some time now, and Levi could notice how impatient her teammates were becoming. "Let's just go ahead and go," Jet said, all of a sudden standing to his feet. "Yeah, I'm getting sick of waiting for that bastard to show up. The three of us can handle this," Droy said as he began to walk off with Jet towards the cave. Levi jumped to her feet and grabbed the back of Jet and Droy's shirts, trying to stop them. "Are you guys crazy? We need to wait for Naruto-kun and Wendy," Levi shouted, trying to use reason with her two friends. Jet scoffed at Levi's words. "Like a stripper who dresses in pink and an 5-year-old will be any help," Jet said, not wanting any help from Naruto. "Yeah, Jet's right, Levi-chan, so are you coming with us or not?" Droy asked, causing Levi to grit her teeth. The blue-haired girl looked in the direction Naruto should currently be at and quickly looked to the ground. "I'll go with you guys," Levi mumbled in a sad voice. Jet and Droy nodded as they continued to walk, however Levi hesitated for a second and looked back, hoping to see the blonde dragon slayer. "Naruto-kun, please hurry, we are going to need you," Levi thought to herself as she started to walk towards the cave. But Naruto has been wandering around the village for a good 30 minutes now, still unable to find any signs of life. "What the hell is going on? I smelled well over 40 cents when we arrived, but they all have vanished and this place is pretty much uninhabitable. I need to go check on Levi-chan too and make sure nothing has happened to her," Naruto thought as he turned his attention to Wendy, who was now walking beside him. "Okay Wendy, we are going to go meet up with Levi-chan and the others now," Naruto said as he started to walk away. "Okay Naruto-nai, but I've been picking up a wired scent for a little bit. Though my nose isn't as good as yours, okay Sasuke-nai's," Wendy said as Naruto started to sniff the air and found the strange smell Wendy was talking about. "Blood," Naruto thought with a shocked expression as he grabbed Wendy. "Sorry Wendy, but we gotta be quick," Naruto said as he took off with the small girl in his arms. After a few minutes of running towards the scent, Naruto saw two people laying in front of the cave entrance, beaten and bloodied. "Jet. Droy," Naruto yelled as his heart sank a little as he didn't see Levi. Naruto stooped in front of the two boys and set Wendy down so she could use some healing magic on them. "What happened to you guys?" Naruto asked as he watched Wendy start to heal them. Jet grabbed Wendy's arm and looked at her. "We are fine Wendy, thank you, but Levi may be hurt far worse than a save your strength." Jet let go and looked at Naruto. "I'm sorry we went inside without waiting, we only took this mission to show Levi how much cooler we were than you, but everything we did backfired." Jet said as Naruto nodded, already knowing their reasons for taking the A-class quest. Yeah, Jet is right, we thought we could defeat that monster without your help, and Levi would notice our strength, but we were beaten horribly. Levi keep fighting though, she told us to go get your help, but we collapsed right here, unable to go any further. Roy started to tear up and slammed his fist on the ground. Damn it, we are so pathetic, who knows what could be happening to Levi right now. Roy cried out as Jet nodded. We are worse than pathetic, we are complete trash. We put Levi in danger so we could look cool. Jet added in. Naruto closed his eyes and placed a hand on both of their shoulders. You're not trash. Naruto spoke calmly, causing both Jet and Roy's eyes to widen. I know why you took this quest and why you've been so hostile towards me, and I'm not mad at you for that. I understand your anger and jealousy. However, you guys have each said you wanted to show your strength or prove you're not weak. Well, at the current pace you are going, you will never accomplish that. Naruto said as Jet and Roy both looked away. You will never find true strength because you are fighting for the incorrect reasons. Instead of trying to prove you are strong so people will think you are cooler. You shouldn't give a damn what other people say about you. You should fight to protect your precious people and even be willing to give your own life for theirs. Naruto said as he stood up and gave Jet and Roy both a serious look. So I'm going to go save Levi-chan and do everything beside fail to save her because she is one of my precious people, and I hope one day you too can be one of my precious people as well. Naruto said as he took off into the cave, Wendy following close behind, leaving the two boys to think over the blonde's words. He isn't that bad of a guy, huh, Roy? Jet asked with a small smile. No, he isn't. Roy answered back as he let out a sigh of relief, knowing Levi will be okay. But Levi was panting hard, practically running on fumes now. It has been 5 minutes since she had told Jet and Roy to go get Naruto's help because of the demon standing in front of her. Speaking of the demon, it looked like it wasn't winded in the least bit. The demon was around the same size as Naruto and old lot enough, had the same stature as a human. With long wild brown hair and blackish purple skin with a feral grin, showing of its long row of canine teeth. And other things was it was actually wear clothes, the demon skin right, black shirt and pants. Levi found this odd that a demon would wear clothing, but didn't have much more time to think as the creature let loose a loud howl before running straight for her, holding out his long sharp claws, intending on slicing her in two. Unable to move, Levi watched as the beast came within inches over her, and she closed her eyes, too afraid to look. This is it. Levi thought as she gritted her teeth, waiting for the pain. However, nothing happened, so the solid script mage opened her eyes to see the claws of the demon inches for her face. Only being stooped by the shirtless blonde who was grasping hard on the demon's wrist. You okay, Levi-chan? Naruto asked as he turned his head to give her a look over. Yes, Naruto-kun, I'm fine now thanks to you. Levi sobbed out, not believing the blonde made it in time. Naruto nodded before turning back to the demon. Good, why don't you take a step back and have Wendy check your wounds, I'll take things from here. Naruto spoke as pink aura started to slowly appear around his body. Levi nodded as she started to back away, but watched Naruto rear his leg back before sending a crushing blow to the demon's stomach, sending it flying across the cave with tremendous force. That was for my friend's asshole. Naruto growled as he exploded in pink aura, showing he was activating his crystal drive. Levi watched Naruto with awe. He is giving off so much magical power. Levi gasped. She didn't think that anyone so young and around her age possessed so much magic in them. Yeah, Naruto Nai is really strong. I know Sasuke Nai complains all the time how he holds back during their fights. Wendy said, making her presence known. Levi turned around to see Wendy behind her. Really, Wendy, I would have never guessed Naruto was that strong. His magical pressure is way larger than mine. Levi said as she turned and saw Naruto punch the demon into the cave wall. Yeah, he is, but you're hurt, let me heal you. Wendy said as she prepared to give Levi some treatment. However, Levi shook her head and stopped the small girl. No, I'm fine, Wendy, nothing is really wrong with me, but do you see that thing on the altar over there? Levi asked, pointing in the direction opposite of where Naruto was fighting. Wendy looked to see a strange rock placed on a large altar with torches surrounding it. Yeah, I see it. Wendy answers back. But I need you to run over there and destroy it. That's the relic the demon is protecting, and it must be destroyed. Levi said as Wendy nodded. Okay, you can count on me. Wendy said with confidence as she took off after the altar. Back with Naruto, the blonde was weaving in and out, dodging all the strikes sent his way from the demon in front of him. The blonde dragon slayer secretly made a patch of ice with his ice make, causing the beast to lose his footing, and without warning Naruto jumped in the attack, incussing his fists in crystals to make his attacks more powerful. As the blonde sent one final punch towards the demon, sending it to the ground with a thud. The blonde felt an immense amount of dark magical energy sweep out the cave. You fool, what have you done? The demon muttered as his body shifted to that of a young boy, shocking Naruto. Moments earlier, Wendy was standing over top of the strange black stone and breathed a little to calm herself down. Okay Wendy, just like Naruto Nai and Sasuke Nai showed you. Wendy said to herself as she held her fist into the air. Sky Dragon's fist. Wendy yelled as she slammed a fist coated in wind onto the black stone, breaking it in half. Right as the stone broke, to Wendy's complete and utter surprise, dark energy shot out off the rock and engulfed her before she even had the chance to react. Naruto felt the overbearing magical power and turned to see Wendy walking towards him with a dark shroud covering her body and her eyes closed shut. Wendy, what's the matter? Naruto asked, looking at his little sister figure. Naruto was taken back though as he watched Wendy's eyes shoot open, revealing blood-red eyes and a sadistic grin on her face. Nothing is wrong Naruto Nai. Wendy replied in a dark twisted voice. Chapter 6. Demons, Mages and Cats. Naruto gritted his teeth as he looked at his precious little sister Wendy Marvell. She was currently standing a good distance from the blonde dragon slayer, but was close enough to where Naruto could clearly see something was wrong with the girl. Her normally kind and beautiful brown eyes were replaced with two evil and sinister, looking dark red eyes with black slits for pupils. What's the matter Naruto Nai, is something bothering you? Wendy asked, her voice dark and twisted, unlike her usual shy and sweet self. Naruto didn't give a response however, instead the blonde dragon slayer looked to the demon that had shifted into a boy. Then Naruto turned to look at Levi and noticed she was also in some state of shock due to Wendy's current position. Fed up with all the questions swimming throughout his mind, Naruto finally snapped. What the hell is going on here? The blonde yelled in rage, his voice carrying itself throughout the large silent cavern. Maybe I could shed some light on what is truly going on. A familiar voice chuckled. Naruto looked towards the voice and noticed the old man from the village that had hired him for the quest, who was slowly walking over to Wendy, finally making his presence known. I knew something was up. What the hell did you do to my Yamato? Naruto yelled angrily, flaring his magical power, creating small cracks in the ground around him. To me? The old man pointed to himself with a laugh. I didn't do anything to this small child. Her current state is something she brought upon herself. You're lying now, tell me what you did to Wendy. Naruto shouted and gripped his fist at the man's laughter. I'm many things, child, but in this exact moment a liar isn't one of them. The man spoke as he stopped walking and placed a hand on Wendy's shoulder. You see, that boy laying on the ground beside you has been stopping me and my underlings from releasing this demon that was sealed within that stone for some time now, but I had a stroke of genius. What if I hired some mages from a light guild and pose as an old feeble farmer and have the mages do my dirty work for me? And I must pat myself on the back, my plan worked beautifully. The man said, causing Naruto's eyes to widen. I knew something wasn't right, but because of my lack of judgment Levi-chan, Jet and Droy all got hurt, and Wendy. Naruto thought as he looked at his little sister and noticed her sadistic smirk. And now the demon is free, I shall control its power to bring destruction to all of Fiori, paving the way for Zara-sama's resurrection. The old man yelled, laughing like a maniac. Control me? Wendy asked, looking at the man. That's going to be pretty hard, Wendy stated, grabbing the man's attention. The old man turned and looked at the possessed Wendy. What are you talking about? The man was unable to finish his sentence due to Wendy's wind-coated hand that was now pierced through his chest. Since you're dead. Wendy finished, ripping her hand from the man's chest, blood splashing against her face in the process. As the aged dark mage's body fell lifelessly onto the ground, Naruto's eyes shot open at what he just witnessed his little sister do. Levi brought her hands to her mouth and gasped, not believing she just watched a small child murder a grown man. What's the matter Naruto Nai? It's not like he didn't deserve it. Wendy chuckled, kicking the man's motionless body. Wendy? Naruto mumbled, unable to say anything else, being too shocked to even think rationally. You need to stop her. The boy laying on the ground coughed out, showing he was still conscious. Naruto shot his gaze over to the boy who was struggling to stand on his feet. What are you talking about? You need to kill the demon before it can escape for here. And the only way to accomplish that is to kill its host. The boy reveled, causing Naruto's eyes to widen. Before Naruto could even try to reason with the boy, a black magic circle appeared over top of his body and transformed him back into his demon form. And since it is my duty as the only remaining member of the Inuzuka clan left, Kiba Inuzuka will fulfill the task handed down to me by finally killing you. The now named Kiba yelled as he charged at Wendy. Naruto watched in horror as dark magical energy appeared around Kiba's outstretched hand that was on course to run Wendy through. But to make matters worse, the blonde dragon slayer watched as Wendy's eyes returned back to their normal brown color and brought her hands up in defense, shifting to her normal personality. Naruto Nai, save me. Wendy cried out in a frightened voice, causing Naruto to react on instinct by placing both his hands onto the ground and covered the entire cave floor with pink crystals, trapping not only Kiba but Wendy as well. What are you doing? Kiba yelled, trying to jerk himself free but was having little to no success. Just hold on for a second. Wendy is still in there, I won't let you hurt her. Naruto tried to reason with Kiba as he walked over to him and Wendy. Unfortunately for Naruto, he failed to notice Wendy's hidden smirk. The Sky Dragon Slayer slowly held her hands towards the two boys. Demonic Sky Dragon's Twister. Star Wendy mumbled as a large magic circle appeared in front of her hands before expelling a massive gust of wind at Naruto and Kiba. Unable to react quick enough at the surprise attack, Naruto was sent flying across the cave, shortly followed by Kiba, who was freed from the crystals that were trapping him on the floor due to Wendy's attack. As Naruto smacked against the cave wall, he gasped in pain before falling to the ground. Damn, that hurt. Since when can Wendy pack that much power? Begins her attacks. Naruto moaned out in pain as he started to get up. It's the demon possessing her. It's amplifying her magical power, making her attack stronger. Naruto looked to his right to see the Kiba laying on the ground clutching his ankle in pain. Well, what can we do to save her? Naruto asked in desperation. Well, I can't do shit now thanks to my ankle, but you can still do something. Kiba replied, looking Naruto in the eyes. I'm willing to do anything I can to help Wendy, just tell me what I have to do. You're not going to like this, but the demon needs to be stopped, and since it's possessed that girl, the only way to kill the demon is to kill her. Kiba explained, causing Naruto to tighten his fist. The blonde dragon slayer looked over to Wendy, who was standing completely still. There has to another way to save her. I've already lost one sister, I'm not losing Wendy as well. Naruto mumbled, hardly able to speak. Kiba looked over to Naruto with a sad expression. Look, this thing was a monstrosity that killed hundreds of people. My ancestor fought against it centuries ago and were only able to seal it away. Kiba winced as he stood to his feet. According to my clan archives, that demon holds incredible destructive power when it's in its true form, but it's still just as strong when it takes over someone's body. Naruto listened to Kiba's explanation and formed an idea in his head. What if I could get the demon to show its true form and then fight it off and destroy it without hurting Wendy in the process? Naruto proposed, thinking there may be a sliver of hope for saving Wendy. It's possible, but getting the demon to leave her body will be the hard part, Kiba said as he leaned against the cave wall for support. Okay, I'll take care of Wendy. Why don't you go over there with Levi? She is a member of my guild and she might be able to help you figure out a better way to stop the demon if I fail, Naruto said, earning a nod from Kiba. Alright, I'll make my way over there, you just make sure you stop that thing at all cost. Kiba grunted out as he started to hobble his way towards Levi. Don't worry, I will, Naruto reassured as he started to walk over to where the possessed Wendy was waiting. What were you talking about, Naruto Nai? The possessed Wendy asked as she noticed Naruto approaching. Naruto flinched, still not used to the state Wendy was in. Oh, nothing to worry about, Amato, Naruto said lazily, trying to distract the demon while he silently made a crystal quickly wrap around Wendy, trapping her. Wendy looked around and noticed she was being held in place by what seemed to be pink crystal ropes that wrapped around her entire body. TSK Nai-san, that wasn't a very nice thing to do. Wendy chuckled as slowly wind started to propel from her body before she let loose a powerful gust of wind, shattering the crystal ropes. Damn it, I'm running low on ideas that don't involve Wendy getting hurt, Naruto thought as he was starting to feel powerless like all those years ago. Naruto Nai, I'm starting to get bored. Let's play a game. Wendy chuckled as she held her hand out, producing a magical circle. Oh shit, Naruto thought as he watched a twisted of wind shoot out from Wendy's hand, heading straight for him. Naruto placed his hands onto the ground and prepared to mix his Ice Make and Dragon Slayer magic together for a more powerful barrier. However, before Naruto could even form a barrier, he watched Wendy's attack change course and looked to find her attack's new destination, Levi. Levi, Naruto cried out as he watched a blue-hair girl freeze up, unable to move, but before the attack could make solid contact, Kiba shoved Levi out of the way, taking all the damage on himself. Without wasting a second, Naruto darted across the cave to the downed Kiba and ran to his side with Levi. Kiba, talk to me, are you okay? Naruto cried out, hoping the boy would be alright. Yeah, this is. Kiba stopped to cough up some blood. This is nothing, Kiba finished with a small grin. You saved me, why? Levi asked, wondering why someone who was their enemy only a few minutes ago would save her. Kiba coughed and gave the Teferis another weak smile. It was the job handed down throughout my clan to guard this place. So when I pledged to protect the world from this demon, I pledged not only to stop anyone from freeing the demon. I also pledged to place my life on the line to protect others, Kiba said weakly, and Naruto gritted his teeth. If I hadn't hesitated, this could have been avoided, Naruto thought as he felt Levi place a hand on Naruto's hand. Thank you for saving me, Kiba, Levi said before she looked Naruto in the eyes. And Naruto-kun, don't blame yourself none if this is your fault, Levi added, in causing Naruto's eyes to widen. But Levi-chan. Levi stopped Naruto from speaking with her hand. I know yours blaming yourself, but this isn't your fault. So get up and fight back because your Amato needs you, Levi said, trying to get Naruto to be his old self again. Naruto rose to his feet, his blonde locks overshadowing his eyes. You're right, Levi-chan. Naruto looked up to revel his pink glowing eyes. I can feel sorry for myself later. Right now Wendy needs me. Naruto said as he looked over to the possessed dragon slayer. Naruto shot forward with incredible speed and appeared a few feet in front of Wendy. Forgive me, Wendy. Naruto thought as he made a crystal pillar from under Wendy, sending into the air. Naruto grabbed the girl by her ankle and tossed her across the cave, sending her rolling on the floor. Before taking off again and placing his hands behind his back. Crystal Dragon's Mace. Naruto yelled as he swung his giant crystal mace with the intentions of striking Wendy. However, the small girl placed her hands to protect herself. Nai-san, what are you doing? Wendy cried out in her regular voice, catching Naruto off guard. The Crystal Dragon Slayer stopped his attack inches above the Sky Dragon Slayer. Wendy, are you in there? Naruto asked, unable to see her hidden smirk. Yes, I am. Wendy mumbled as she started to stand to her feet. But I'm not Wendy. The small girl laughed as she breathed a powerful gust of wind from her mouth, hitting Naruto point blank, sending the Crystal Dragon Slayer flying back into the air. Unfortunately for Naruto, the demon possessing Wendy shot in the air, soaring high above Naruto before retracting her head back and releasing another roar of wind towards Naruto. Naruto. Levi cried out as she watched the blonde dragon slayer land roughly onto the ground after being struck from the attack, creating a large cloud of dust. Please be okay, please be okay. Levi mumbled to herself as she watched the dust cloud begin to settle. As the dust disappeared, Levi noticed Naruto on his knees panting hard. I need to help him. Levi said to herself as she stood up and prepared to assist her fellow guild member, but was stopped by Kiba, who grabbed onto her foot, catching her attention. If you want to help him, you need to separate the girl and the demon. Kiba said, still too injured to stand. But how can I do that? My only magic is solid script and rune, that's it. Levi said as she pulled out a magic pen and begun to write runes onto the floor. Over with Naruto, the Crystal Dragon Slayer wasn't faring too well against the demon-possessed Wendy. I'm running low on steam. I could always use my crystallized ice dragon mode, but that might do more damage to Wendy than good. Naruto thought as he watched Wendy approach him. Naruto tried to get up but had no success and fell to the ground, too exhausted to continue any further. Oh, I'm going to enjoy this. The possessed Wendy walked over to Naruto, wind covering her tiny hands. And I'll make sure to make Wendy watch as I make her kill her precious Nai-san. Wendy chuckled, causing Naruto to tighten his fist. You bastard, get out of Wendy. Naruto growled as he was suddenly kicked onto his back by Wendy. Yeah, this is a pretty weak body, and since my actual body is sealed away, maybe I should take yours after I kill you. Wendy chucked and Naruto's eyes widened. So only half of the demon was sealed away, that's why it has to take over a body. Naruto reasoned and thought. Goodbye, Nai-san. Wendy chuckled as she raised her hands into the air, but froze in place. What the hell is this? The demonic Wendy shouted in anger. It's simple. Naruto and Wendy turned to see Levi standing beside glowing runes. The rules of runes are absolute, and since you're surrounded around them. Levi made a hand motion by holding both her hands out. Wendy and Naruto looked around to see they were completely circled by glowing runes. You can't move or stay in Wendy's body. Levi finished with a smirk as Wendy fell to the ground, leaving a figure made out of shadows. The demon yelled in anger, looking at Levi, only she couldn't tell it was looking at her, since it was nothing but a shadow. You're lucky I'm not in my full form and can't survive without my body. The demon revealed as he started to fade. But my underlings will revive me and unleash my full power. And then you will know the power of the most powerful demon END. The now named END said as he faded into nothingness. Levi watched the scene and sighed. It's over. Levi said as she walked over to Naruto and Wendy. Levi arrived to the Dragon Slayers and found Wendy wrapped around her older brother's arms as they were both unconscious. He looks even cuter when he is asleep. Levi mumbled as she bent down and brushed his blonde locks. Thank you, Levi-chan. Levi smiled at Naruto's words. I'd love more ramen. Naruto finished and Levi had a sweat drop at Naruto's sleep talking. I better get Jet and Droy so they can help me take everyone back to the guild. Levi sighed as she stood up. Few days later at the guild. Naruto started to slowly stir awake, and as he slowly opened his bright blue eyes, he looked up into the ceiling. Where am I? The blonde thought to himself as he looked around the room. Naruto noticed several empty beds and white walls and sighed. Damn it, I'm in the guild medical ward. Naruto thought with irritation and started to get up, but found something holding him down. The Dragon Slayer looked down and noticed a clump of blue hair that belonged to the currently sleeping Levi. She looks awful, how long has she been here? Naruto thought as he sat up, making sure to not wake Levi. You know she hasn't left your side once since you arrived back. Naruto turned to the familiar voice to find his godfather Makarov Dreyer standing at the door. Oh hey Aji-san. Naruto greeted, turning his focus back to Levi. You shouldn't be so depressed. Makarov said as he walked over to Naruto's bed. Everyone is fine. Jet and Droy had only a few small injuries and Wendy doesn't even remember anything after she broke the demon free. In fact she wanted to heal you, but I wouldn't allow it since you would recover on your own without her exhausting herself. And that Kiba boy has even decided to join our guild. Unfortunately he fits in perfectly with everyone else. Makarov finished with a small joke trying to cheer the blonde up. However, Naruto didn't join in on the master's laughter. Instead he tightened his fists and looked to the sheets of his bed. Aji-san, this was my first big mission and because of my poor choices and hesitations. Wendy, Levi-chan and everyone else got hurt in some way. Naruto took a pause as he gripped his necklace. I trained with Kesu to become strong enough to protect my loved ones, but I was useless. Naruto said and Makarov sighed. Naruto, let me tell you a story involving your father. Makarov said, grabbing the blonde's attention. What about him? Naruto asked the aged wizard. Well, you aren't the only one from your family to experience hardships. You see, when your father took his first major mission, it was a joint mission with a few other legal guilds, and young Minato was assigned the leader of the mission. Makarov said as he started reminisce about the past. The mission was simple: engage and eliminate a dark guild, but unknown to the masters or the mages that accepted the mission. There was a S-class dark mage hiding within the dark guild that eliminated half of the light guild alliance mages. Your father was able to defeat the man, however, thanks to the aid of a certain woman Milkovich. Naruto's eyes widened at the mention of his mother. But even though the mission was considered a success, Minato still blamed himself for everything that went wrong under his lead. Makarov said as he waited for Naruto's reaction. So how did he deal with it? Naruto asked in a soft voice. Makarov chuckled. He didn't. He sat around the guild and sulked for weeks. Makarov said as he started to smile. No offense, Aji-san, but how is all this supposed to help me? Naruto asked his laughing godfather. Because after a few weeks of Minato sulking, I called in a favor and a certain ice mage came and she knocked some sense into Minato. Makarov couldn't contain his laughter thinking back to her and Minato, but after a few seconds he settled down. You're lucky though, cause you already have someone to knock some sense into you. Makarov added in as he shot Levi a glance. Naruto looked down at the sleeping Levi and ran a hand through her hair and gave a smile. Thanks Aji-san, that helped. Naruto said and Makarov nodded. That's good, but now I must ask you something serious. Makarov said, switching from his carefree personality to completely serious. What is it, Aji-san? Naruto asked. Well, young Sasuke has brought it to my attention that you two are third-generation dragon slayers. And you were made into ones by a man named Ivan Drayer. Naruto cut in. I take it you are related to that man in some way. Makarov nodded. He is my son and Laxus's father. Makarov's voice hitched. He was excommunicated from the guild due to his actions, but I want to know if you remember where his hideout was. Makarov said, wanting to find his traitorous son. I'm sorry Aji-san, but me and Sasuke ran lost in the woods for a while until we ran into Wendy. So I have no clue where he is. Naruto answered. You're fine. Naruto Sasuke have me the same answer. Just come to me if you find or remember anything about Ivan. Makarov instructed. You got it Aji-san. Naruto chuckled as he suddenly felt Levi begin to stir. Ah, that was a good nap. Levi mumbled as she rubbed her eyes. As the blue-haired girl removed her hands and opened her eyes, she was greeted with the sight of a smiling blonde. Naruto-kun, you're awake. Levi shouted as she gave the blonde a hug. I'll leave you two alone. Makarov chuckled as he walked out of the room. Naruto heard the door close and grabbed Levi by the shoulders before breaking the hug. I wanted to say thank you Levi-chan for saving Wendy. Naruto said sincerely as his respect for Levi was growing even larger. It was fine Naruto-kun, I'm just glad you're okay. Levi said a little embarrassed. Naruto smiled and finally noticed he was fully clothed. How did I get all these clothes on? Naruto asked as he looked towards Levi. Well, you took your shirt off during the fight and your pants were ripped pretty bad, so when we got back to the guild, I put so fresh clothes on you. Levi answered back and Naruto gave her a sly grin. Oh, so you seen me naked? Naruto giggled as he saw Levi turn bright red and poke her fingers together. Well, I. Naruto started to laugh as he waved his hand. I'm teasing Levi-chan, I walk around half naked all the time, it's not like you haven't seen anything you haven't seen before. Naruto said and Levi looked away for the blonde rubbing her head. Yeah, I'm sure Naruto-kun. Levi said, hiding her nosebleed. Well, I'm getting tired of laying around, let's go into the guild hall. Naruto proposed as he stood up and started to stretch. Light, Naruto-kun. Levi said as she whipped her nosebleed. Naruto walked over to Levi and held his hand out, and after a moment the blue-haired girl took his hand. Then the two took off out to the main hall. Naruto and Levi walked into the main hall to see everyone gathered into a small circle. Hey, what's all the commotion? Naruto asked, grabbing everyone's attention. Hey Nai-san, glad to see you're alright. Gray said as he gave Naruto a grin. Thanks Gray. Mind telling me what's going on? Naruto asked again. It's nothing, everyone is just looking at Flame Brain's stupid egg. Gray chuckled as he pointed to Natsu. Naruto. Natsu ran over to his fellow dragon slayer. Look, a dragon egg. Natsu said as he produced a decently sized egg and held it in Naruto's face. Natsu, you idiot. Naruto, Nai just woke up, give him some space. Gray yelled with a tick mark. Natsu growled as he handed the egg to Naruto. Hold this Naruto, I'm gonna kick the streaker's ass. Natsu growled as he handed Naruto the egg. I forgot how much I missed this place. Naruto said with a sweat drop as he watched Natsu and Gray go at it again. Levi giggled at Naruto's remark but turned her attention to Jet and Droy, who made their way over to the blonde. Naruto looked the two over before grinning. How are you guys doing? Naruto asked kindly. Levi watched her two friends praying they would act civilized, but to her shock, they both gave a bow. Thank you. They shouted together. Hey. Levi said as she looked back and forth between the three boys. What you said to us on the mission was completely true. Droy admitted as they both looked at Naruto. And we took your words to heart and we would like to take you on your offer of being friends. Jet added in. Naruto gave a toothy grin. I'd be happy to be your guy's friend. Naruto said as he suddenly felt the egg move and crack. Natsu, it's hatching. Naruto yelled. Wah. Natsu shouted and squeezed his way out of Gray's grasp and ran over to Naruto. Everyone in the guild watched with interest as the egg cracked open and two small cats popped out. Hats. Naruto said as he held a small white cat. This isn't a dragon. Natsu yelled as he held an identical cat, except it had blue fur. Natsu-kun, they are so cute. Lysandra said as she eyed the cat in Naruto's hands. Here Lysandra, this would be yours I guess. Naruto said as he handed the girl the white cat. However, before Lysandra could hold the cat for more than 2 seconds, it jumped back into Naruto's hands. Looks like it wants to be with you, Naruto-kun. Levi joked. Naruto held the small cat up and looked into its eyes. It has blue eyes just like me. Naruto said as she watched the cat yawn. I'm gonna call mine Happy. Natsu shouted as he held the small cat into the air. What are you going to call yours, Naruto? Lysandra asked sweetly. Naruto looked at the small girl with confusion. Lysandra, this is yours and Natsu's cat, I can't take it. Naruto said, but Lysandra shook her head. She wants to be with you, so take good care of her. Lysandra said and gave the blonde dragon slayer a smile. Okay, what should I call you? Naruto said as he held the cat into the air. Why not name her Bara? Levi asked as she looked at the cat. I like, how about you? Naruto asked the small cat. I. Was all the cat said. Well, it's settled, your name is Bara. Naruto said with a grin, excited to show Wendy his new cat. Thinking of Wendy, Naruto looked around with confusion. Where is Wendy at? Naruto asked, hoping someone would give him an answer. That crybaby is off doing missions with that asshole Sasuke. Mira said, making her presence known. What did you say about Sasuke's ass, Mira? Naruto asked, planning to embarrass the girl for calling Wendy a crybaby. Mira turned bright red as she turned her head, followed by the guild erupting in laughter. Naruto grinned. A lot has happened in the past few days, but as long as Naruto had his guild, he could take on anything. Chapter 7, Becoming S-Class. It has been 3 months since Naruto's first major mission. And in the past 3 months Naruto has hardly done anything besides take missions and train, so he could become stronger to protect his friends. However, Naruto hasn't been alone during these times. As he still trained with Levi to improve his rune magic, and he would help Gray work on his ice make. And would rotate between doing missions with Team Shadow Gear and Gray. But Naruto would always have his talking cat Bara accompanying him wherever he traveled. Speaking of Bara, over the past few months her growth and abilities had completely shocked not only Naruto, but the entire guild as a whole. The first major shock was when Bara was about 4 weeks old. She began to speak English. And not simple words like her brother Happy, but full-blown sentences. And as expected, when she began to speak she started to become more self-conscious about her lack of clothes. So Bara started wearing a plain black shirt with matching leather pants. But this led to the small white cat's next surprise. Just like her brother Happy, Bara possessed the ability to grow wings and fly. But Bara had something that set her off from her brother. And that was discovered during one of Naruto and Sasuke's spars. When a rouge attack was sent in Bara's direction and she managed to grow to the size of a full-grown human and deflect the attack. Unfortunately, she ripped out of her clothes and was so embarrassed she refused to use that form again. But besides that one incident, everything involving Bara had went pretty smoothly as she would watch Naruto train from a much farther distance. And today was no exception. Since Bara was peeking out the guild's window while Naruto trained with Gary. Alright Gray, I want you to show me how fast you can create objects with your ice make. Naruto said as he stood across his little brother figure. Gray nodded and dropped into an ice make stance just like Earth thought him. Alright Naruto Nai, but I still don't see how making things faster will make me a stronger mage like you. Gray said as he channeled his magic. Naruto chuckled. Don't worry Gray, this will all make sense eventually. And once you get your making speed faster I'll show you one of my best techniques. Naruto crossed his arms. Now enough talk, show me how far you've come. Naruto said, completely serious. Gray nodded and a blue magical circle appeared around his hands. And within seconds Naruto watched with a calculated gaze as Gray made hundreds of ice swords, shields and other shapes. Okay Gray, you can stop. Naruto said as he held his hand up. Now we can begin the second part. Naruto said and Gray instantly perked up. Finally, I've been waiting to move to the finale step for months. Gray said, expressing his joy of finally being able to advance. Alright Gray, before we get started I want you to tell me all I've taught you so far. Naruto said and he noticed Gray seem a little annoyed. Well, so far all you've showed me is how to use a thought projection and increase the speed of my maker magic. Gray answered and Naruto nodded. Very good Gray. Naruto praised. Now I can start teaching you a technique Kesu taught me. Naruto said and within an instant another Naruto appeared. This is what I wanted to teach you Gray. Both Narutos spoke at the exact same time. I don't understand Naruto Nai, you've already showed me how to do a thought projection. Gray said and both Narutos cracked a smirk. That's true Gray, but now I'm gonna teach you how to use a solid thought projection of sorts. Naruto reveled and enjoyed the small look of confusion on Gray's face. What do you mean by solid and of sorts? Gray asked, not truly understanding what Naruto was talking about. The fake Naruto walked slowly towards Gray. You see, during some point during a fight you'll encounter a foe who possesses speed that will surpass your own. So to counter the Kesu taught me how to trap an enemy. The real Naruto explained as the fake Naruto grabbed a hold of Gary, making it impossible for him to move. What the hell Naruto Nai? Gray cried out in surprise as he struggled to break free. And this was the way she showed me how. Naruto stated as his clone turned into a crystal statue, much to the surprise of Gray. You see Gray, I make a moving statue out of either crystals or ice and then use a thought projection to disguise it. Naruto explained as he clicked his fingers and the crystals around Gray shattered. Amazing, you're able to make your crystals and ice move, but how is that possible? Gray asked, unable to believe Naruto discovered how to make moving ice and crystal objects. It isn't possible Gray, since ice and crystals are solid objects that can't move. Naruto admitted and Gray opened his mouth to speak, but Naruto stopped him. But if you have amazing control over your magic and tremendous making speed, it's very possible. You see, if you can change the structure of your ice, make just a little from completely solid to flimsy. It grants whatever you make complete freedom and mobility. Do you understand what I'm saying Gray? Naruto asked after he finished his explanation. Yeah, I think I do. You made me practice my ice make constantly so I can begin to learn how to make moving objects. And you showed me how to do a thought projection to disguise whatever I make. And by doing so I create the perfect decoy that also functions as a trap. Gray said and Naruto nodded with a grin. You're absolutely right, and now that you know the concept you can begin practicing it. But also you can start making moving ice attacks since the applications with maker magic is limitless. Naruto said and Gray nodded. Yes, I'll get working right away. Gray stopped speaking as him and Naruto both felt the ground shake and sirens go off. What the hell is going on Gray? Naruto shouted in surprise. It's that damn Gilderts, he is back. Gray mumbled as he fell to the ground, finally losing his balance. Boo. Naruto asked as the ground stopped shaking and the blonde went to help his fellow fairy. He is the guild's strongest wizard, but he's a big goof and obliterates things on accident with his magic. So the town made the Gilderts shift to move the building out of his reach. Gray pointed to the sky and Naruto noticed the buildings that were raised high into the air. He can't be that much of an idiot that the town would go this far. Naruto said, thinking the town's actions were a little extreme. Well, let's go into the guild and you can see for yourself. Gray said as he turned to the door. Yeah, might as well see what classifies as the strongest mage in the guild. Naruto said as he followed Gray into the guild. As soon as Naruto and Gray walked into the guild, Bara jumped from her seat by the window and jumped onto Naruto's head, which was where she usually stayed when she was with the blonde. Naruto, you're finally done training. Did you stop because of all the shaking? Bara asked in a happy voice as she loved being around her favorite person. Yeah, we are done, but apparently all that shaking was because the guild's strongest mage is returning and I'd like to meet him. Naruto informed the small cat. But I thought you were the strongest. Bara asked with a small pout, thinking no one was stronger than Naruto. Naruto chuckled at his small partner's antics. No Bara, there are plenty of people in this guild that are just as strong as me if not stronger. Naruto admitted as his eyes drifted to one of his fellow guild members and the target of affection Levi, who was waiting at the door with the rest of the guild. Hey, Levi-chan. Naruto called out and watched a blue-haired grin turn around. Naruto-kun. Levi called back with a blush as she watched a blonde approached her with Gray and Bara. Nice to see you too, Levi. Gray said without emotion. Don't go out of your way to make us feel important. Bara deadpanned. Levi rubbed her head in embarrassment. I'm sorry guys, guess I didn't notice you all. Levi said, trying to hide her affections for a certain blonde. You didn't notice them cause you were too busy checking out Naruto. Happy giggled as he floated over to the group. You never learn, Happy. Bara mumbled as Naruto and Levi both swatted at the blue cat, trying to harm the small cat and hide their blushes at the same time. Alright, a fight. Natsu yelled as he planned to attack Naruto and Levi. Back off, Naruto Nai. Gray yelled as he punched Natsu across the guild, smashing him into Kiba, who was currently talking with Kana. What the hell? Kiba shouted as he looked around the guild and found Elfman and decided to just act. I'll smash you into the ground. Kiba roared as he tackled Elfman, and the two boys went barreling into half the guild. Guys, stop this. Wendy shouted as she stood in the path of Kiba and Elfman, only to be knocked over by the fighting boys. Oh, this is enough. Sasuke shouted as he watched Wendy hit the ground and fired a bolt of blue lighting at the boys. Unfortunately, he was off target and nailed Naruto right in the back, sending the blonde flying to the ground and ruined his shirt all in one go. Damn it, Sasuke, this was my favorite shirt. Naruto yelled as he managed to strip into his underwear within seconds and charged at his fellow dragon slayer. Levi watched Naruto blaze by with a nosebleed. I love this guild. Levi thought as she eyed Naruto's almost completely naked body. Don't worry, Naruto Nai, I got your back. Gray called out as he stripped into his underwear as well and ran after Sasuke. What the hell, get away from me, you damn streakers. Sasuke yelled as he prepared for a fight. Oh yeah, all out brawl. Natsu shouted as he jumped toward Sasuke, Naruto and Gray ready to fight. Stop this at once. Urza ordered from across the guild. Oh, shut up, tin can. Mira growled from behind Urza. The redhead spun around and gave Mira a death glare. I'll kill you, Urza proclaimed as she jumped after Mira. As the guild was in chaos, Bara looked down to her brother, who she was currently sitting on. This is all your fault, idiot. Bara scolded her little brother. Happy groaned in pain. Bara was about to continue her scolding, but stopped as the guild doors slammed open and everyone froze in place as a single man casually walked into the guild hall. Looks like you guys haven't changed a bit, the man teased. Naruto leaned into Gray and whispered in a low voice. Is that Gildert's? Gray nodded. Yay, that's him. Gray answered back. So that's the guild's strongest mage, huh? Sasuke said, since he himself had heard rumors about the man. What, no one is going to welcome me back? Gildert's asked with a chuckle. Gildert's, fight me. Natsu yelled as he charged at the man. Gildert's turned to the direction of the fire dragon slayer and slammed him into the ground in one swift movement. Hey Natsu, it's good to see you. Looks like you've grown. Gildert said, and half the guild had a sweat drop at the man's casual way of handling Natsu. Naruto watched the scene with a small amount of interest, since defeating Natsu wasn't a difficult thing to do. Well, at least for Naruto it wasn't. Beating Natsu doesn't mean much, but he defiantly has an aura of power about him. Naruto said as he stared at the man, calculating his every movement, trying to figure more out about him. I'll agree with you on both things. He would be an interesting man to face in a fight. Sasuke admitted as he made his way over to the man and Naruto followed. And who are you two? Gildert's asked as he noticed Naruto and Sasuke approach him. I am Sasuke Uchiha, third generation dragon slayer of thunder. Sasuke said, eyeing Gildert's with nothing but determination to fight the man. Half the guild was confused, especially Natsu, at what Sasuke said about being a third generation dragon slayer. However, Gildert's passed it off for a moment and looked at Naruto. And you are? Gildert's asked. I am Naruto Milkovich. A third generation crystal dragon slayer. And also an ice mage and rune mage. Naruto said, revealing to the guild he was also a third generation dragon slayer. You both said you are third generation dragon slayers, but I've never heard Natsu refer to himself as one. Care to explain to me what it means? Gildert's asked, since he was a little curious as well as the rest of the guild. We are the strongest of dragon slayers. Sasuke started. We were both trained by real living dragons. Like most dragon slayers like Natsu and Wendy, who are considered first generation dragon slayers. But then there is dragon slayers who had dragon lacrima inserted into their bodies, making them a second generation dragon slayer. Sasuke took a pause and shot a quick look to Laxus. But finally, we are third generation, which are dragon slayers who have been trained by a dragon and possess a dragon lacrima. Sasuke explained and smirked at the guild's shocked reactions. This makes us the only dragon slayers who can freely enter dragon force at will. Naruto added in with a grin. Gildert's looked down to the boys and was about to challenge them to a fight, but didn't get the chance as a voice stopped him. Gildert's, I'm glad to see you're back. Makarov called out as he walked over to the Ace of Fairy Tail. Master, it's good to see you as well. And it seems you've found some new additions to the guild. Gildert said, talking about Naruto and Sasuke. Yes, young Naruto and Sasuke are two of our most promising guild members, but they aren't the only new additions. There is the Sky Dragon Slayer Wendy and the Takeover Mage Kiba and Yuzuka as well. Makarov said, pointing to Wendy and Kiba, introducing them both. Gilderts waved to Wendy and Kiba and gave a friendly smile. Nice to meet you both. Gilderts looked back to Naruto and Sasuke. And I can tell you two are strong, maybe even close to reaching my level. Gildert said, shocking the whole guild with his words. Naruto-kun and Sasuke are almost as strong as Gilderts. Levi gasped as she knew Naruto was strong, but didn't believe he was that strong. Mira scoffed and looked at Sasuke. Please, those two are nothing, I could defeat them no problem. Mira boasted. Gray was standing by Natsu, who had hobbled away from Gilderts. Sure, Naruto Nai is a strong mage, but Gilderts is unreal. He has to be joking, right? Gray asked, to no one in particular. Third generation dragon slayers. Strong as Gilderts. What else are those two hiding? Natsu thought to himself. Wendy stood and didn't like all the negative things she was hearing, how people were doubting her Nai-san's strength. Naruto Nai and Sasuke Nai are unbelievably strong. Wendy admitted, as she has seen both the boys go all out before. Sure, they might be strong, but not as close as him. Kana said, looking at her father, and Gray, Levi, Natsu, and everyone else agreed except for Wendy and Kiba. Wendy was about to open her mouth to protest, but Kiba stopped her by speaking. Wendy is right. I know for a fact Naruto possesses unreal power. And I would bet Sasuke does too. What are you taking about, dog breath? Mira asked in her usually rude way. Everyone else turned to look at Kiba, who didn't seem irritated by Mira's comment. Well, you see, when me and Naruto first fought, he completely outclassed me. And I could sense he was holding back. Kiba admitted to his fellow fairies as he gazed directly at the blonde dragon slayer. He has something about him, and you will all come to see it in due time. Kiba said, causing everyone to give him confused looks before they turned to look at Gilderts and the two dragon slayers. I want to fight you too. Gilderts announced out of the blue, causing the whole guild to drop into dead silence. Since Gilderts has never challenged anyone to a fight. Alright, we accept. Sasuke said without taking a thought, speaking for the both of them. Hold it right there. The master ordered as everyone gave the short wizard their attention. You know very well what's coming up, Gilderts. You can fight the boys then. The master said, being a little vague, and Gilderts nodded. That's acceptable, master, but if you need me, I'll be resting at my house for a while then. Gildert said as he turned and gave everyone a wave goodbye. Naruto watched a man disappear out of the guild before turning to the master. What is coming up that will involve us maybe fighting him? Naruto asked. Makarov chuckled. Well, you two are new, but the S-class exams are drawing near and I shall be picking this year's candidates in the next few days. Makarov said, and with an instant everyone besides Naruto, Sasuke, Wendy and Kiba began scrambling around the guild for more jobs to take. How could we forget the exams? Natsu yelled as he fought through the crowd of mages to grab a mission. I'll see you guys at home. Naruto said to Sasuke as he wanted to be away from the chaos. Come on, Bara. Naruto shouted and the small cat flew over towards the blonde. Later that night. Naruto tossed and turned in his bed, unable to sleep. Damn it, I'm going to be awake all night at this rate. The blonde thought to himself as he turned to his right to see Sasuke sound asleep in his own bed, snoring loudly. Loud bastard. Naruto thought as he looked to the door and noticed a figure walk by. Wendy? The blonde mumbled as he rolled out of bed to see why she was walking around so late at night. Naruto walked out of the room he and Sasuke shared and made his way down the hallway, his sight set on the room Wendy and Bara shared together. Wendy? Naruto whispered as he crept into the room and found the girl and talking cat both in deep sleep. Naruto Nai, Wendy mumbled in her sleep. Naruto raised an eyebrow and walked over to the sleep talker. Yes, Wendy. Naruto said in a soft voice. He is here. Wendy mumbled, confusing the blonde with her words. She is probably having a dream. Naruto reasoned as he felt a light breeze sweep through the room. Looks like she forgot to close the window. Naruto chuckled to himself as he walked over to the window. As the blonde arrived at the window with the intentions of closing it. However, Naruto gazed outside to find a lone figure in a black cloak staring him down. The hell? Naruto muttered as he watched the figure walk off, but caught a quick glance of blonde hair and tightened his fist. That's him, I can even recognize his scent. Naruto thought as he hopped out the window onto the streets below. What direction did he go? Naruto said as he looked to his left and saw the man for a brief second before he disappeared into an alley. Got you. Naruto shouted as he took off, sprinting into the night, determined to catch his father. Naruto rounded the corner into the alley, but the man was one step ahead of the blonde as he took to the rooftops with great speed. Damn it, he is quick. Naruto growled as he channeled his dragon-slaying magic to create a stairway leading to the rooftops. Naruto arrived on top of a building to see the man waiting for him with his arms crossed. Quit running, I have so many questions. Like, why did you save Wendy and why follow us to Magnolia? And Naruto took a pause as he gritted his teeth. Are you my Tusan? Naruto shouted as his magical power spiked, creating a small cracks to appear on the roof where the blonde stood. The man reached into his pocket and grabbed a three-pronged kunai and quickly hurled it at Naruto's feet. The blonde dragon slayer bent down with wide eyes and grabbed the strange weapon. So it is you. Naruto said in a low voice as his grip on the kunai tightened. In that case, Naruto tossed the kunai aside and brought his hands behind his back. You have some explaining to do and I plan to get my answers. Even if I have to force you. Naruto declared as a pink and blue magic circle appeared on the floor around them. Crystal Ice Rose Garden. Naruto shouted as flowers and roots made from a mixture of crystal and ice rose from the streets below and made their way towards the man. Without skipping a beat, the man jumped over Naruto's attack and landed besides the blonde. And without letting Naruto attack again, he slapped a piece of paper against the blonde's backside. What the hell? Naruto cried out in surprise as he tried to grab for the paper. I don't have time for this. The man spoke as he clicked his fingers and the paper began to glow bright due to the runes that covered it. What the hell is going on? Why do I feel so tired? Naruto asked as he crashed onto the ground completely unconscious. The next morning. Naruto shot out of bed and quickly shielded his eyes from the sunlight. Ah, what kind of dream was that? Naruto groaned as he rolled out of bed. As Naruto stood up, something fell off his body. A piece of paper. Naruto mumbled as he grabbed the paper and unfolded it. You can succeed where I failed. Naruto read to himself as he scanned over the words. That's all there is? Naruto asked, a little annoyed by the vague message. But right as the blonde finished speaking, the words began to rearrange themselves and form strange markings. These are runes, but what is this supposed to mean? Naruto looked out his window. Just what have you been doing all these years, Tusan? Naruto asked no one in particular. Deciding to hide the note in a safe place where no one could find it. Naruto walked over to the picture he had of himself and Altair and hid the note within the picture frame. Okay, maybe I'll ask Livy-chan to help me with this note later, but for now I should get dressed. Naruto thought as he went through his daily routine of getting dressed before walking downstairs headed for the kitchen. Naruto walked into the small kitchen and noticed Wendy and Bara waiting for him. Hey Yamato and Bara, good morning. Naruto greeted as he walked over to the cupboard. Good morning Naruto Nai. Did you sleep well? Wendy asked her older brother figure. Naruto pulled a cup of instant ramen out of the cabinet before giving the girl a look. You could say my night was eventful. Naruto answered, not showing any real emotion, which was uncommon for the blonde dragon slayer. Oh, and how was your night eventful? Bara asked, picking up on the blonde's strange tone. Naruto began to cook his cup of ramen and didn't look the talking cat in the eyes. Just some bad dreams, nothing too major, that and Sasuke's constant snoring. Naruto said as he heard Wendy chuckle. Sasuke Nai is pretty loud. Wendy giggled out. Bara frowned as she looked at Naruto. What kind of dreams were you having? Bara asked, not letting Naruto drop the subject that easily. Naruto grabbed his ramen and blew it off. I really don't remember the details all that well, sorry Bara. Naruto replied quickly as he began to eat his ramen. Bara huffed in annoyance. Fine, but you should hurry up and eat, apparently the master has a big announcement and I'd like to be present for it. Bara said and Naruto nodded. Okay, I'll hurry, but why don't you and Wendy head off and I'll catch up in a little bit? Naruto proposed to the small cat. Hey Bara-chan, Sasuke Nai already left a few minutes ago, maybe we can go catch up with him. Wendy said happily as she stood up from her seat. Fine Wendy, we can go ahead. Bara sighed as she floated over to Wendy. Alright, goodbye Naruto Nai, I'll see you in a little bit. Wendy said as she walked towards the door, giving a wave bye. Wait Wendy, before you go come here. Naruto instructed and the tiny girl obeyed. Yes Nai-san, what is it? The Sky Dragon Slayer asked. Naruto made a small pink crystal in his hand and quickly drew a few runes before handing it to Wendy. I'd like for you to channel your Troya spell into this crystal. Naruto said as Wendy took the crystal. Wendy nodded and did what her older brother figure said without further question. There you go. Wendy handed Naruto the crystal back. But why did you want me to do this for Nai-san? Wendy asked, a little confused by the blonde actions. It's something I've been working on lately, but I can explain later, but why don't you make your way towards the guild? Naruto said as he pocketed the crystal. Alright Naruto Nai, I'll see you in a little bit. Wendy giggled as she walked over to the door where Bara was waiting impatiently. Okay Wendy, you and Bara be safe and stay out of trouble. Naruto called out as he watched the small child and white cat disappear out the door. Well, might as well clean up before I head out. Naruto mumbled as he threw his empty ramen cup away and began to clean the mess Wendy and Bara had made. After Naruto was satisfied with his cleaning, the blonde dragon slayer headed out the door onto the streets of Magnolia. As Naruto walked down the busy streets, he caught a glance of a crowd of people surrounded by the crystal and ice spell he had created last night. So all of that really did happen. Naruto mumbled as he stalked over to the scene. As Naruto passed through the crowd, he felt someone tap on his shoulder. The blonde dragon slayer turned around to see his godfather and the master of his guild, Master Makarov, with an unpleased look on his face. "Walk with me, Naruto-chan," the master stated as he walked off. Naruto sighed as he clicked his fingers and destroyed his own spell. "Alright master, I'm coming," Naruto mumbled. As the two fairies walked through the town in relative silence, the master decided to finally speak. "So you had a productive night, it would seem." "I guess you could say that," Naruto mumbled, still a little upset about the whole ordeal with his father. "I guess Minato-chan gave you the slip, didn't he?" Makarov chuckled and Naruto's eyes shot open as he dashed in front of the man, cutting off his movements. "How did you know my father was here?" Naruto asked rather quickly. The master simply dug into his pocket and produced a 3-prong kunai. "I found this by the little display you left. And it isn't hard for me to recognize who this belongs to," Makarov said as he tossed the kunai to Naruto. "But how do you know this one belongs to him? Anyone could have a kunai like this," Naruto said in defiance, even though he knew the master was correct. "Because Minato-chan had a habit of caving things on his kunai." The master reveled as he motioned for Naruto to see for himself. Naruto looked at the kunai and noticed small slash marks by the hundreds that covered the entire kunai. "What the hell do all these marks mean?" Naruto asked, never knowing about his father's strange habit. The master chuckled as he pointed to the kunai. "You see, Naruto-chan, whenever your father would take a new mission, he would slash tick marks on his kunai to represent every day he was away from his family. But when he would return, he would give the kunai to the person he thought about the most on these missions." The master reveled and waited for Naruto's reaction. "So has he been on a mission this whole time? If so, why not tell me or Ka-chan where he went? And why would he give me the kunai and leave again? Oh damn it, the more I think about him, the more questions I receive," Naruto thought as he stared at the kunai with a mixture of confusion and anger. Makarov watched the boy's inner struggle and decided to take his mind away from his father. "Naruto-chan, why don't we head to the guild? I have an important announcement that will involve you," Makarov said, and Naruto raised an eyebrow. "It involves me?" Naruto asked as he pointed to his chest. The master chuckled as they began to walk towards the guild. "Well, it involves a few other people as well," Makarov pointed out. Naruto accepted the master's answer and the two continued to the guild in relative silence. After a few minutes of walking, Naruto and the master walked into the guild's doors and noticed the guild was thrown into its normal chaos. "Everyone settle down now," Makarov said nicely, but no one paid attention to the small master. "Cheeky brats," Makarov mumbled as he prepared to use his Titian magic. Naruto held his hand out and stopped his godfather. "Don't worry, Jiji-chan, I got this," Naruto reassured as he held his hand out in front of him and a pink magical circle appeared. Makarov watched with interest at what the blonde dragon slayer had planned, and within seconds Naruto unleashed his crystal dragon slaying magic in the form of ropes binding everyone in place besides Levi, Wendy and Bara. Gray looked down at the pink crystal with a tick mark. "What the hell, Nai-san?" Gray yelled out at the blonde. "TCH, annoying blonde," Sasuke murmured as he channeled his thunder magic throughout his body, destroying only the crystal that was trapping him. MMM. Natsu tried to yell through the crystal that covered his mouth. "Why would I fight you? I already trapped you in my crystal," Naruto fired back at the pink-haired dragon slayer. "He can actually understand that," Mira said with a sweat drop across the room. "And you can't understand it," Sasuke chuckled as he stalked over to Mira. "Whatever must take a stupid dragon slayer to understand one," Mira insulted. "Now don't just stand there, help me out of here," Mira yelled as she noticed Sasuke was moving freely. "I'm sorry, I only speak stupid dragon slayer, not arrogant brat," Sasuke said with a smirk. Mira fumed until she was hit with an idea and a small smile graced her lips. "Actually, Sasuke, you do. And remember, I could tell everyone in the guild our little secret, almighty dragon slayer," Mira said and loved Sasuke's reaction. "Whatever." The thunder dragon slayer seethed as he broke Mira free. "But you better keep your end of the deal and never tell a soul," Sasuke warned the white-haired girl. "Or what?" Mira asked, challenging the dragon slayer to do something. Sasuke opened his mouth to speak but was stopped as he heard the master speak up. "Alright brats, listen up." The master looked at Naruto. "Naruto, let everyone go," the master ordered. "Alright, Jiji-chan," Naruto said as he clicked his fingers and all the crystals burst into dust. "Okay, now that I have all your attention, I can make my announcement," Makarov said as everyone looked towards him. "As you know, the year is drawing close to an end. As such, it's time for this year's S-class exams," Makarov yelled and the guild erupted in cheers. Makarov held his hand up to silence the guild. This year will be different however, each S-class candidate will be able to choose 2 partners to take with them on the trials. Also everyone from the guild will be free to come and spectate, as long as no one interferes with the exam. Now let me introduce this year's candidates. Makarov said and everyone leaned in hoping they would be chosen. Sasuke-cha. Makarov yelled and the whole guild turned to the Thunder Dragon Slayer. Sasuke nodded as he went to grab his partners for the exam. Urza Scarlet. Urza folded her arms and smirked. I shall beat all who stand in my way. Urza proclaimed. Murahin start us. Mira looked towards Urza with a scowl. I'm coming for you Tin Can. Mira growled. And last, but not least Naruto Milkovich. The master yelled out. I'll give it my all and win. Naruto said with pure determination. Makarov looked at all the candidates for this year's exams. We shall meet at Magnolia train station in 3 days to depart to where the exams will be held, so prepare yourself and give it your all. The master shouted, causing the guild to go into another uproar. Naruto creeped through the crowd, his eyes set on his little sister Wendy. Wendy, come over here. Naruto said as he waved for the small girl to walk to him. Wendy walked over to the blonde and tilted her head. Yes Nai-san, what is it? Wendy asked in a happy voice. I want you to be one of my partners for the exams. Naruto said with a grin. Wendy rubbed her head in embarrassment. Sorry no can do Naruto Nai. Wendy said and Naruto have a nod. But we shall make a great wait, did you say no? Naruto asked, saying the last part rather quickly. Sorry Nai-san, but Sasuke Nai asked me first and I already said yes. Wendy explained, hoping her blonde older brother wouldn't be mad. It's okay Wendy, I'll find someone else. Naruto mumbled as he thought about strangling a certain dragon slayer for picking Wendy before him. As Naruto was thinking of ways to get revenge on Sasuke, he was suddenly tapped on the shoulder. The blonde dragon slayer turned around to see a beat red Levi standing next to a shirtless gray. Hello Naruto-kun, I was just we were wondering if maybe you would like. Levi trailed off too nervous to ask the blonde her question. She means we want to be your teammates for the exams. Gray said, getting a little tired of Levi's shyness around her older brother figure. Naruto perked up. That would be awesome. Naruto shouted as he gave Levi a hug. Why don't we meet at my house and we can discuss how we are going to prepare for the exams? Naruto proposed to his new teammates. Alright, that sounds good. Gray said rather lazily. I agree with Gray. Levi added in. Okay then, it's settled, why don't you guys follow me then? Naruto said happily as he walked off with Levi and Gray following close behind. Naruto's house. Naruto walked into his small home that he shared with Sasuke, Wendy and Bara and held his hands out. Well, here we are, home sweet home. Naruto said with a small laugh. Levi walked in behind Naruto and was surprised how clean his home was, since she figured Naruto and Sasuke would leave it a complete mess. This is a very nice place you have Naruto-kun. Levi said sweetly. Yay Naruto Nai, this isn't that bad at all. Gray added as he too had never stepped foot within Naruto's house. The blonde dragon slayer grinned at his two friends' kind remarks. Thanks guys, me and Sasuke try to keep the place as clean as possible, but with Wendy and Bara, it can sometimes be a challenge. Naruto joked as he never minded picking up after the small girl and cat. But come with me, I have something I've been working on that I would like to show you guys. Naruto said as he motioned for Levi and Gray to follow him. Okay Naruto-kun, lead the way. Levi said as she and Gray followed the blonde mage up a flight of stairs and down a hallway before stopping at a closed door. I'm gonna warn you guys, don't mess with Sasuke's stuff, that bastard is so finicky about his things, he hates for people to mess with him. Naruto explained as he opened the door to the bedroom he shared with Sasuke. The three fairies walked into the bedroom to find two beds, one neatly folded and made, the other had a pile of pillows and blankets onto of it. Paying no attention to his bed, Naruto walked over to the small nightstand and grabbed a small pouch that rested onto of it. What are those Naruto-kun? Levi asked as she pointed to the small brown pouch. Naruto opened the pouch and pulled out a pink crystal in the shape of a pill. It's a soliter pill, something of my own design. Naruto flicked the crystal over to Levi. You see, it's a combination of my crystal magic and my rune magic. Naruto began and Levi looked at him with a questioning gaze. But what exactly is a soliter pill? I see a few storage and filter runes, but I don't understand its purpose. Levi said, unable to see the big deal with Naruto's pill. You're very observant, Levi-chan. You see, I store some of my magical energy into the pill with the runes and then add in the filter, so any person may use the pill to refill their magical energy instantly. Naruto explained further and Levi's eyes shot wide open with realization. Naruto-kun, that's genius, I never would have thought to use runes in such a way. What else have you come up with? Levi asked as she handed the pill back to Naruto. Well, I've been testing with Wendy's healing magic to see if I can make any medical pills. So far all I can is a motion sickness pill. But back to the Solider pill, even though it instantly refills your magical energy, if you take more than one a day you could overdose and go through nasty side effects. Naruto said, and Levi nodded. But still, these are amazing, Naruto-kun, you've done more with runes than I would ever imagine. Levi said in awe at Naruto's ability. Naruto grinned at the blue-haired girl's praise. Thanks Levi-chan, I even have a few more hidden surprises, but I'll save those for later. Naruto grinned and looked at Gray, who had been oddly silent. Hey Gray, what's the matter? Naruto asked, catching his little brother figure odd behavior. I can never say sorry enough. Gray mumbled as he had a lone tear within his eye. Levi was confused by Gray's words and wondered why Gray could never say sorry enough. Since he and Naruto were so close. Naruto on the other hand frowned as he followed Gray's gaze to the picture of Altair, her and himself. It's not your fault, Gray. Naruto said in a low voice. Gray tightened his fist. How can you say that? How can you treat me like a brother after what I've done? Gray asked. Naruto sighed as he walked over to Gray and placed a hand on his head. I already told you, why would I despise the person my Kachan fought so hard to protect? Gray looked to Naruto and watched as he picked up the picture. You know, my Kachan told me something once after my father abandoned us. And that was, if you live regretting your past. Naruto began. You can never love your future. Gray finished as had told him the same words. Naruto nodded. I see Kachan told you the same thing. Now all you need to do is let go of your regret. Naruto said with a soft smile. But how could I possibly accomplish that? Gray asked, unable to forgive himself. Naruto handed the picture to Levi and brought Gray into a tight embrace. You have plenty of people who care about you. You realize this, don't you? Naruto took a pause. I was weak and couldn't protect the people I loved. So I became stronger so I could never lose someone I love again. You could do the same and grow stronger, but you need to let go of all the regret within your heart to do so. And I will be there to help you since you are my precious Itato. Naruto said, causing Gray's eyes to widen. Thank you, Nai-chan. Gray mumbled, tears flowing down his cheeks. Levi watched the whole scene and felt a tad bit awkward since she never knew anything about Gray and Naruto's relationship and still even has next to no answers. However, the blue-haired mage admired the blonde's kindness and could see just how amazing of an individual Naruto really was by how he treated Gray. You just make me like you even more and more each day. Levi thought as she looked down at the small picture of a smiling Naruto with his family. So this must be Naruto-kun's twin sister, but he said she died. I wonder what happened. Levi shifted her focus from Altair to her. She is beautiful. However, Naruto-kun told me he wished to save her from her own fate. What could that mean? Levi thought as she noticed something sticking out of the back of the picture frame. What do we have here? Levi said to herself as she inspected all the runes that we drawn onto the paper. Find anything interesting? Naruto asked, causing the girl to jump in surprise and almost drop the picture and piece of paper. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun, I didn't mean to pry, I just wanted to. Whoa, Levi-chan, slow down, it's alright, I was actually gonna have you take a look at that and help me figure out what it's for. Naruto explained. What is it exactly, Nai-chan? Gray asked, looking at the paper Levi had. It's just a paper filled with runes someone gave me. And I need help figuring out what they are for. Naruto answered. Well, actually these runes are for reversing some kind of spell, but it's far from being complete. Levi explained as she was busy examining the paper. What kind of spell is it trying to reverse? Gray asked. Well, let's see, it's trying to reverse, Levi began as she read through the runes. Iced shell. Naruto answered, and both mages shot Naruto amazed looks for different reasons. How did you know it was the iced shell spell, Naruto-kun? Levi asked since she thought he didn't know anything about the runes on the paper. Call it a guess. Naruto said nonchalantly. Naruto-nai, is this really a way to free her? Gray finally stammered out. It just might be. Naruto said in a low voice, and Levi raised a confused eyebrow. Alright, I wanna know who is her. Levi asked, finally tired of knowing nothing about Naruto and Gray. Her name was Ura Milkovich, she was my Kachan and the woman who taught Gray magic. Naruto began, causing Levi's eyes to widen. She sacrificed her life by using the iced ice spell to save Gray from a demon that destroyed Gray's home. Naruto said, and Gray looked down. I see, so that's what you meant by you wanted to save your Kachan from her fate. Levi said as she pulled out a pen and a blank piece of paper. In that case, I'll do everything I can do to help. Levi said as she copied the runes down to study. Levi-chan, you don't have to. This time Levi stopped Naruto. No, Naruto-kun, I want to help, but I'll see you guys tomorrow, I have to begin working on these runes. Levi said as she gave Naruto a wave goodbye and walked off. Hey Nai-chan, I better go too. Gray said as he started to walk off. Alright, I see you guys off. Naruto said as he followed his friends down the steps to the door. See you tomorrow, Naruto-kun, Naruto-nai. Levi and Gary called together as they left, headed on their own separate directions. Naruto looked up into the sky. "2-san, how did you have all these notes on Ice Shell? Did you know about Kachan?" Naruto thought to himself for a second before he disappeared back into his house. 3 days later at the train station. At the train station, Naruto was standing next to a pouting Bara as he waited for the rest of his team to arrive for the exams. "Bara, I said I was sorry." Naruto moaned out, getting tired of being ignored. "You don't even know why you're sorry," the small cat said, looking at Naruto with one eye closed. "Well, maybe you could tell me why," Naruto said in a pleading voice. Bara sighed. "Fine, I'll tell you. I'm mad because you didn't choose me to be one of your partners for the exams," Bara explained to the blonde. Naruto bent down to the small cat's level. "Bara, it's not that I didn't want you to be one of my partners. It's just Levi-chan and Gray offered to help and it would be rude to turn them down, but just cause I'm taking them and not you doesn't mean we aren't a team anymore, got that?" Naruto said, ending with a small smile. Bara huffed at the blonde's words, not truly mad at him. "Fine, but don't expect me to cheer you on like those idiots," Bara said, pointing ahead. Naruto was confused by Bara's statement until he looked ahead to find Levi, Jet and Droy. And Naruto realized what Bara meant by idiot, since Jet and Droy were dressed from head to toe in weird clothes. "Who's gonna win?" Jet asked loudly as he was beating loudly on a drum. "Naruto," Droy yelled out as he was swinging a flag that held a chibi Naruto, Levi and Gray. Levi scurried over to Naruto rather quickly to escape the two embarrassing boys. "Hey Levi-chan, what's with Jay and Droy?" Naruto asked with a small laugh. "They wanted to come cheer us on and of course they had to do it in the most over-the-top way possible," Levi mumbled out. Though Levi thought it was a kind gesture, she was still embarrassed a little. "Well, I think it's pretty cool we have people to cheer us on. In fact, I think I'll go over there and..." "You go over there and do a cheer and I'll claw your eyes out," Bara said in an unserious voice, but still showed her claws to the blonde. "Oh, you're no fun, Bara," Naruto said with a pout. Levi giggled at Naruto's childlike attitude. "So Naruto-kun, has anyone else arrived yet?" Levi asked, looking around the train station. "Amy, Bara, Sasuke and Wendy all arrived here together. They are over there with Natsu since he is Sasuke's second team member," Naruto explained as he pointed to his left. Levi turned to see Sasuke sitting on a bench with his arms crossed and Wendy and Natsu to his right talking to each other. "He looks excited," Levi joked, looking at Sasuke. Naruto chuckled. "Yeah, that's Sasuke for you, but Urza and her team are also here," Naruto pointed out. Levi looked to see Urza standing next to Kiba and Kana and raised an eyebrow. "She chose Kiba and Kana," Levi stated, looking at the strange team. Yeah, Urza was low on choices and Kiba and Kana have done a few missions together, so they have decent teamwork, Naruto explained to the blue-haired mage. "Oh, so that just leaves Mira and I'll take it she is going to take her siblings as partners," Levi said as she turned to Naruto for answers. "Well, Sasuke said she was taking her siblings, don't know how he knows that, but like Gray, Mira and her siblings aren't here yet," Naruto said as he wondered where his little brother could be. "It's not like Gray to show up late, I wonder what's keeping him," Levi said. "Well, now is your chance to ask him since he is here," Bara said as she pointed to the station entrance. Naruto and Levi looked to see their teammate Gray Fullbuster walking in his regular cool attitude, only to pass by Jet and Droy and form a tick mark. "What the hell is this?" Gray growled as he saw the chibi version of himself. "Looks like you losers have a little cheer group," the voice of Mira laughed from behind. Gray spun around and glared at the white-haired takeover mage who was standing with her two younger siblings. "What did you say?" Gray asked as he glared at the takeover mage. "Oh, nothing, just called you and your little blonde friend a loser. Got a problem with that?" Mira asked with a smirk. Gray tightened his fist. "Don't you dare talk about Naruto Nai like that," Gray warned. "Oh, why should I?" Mira asked with a laugh. "Mira, quit being so mean," Lysana pleaded to her older sister. "I'll do what I want, Lysana, after all in a couple of days I'll be known as the guild's youngest S-class mage," Mira proclaimed, not worried about her opponents. Gray laughed. "Please, you couldn't even defeat me, let alone Nai-chan," Gray pointed out, causing Mira to scowl. "What did you say?" Mira growled with pure rage. "I said that I could." Gray cut it out. Naruto yelled, stopping the boy before he could get himself into a fight. Gray looked to his older brother figure who was across the station staring him down. "Naruto Nai she was." Naruto placed a hand on Gray's head, displaying amazing speed. He moved halfway across the station in seconds. "I can't even move that fast in my Satan soul." Mira thought, unable to move since she was now a little intimidated by the smiling blonde. "Let's go." Gray saved the fighting for later, Naruto said with a small smile ruffling Gray's hair. "Okay, Nai-chan," Gray mumbled as he followed Naruto back over to Levi. "And Gray," Naruto began. "Yes, Nai-chan. What is it?" Gray asked. "Promise me from now on, just because you have the power to defeat someone, you won't give in to their taunts and fight them for no real reason," Naruto said as he peered over his shoulders to give Gray a quick glance. I promise Nai-chan. Gray said in a low voice. But you might possess S-class strength, but sometimes you can be as hot-headed as Nats. Attention brats, everyone gather to the designated train for the exams. Makarov yelled, grabbing everyone's attention. Naruto sighed. Hey Levi-chan, come on, we better hurry, Jiji-chan can be pretty impatient. Naruto called out as Levi nodded and walked over with Bara, Jet and Roy. Come on Bara, you need to wear your uniform as well if you want to cheer everyone on. Jet said as he held his hands motioning to Droy, who was holding a small Bara-sized cheerleading outfit. Hell no. Bara huffed in annoyance. Naruto picked the small cat up with a chuckle. You know Bara, sometimes you be about as difficult as Sasuke. Naruto laughed. Whatever, I'm nothing like him. Bara said in denial. Wow, Milko talking behind my back, are you? Everyone turned around to see Sasuke, Wendy and Natsu. And I was gonna be nice and have Wendy cast Troya on you to help you on the ride. Sasuke admitted. Naruto waved Sasuke's remark off. I don't need Wendy. No offense Amato, but I have all the motion sickness relief I need right here. Naruto said as he produced one of his Troya pills Wendy helped him make. What the hell is that? Natsu asked, not understanding what Naruto meant. It's something I came up with to help me with my motion sickness. Naruto explained. But now isn't the time for me to try and teach you, Natsu. We need to hurry and get on the train. Naruto said as he ate the crystal pill. Yes, Naruto-kun is right, let's hurry. Levi added in and everyone nodded in agreement. Few hours later. Naruto hopped off the train followed by his fellow fairies and the master as well. Ah, it feels good to stretch. Naruto said as he looked around the area to see they have been dumped off in the middle of nowhere. Alright brats, listen up. Makarov yelled, getting all the mages to look towards him. This year's S-class exams, as you can tell, will be very different, as you may already be expecting. And it will keep getting that way as I explain this year's rules. The short master took a pause to collect his thoughts. This year is simple. To become S-class you must locate a scroll that is hidden within this forest. There are 3 scrolls, so that means 3 out of the 4 of you could pass the exam together. Makarov reveled, shocking all the mages around him. I take it these scroll won't be easy to obtain if 3/4 of us have a chance of getting a scroll. Naruto said and the master nodded. Yes, 2 of the 3 scrolls are guarded by our current S-class mages Laxus and Gilderts. The third, however, is the easiest and unguarded. Makarov explained to the group. Gilderts, I did want to fight him. And I'm picking up a strong scent of booze and cheap women's perfume to the west. Naruto thought to himself. Laxus, it's time to see if I truly surpassed you. Sasuke thought as he looked to the east. Alright, since you all know the rules, begin. Makarov yelled, and within seconds Naruto and Sasuke both darted off. Naruto-kun, Nai-chan, wait up. Gray and Levi yelled together as they chased after the blonde dragon slayer. Alright, let's go. Natsu yelled as he ran after Sasuke with Wendy. Good luck, Natsu. Happy yelled as he watched his friend run off. Shit, we better go too. Mira shouted as she took off into the forest with her siblings. Giba. Kana. Charge. Urza commanded as she pointed forward before dashing at top speed. Yay Miss Bossy, whatever. Kiba mumbled as he slowly walked into the forest with Kana. I swear this guild is full of idiots. Bara mumbled to herself. Jet, Droy and Happy yelled together. But Naruto. The blonde dragon slayer dashed across the forest at a decent pace as he was waiting for Levi and Gray to catch up. Naruto-kun, could you at least slow down and tell us where you're heading? Levi called out. Naruto stopped running and waited for his team to arrive beside him. Sorry about that, guys, guess I got excited. Naruto chuckled embarrassedly. Well, where are you headed? You and Sasuke both acted like you knew where to go. Gray said, displaying his observation skills had improved. You're correct, Gray, me and Sasuke both know where a scroll is. He is headed towards Laxus and we are headed towards Gilderts. Naruto said calmly. What? Gray and Levi shouted together. But Sasuke. Sasuke, Nai, slow down, I'm not as fast as you and Naruto, Nai, yet. Wendy cried out, desperately trying to keep up with her older brother. Sasuke slowed down. Sorry Wendy, I got a little carried away. Sasuke said as he ruffled her hair. That's okay, Nai-san. Wendy giggled. Natsu grinned at the brother and sister moment before finally sniffing the air. That scent, it's Laxus, we are running right for him. Natsu gasped out, not believing they were heading for one of the guild mages he wanted to fight most of all. Yay, it's Laxus. We are going to go fight him and take his scroll. Sasuke said in an uncaring attitude. Oh hell yay. Natsu yelled as his fists bursting to life with fire. But Nai-san, you always go around saying that he is as strong as you or Naruto, Nai, if not stronger. Why don't we go after the unguarded scroll? I can smell something that resembles the master and paper. Wendy pointed out, but Sasuke shook his head. No, if I'm to become S-class I want to earn it. I need to see if I have enough strength yet. Sasuke said as he turned and began to walk in the direction of Laxus. Oh yay, I knew joining up with Sasuke would be fun. Natsu roared as he followed the Thunder Dragon Slayer. Why does he always have to try to get stronger for? Wendy thought to herself before she decided to keep moving. But Urza. Keep moving. Urza demanded as she and her team stalked through the forest. Yeah, you've said that about 50 times already. Kiba groaned, causing Kana to laugh. Be nice, Kiba-kun, you promised you would cooperate and follow orders. Kana pointed out. Yeah, I know, but I don't really care what we do as long as I don't have to face off against one of the guild's S-class members or those third-generation dragon boneheads. I'll be fine. Kiba said, causing Urza to give him a glance over. You said you fought Naruto and he beat you into the ground with ease, is that why you don't want to fight him or Sasuke? Urza asked, and Kana focused on her friend, wanting to know as well. I told you in due time you'll come to see his strength. And don't think I'm afraid to fight either of them. I just know how I stack against them and I'm not at their level yet. Through Naruto did compliment me and say I could probably defeat you or Mira. Kiba said with a smirk as he looked directly at Urza. Naruto and Sasuke really surpass me and Mira that much? He has to be bluffing. Urza thought to himself, since for the longest time the only people truly stronger than her and Mira were the Master Gilderts and Laxus. Hey, I smell something. Kiba said suddenly as he began to sniff the air. What is it, Kiba-kun? Kana asked. A black magical circle appeared under Kiba before he shifted to his demon dog form. It's Mira and her team, they are close. I'm always picking up what I believe is a scroll right between both our teams. Kiba explained to the two girls. Urza held her hand out and grabbed a sword. Then let's take advantage of our element of surprise, shall we? Urza asked with a small smirk. Kana nodded and grabbed her cards. On your go, Urza. Alright then, 3, 2, 1 attack. Urza ordered. But Naruto. You have to be kidding me, Nai-chan Gilderts is the best in the entire guild, we wouldn't stand a chance. Gray gasped, not believe someone as brilliant as Naruto could be so dumb at a time like this. Yay, Naruto-kun, listen to Gray, we still have time to go after the unguarded scroll. Levi said, since the exam just really started. Naruto shook his head. Don't get me wrong when I tell you both this. Cause I really want to be S-class, but I'd rather see how I would stack against someone like Gilderts in a fight. Naruto said to his two teammates, stirring up their confusion. Why would you need to do something like that for? Levi asked, not understanding the blonde's reasons. To see how strong I've become. Naruto said simply as he held his hand out. Here, a soliter pill for each of you. You don't have to fight with me, but if you do, these will help. Naruto said as Gray and Levi both accepted the pills. I never said I wouldn't help you, Naruto, Nai, only that you're crazy. Gray said as he pocketed the pill. Yay, Naruto-kun, I'll always stand beside you no matter what you do. Levi said sweetly as she pocketed her pill. Thanks guys, that means a lot. Naruto said in a low voice. That's real touching, I'm glad the guild is still full of people who cherish their comrades. A masculine voice chuckled. Naruto shot around with wide eyes to find Fairy Tail's ace. Lazily tossing a scroll up and down with his right hand, only able to think one thing. How did he sneak up on me? But Sasuke. Listen, I'm going after Laxus head on. Wendy, your job is to stay back and support me and Natsu. And Natsu, you switch between assisting me and Wendy. Sasuke ordered. Alright Sasuke, Nai, I'll do my best. Wendy said with a small amount of confidence. Oh yay, I'm all fired up, I can't wait. Natsu yelled loudly as he Sasuke and Wendy shot into an opening clearing. Geez, you sure took your sweet time getting here, didn't you? A familiar voice chuckled. Sasuke looked up to see Laxus resting up in a tree with both his eyes closed shut. You know me, I like to leave my victims in suspense. Sasuke said with a grin, blue lightning dancing around his body. Victim, huh? Laxus chuckled as his body morphed into lighting and reappeared in front of Sasuke. Well, let's see if you can back up your words. Laxus roared as he threw a hard punch at Sasuke. However, the raven-haired dragon slayer was able to jump backwards and avoid the attack. Wendy. Natsu. Remember your assignments. Sasuke yelled as he dashed towards Laxus. With Urza. Mira shouted as she tried to punch Urza. Slut. Urza taunted back as she avoided the punch from the demon girl and tried to impale Mira with her sword. Mira avoided the sword strike and used her tail to trip Urza. Got you now, tin can. Mira yelled as she brought her foot into the air, intending to crush Urza. You wish. Urza shouted as she re-equipped a spear and used it to trip Mira, bringing her crashing onto the ground. Over with Kiba, the takeover mage was busy resting against a tree. With the beaten forms of Mira's siblings around him. Kiba-kun, I think you went a little overboard. Kana said, trying to see if her friends were okay. Hey, I told them I didn't want to fight, it isn't my fault I kicked their asses. Kiba said in his defense. Kana sighed and pinched the bridge of her nose. Well, do you at least want to help Urza? Kana asked as she looked over to the fighting girls. Fiba opened an eye to see Urza and Mira exchanging blows and took a deep breath before exhaling. Fine, I'll help Miss Bossy and maybe I can go back to napping. Kiba mumbled as he held his hand out. Demon Pulse. Kiba yelled as he fired a black ball of magical energy from his hand towards Mira. Unfortunately the attack was off course and missed the girl. Well shit. Kiba said as he watched his attack completely eradicate the scroll the two girls were battling over. But Naruto. So are you ready? Gilderts asked as he slowly approached the group of fairies inch by inch, drawing closer, releasing more and more of his magical power. Shit, here we go. Gray thought. Levi gulped as she brought her magical pen out, her arm shaking in fear. Don't worry guys. Naruto mumbled as Gray and Levi both shot him a look. You're afraid, but I'll protect you. Naruto said as pink energy began to appear around his body. Crystal Drive. Star Naruto whispered as he dropped in a fighting stance. Gray looked towards Naruto and gritted his teeth. Damn it Gray, you failed her. You're not failing your big brother. Gray thought to himself as he stood beside Naruto. Levi watched Gray and decided to follow his lead. I won't stay back and let you fight alone this time. Levi said with determination. Gilderts cracked a smile at the bond the two mages shared with the blonde. Let's see what you three have. Gilderts was cut off as he was forced to use his crash magic to destroy two crystal spikes that rose from the ground. Right everyone, let's go. Naruto yelled as he charged at Gilderts. Nai-chan. Gray yelled as he brought his hands into the ground. Ice make floor. Gray yelled, covering the forest floor in ice. Naruto dashed across the ice and covered his hands in crystals. Let's see how you handle this. Naruto yelled as he sent a flurry of punches straight at Gilderts. Not bad kid. Gilderts praised as he dodged all of Naruto's attacks, but noticed the blonde's attack speed was rising. Solid script water. Levi called out as the word water appeared above Gilderts. Now Gray. Levi shouted and the ice make mage nodded. Ice make freezing rain. Gray shouted as the water above Gilderts turned into ice shards. Gilderts caught Naruto's fist with one hand before taking his other hand to destroy Gray's spell, but was shortly struck in the stomach by Naruto's free hand. And was sent sliding across the ice floor. Their teamwork is almost flawless, maybe I could go all out. Gilderts thought to himself as he stood upright. You made me move. The last blonde to do that was a man named Minato, but that was a long time ago. Gilderts chuckled as he looked at Naruto, knowing the Dragon Slayer's relationship with the man. You knew my two-san. Naruto gasped. Of course I did, but now is the time to fight, not talk. Gilderts yelled as he held his hand to the ground, demolishing the ice floor. But Sasuke. Sasuke jumped back and gathered his magical power into his lungs. Thunder Dragon's Roar. Sasuke yelled as he breathed a stream of blue lightning. Lightning Dragon's Roar. Laxus yelled back as he shot yellow lightning to counter Sasuke's attack. As the two breath attacks collided, they bursted into a large dome of blue and yellow lightning, cancelling each other out. Natsu watched Laxus and Sasuke fight with wide eyes. Laxus is a dragon slayer too. The fire dragon slayer gasped as he was too stunned to move. Sasuke saw this and turned towards the pink-haired boy. Get your head into the fight, Natsu. Sasuke yelled. Wendy, give us some support. Sasuke ordered and Wendy nodded. Nai-san. Wendy said as she channeled her magic and raised her hands into the air. Arms. Vernier. Armor. Wendy called out, increasing Sasuke and Natsu's speed, strength and defense. Sasuke gripped his hand and let the power run throughout his body. Yay, this should give me an edge. Sasuke mumbled as he prepared to engage Laxus again. I got this. Natsu yelled as he speed towards Laxus. Weak. Laxus mumbled as he punched Natsu into the ground, knocking the Dragon Slayer out cold. Sasuke sighed at the outcome of Natsu's attack. I should probably take time to train Natsu like Milko does with his little streaking follower. Sasuke thought as he turned to Wendy. Hey Wendy, I want you to stay back from here on out, I'll be fighting solo. Sasuke said. Alright Nai-san. I'll stay back and watch. Wendy said as she stepped back. So the real fight begins now. Laxus said with a grin as he charged at Sasuke. Let's see how strong you've become, Sasuke. Laxus roared as he brought a lightning-covered fist behind his back. Underdrive. Sasuke yelled as he expelled blue magical energy from his body. What, don't I show you my strength? Sasuke yelled as he dashed towards Laxus. With Naruto. Gray, attack with me. Naruto yelled as he dropped back into an ice make stance. Dotted. Gray yelled as he mimicked Naruto. Ice make dual geyser. Naruto and Gray shouted together as they unleashed two pillars of ice towards Gilderts. Make her magic a poor choice against me. Gilderts said as he waved his hand, cancelling the spell out with his crash magic. Solid script fire. Levi yelled from behind Gilderts, sending a stream of fire made from the word fire. That's not gonna work. Ice make hammer. Gray shouted, using Levi's attack to gain the element of surprise on the S-class mage. Gildert smirked as he crossed his hands. Nice try. He thought before using his crash magic to destroy both attacks. Dragon Slayer Secret Art Rasengan. Naruto yelled as he slammed the pink spinning ball into Gildert's back, sending the man recoiling backwards. Don't forget there is 3 of us, old man. Naruto chuckled as he watched Gildert's ride to his feet and dust himself off. Damn, that packed a punch. I haven't taken a hit like that in a long time. I forgot what real pain felt like. Gildert's joke not showing any real signs of damage. Well, there is more to come. Naruto yelled as he charged straight for Gildert's. Head-on attack, not the smartest move. Gildert's pointed out as he caught Naruto's fist. Grabbing a hold of a Dragon Slayer. Not the smartest move. Naruto said, mimicking Gildert's while he encased the mage's arms in crystal. Crystal Dragon's Roar. Naruto yelled, explaining a large amount of pink energy from his mouth. Smashing against Gildert's point blank. Levi and Gray shielded their eyes from the massive amounts of dust that was kicked up from Naruto's attack. Let's see how he likes that. Naruto thought to himself as he watched the dust settle. Not bad. Gildert's voice called out. Naruto, Levi and Gray's all shot open at the same time as they saw Gildert standing in the exact same position as before, only his cloak was more torn than usual. No way, that was more breath attack at full power at point blank. Naruto thought, unable to believe his eyes. He is a monster. Gray thought as he was feeling the same hopelessness he felt all those years ago. He really is the guild's strongest. Levi thought, unable to see how they could prevail now. Well, enough playing around, I think it's time I go on the offensive, just know I hate holding back. Gildert said as he started to drop to a fighting stance. But Sasuke. Amazing. Wendy gasped as she watched Sasuke and Laxus battle. Currently Sasuke and Laxus were nothing but blue and yellow streaks of lightning that were clashing against each other. But suddenly the blue streak, which was Sasuke, came barreling to the ground, being knocked from the sky. Sasuke Nai. Wendy cried out as she watched her older brother landed hard into the ground. Damn it, that hurt. Sasuke grunted as he rose to his feet and noticed Laxus land in front of him. You fought hard, Sasuke, but you're still no match for me. Laxus said, causing Sasuke to growl. I can't give up. If I fail to surpass Laxus, then I'll never be able to pass Naruto in terms of strength. Sasuke thought as he decided it was time for his last resort. I'm not done yet, Laxus, I still have one more ace in my sleeve. Sasuke reveled to the blonde Dragon Slayer. Flashback. Sasuke smirked as he stood across from a panting Naruto who was barely standing. Just give up, Milko. I've won this time. Sasuke declared as he himself didn't have much left in himself either. Naruto gripped his fists as his blue eyes hardened. I'm not losing. Naruto said calmly as blue and pink aura began to circle around his body. It's that same power he used before. How is he doing this? Sasuke thought as he noticed Naruto's magical power suddenly spiked to incredible levels. Crystallized Ice Dragon's Roar. Naruto yelled, expelling a pink and blue breath attack larger than Sasuke had ever seen before. Shit. Sasuke shouted as he dove away from the attack, only able to avoid it by a mere inch. Damn it, I missed. Naruto mumbled as he fell to the ground. Sasuke looked at the downed blonde with a smirk before his face shifted to absolute shock as he seen the damage Naruto's attack had made. If that would have hit me, I would have been done for. Sasuke thought as he looked at the mile-long path Naruto's attack had carved out. Sasuke was too shocked to move. Instead he fell to his back and laid there in silence, just thinking to himself. Eventually Naruto had woke up but left the Thunder Dragon Slayer to be alone, since Sasuke was obviously in deep thought. How is he so stronger than me? Why am I so weak compared to him? Sasuke cried out, slamming his fist into the ground. Well, looks like someone is being a sourpuss. A familiar female voice chuckled, causing Sasuke to growl. Piss off, Mira, I'm not in the mood for your shit today. Sasuke said as he would rather be alone right now. Today? Look around, jackass, the sun has been set for 2 hours, it's night. Mira said back, being just as rude. Oh? Then why the hell are you out here for? Sasuke asked, since walking out in the forest at night time wasn't something people normally did. Mira huffed before turning around. That blonde said you two spared and you haven't left the forest all day and he was worried about you. So the master asked me to come find you. Mira said, lying about the second part. I'm fine, nothing to worry about. Sasuke said in an odd way that even Mira was able to pick up on. What's wrong? Mira asked for a split second, showing a small amount of compassion. I just feel weak and inferior, nothing you need to worry about. Sasuke said. Oh, the great Sasuke Uchiha feels weak. Mira laughed, causing Sasuke to start walking away. Whatever, I don't need this. I should be training to increase my strength. Sasuke said as Mira laughed some more. What, you're going to train in the middle of the night just because you lost against that stupid blonde? Mira said, taking a shot at Naruto. Sasuke snapped around and appeared in Mira's face within seconds. Don't talk about him like that. Sasuke growled, surprising Mira since he always insults Naruto on a daily basis. Sorry geez, didn't mean to hit a sore spot. Mira said, trying to calm the Dragon Slayer down. Whatever, I need to go learn how to mix 2 spells together like Naruto. So I can finally surpass him in strength. Sasuke said as he turned away. Oh, and how are you gonna do that? Last time I heard you were a one-trick pony. Or should I say Dragon Slayer, since all you know is your Slayer magic. Mira pointed out, causing Sasuke to look to the ground. You're right, I don't possess any other magic, but to achieve my goal of strength I will do anything. Sasuke said as he turned to look straight at Mira. Mira blushed. This was a side of Sasuke she didn't know, and for some reason she wanted to help him. I could teach you a second magic. Mira mumbled quietly. Well, what? Sasuke stuttered out, thinking he heard her wrong. You heard me. I mean, I taught my little brother and sister how to use magic, so why can't I teach you? Mira said, trying to switch back to her cocky self. But what would you gain from helping me? Sasuke asked as Mira turned blood red and spun around, hiding her blush. Think Mira, what's a good lie? A date? Yeah, that's good. Wait, what the hell am I thinking? Ah. Mira was broken from her thoughts by Sasuke, who tapped on her shoulder. Are you okay? Sasuke asked, since the takeover mage was acting a bit strange. Mira waved Sasuke off. Yes, I was just thinking of what you owe me. And since there isn't a lot you can offer me, why don't you take me out for dinner? Mira said, stunning Sasuke. Okay, I guess if you teach me how to use a second magic we can go to dinner. Sasuke mumbled as he started to turn away. Talk more about it later, bye. Sasuke said quickly as he disappeared in blue lightning. Mira stood in silence for a moment, thinking what she had just said, and her mind finally clicked. Ah, what the hell was I thinking? She shrieked. Flashback end. Thanks for all the help, Mira-chan. Sasuke thought to himself as a purple magical circle appeared around his feet. What's this? Luxus mumbled as he watched Sasuke with interest. Demonic Thunder Dragon Mode. Sasuke yelled as he erupted in a purple pillar of light. Such power. Luxus gasped as he was forced to shield his eyes from the dust and dirt being ripped from the ground. But slowly the pillar started to disappear, revealing a demonic-looking Sasuke with dark ash-gray skin and blue lightning dancing around his body. Sasuke nai? Wendy asked, no longer recognizing her older brother. Don't worry Wendy, I finally have the strength. Sasuke began as he disappeared in unreal speed. That I need. Sasuke yelled as he buried a lightning-covered fist into Lux's gut. But Naruto. Naruto turned to Gray and noticed he was gasping hard for air just like Levi. Damn it, they are both completely gassed and we haven't even hit him more than twice. Naruto thought as he looked at his friends. Don't worry Naruto-kun, we can still fight, we have your pills you made after all. Levi said as she reached into her pocket along with Gray. No. Naruto mumbled as he made 2 crystal spikes to cut through the pills. What the hell Naruto nai? Gray shouted, not believing what the blonde just did. It's my fault we are in this mess, so I'll be fighting solo. Don't worry though, I'll be fine. Naruto said as he gave Levi and Gray a smile before he was shrouded in pink and blue magical energy. Crystallized Ice Dragon Mode. Star Naruto said softly as his magical pressure rose to incredible levels. Powerful just like his father. Gildert's thought. Crystallized Ice Dragon Barrage. Naruto yelled as he made shards made from a mixture of ice and crystals by the thousands, all headed directly towards Gildert's. You just won't learn, will you? Gildert said as he held his hands out but sensed something to his side. Gildert's was able to catch a small glance of blonde hair before a fist connected hard with his face, causing his body to buckle and fly across the giant clearing the 4 mages had created during their fight. Amazing. Gray mumbled as he witnessed the true power his older brother possessed. I can't believe Naruto-kun has so much power. Levi gasped as she looked over to the downed Gildert's. Gildert slowly rose to his feet, nursing his jaw. I see his first attack was nothing but a diversion. He is definitely quick-witted like his father. And definitely inherited the Namika's right hook. Gildert's thought, chuckling to himself at the last part. Alright Naruto, if you're going to get serious, so will I. Gildert's proclaimed as he burst into a pillar of white magical energy. With Urza and Mira were currently tag-teaming Kiba as they blamed the boy for destroying their chances at becoming S-class. Kiba, you bastard! Urza stopped speaking as she felt the overbearing magical pressure. What is that? Mira gasped. I take it someone is having a pretty intense fight. I saw, we go check it, okay? Kiba said, hoping the girls would take the bait and stop beating him. Yeah, let's check it out. Urza said as the group all agreed. But the master. Makarov was walking through the forest with Bara, Happy, Jet and Droy, intending on finding Naruto, but suddenly felt a huge spike in magical power and looked ahead. Gildert's, what the hell are you doing? Makarov thought as he began to lead the group towards the huge white pillar. But Sasuke. Sasuke gritted his teeth in pain as he looked ahead to see Laxa smirk, who was barely standing upright. "You did good, Sasuke. This fight doesn't have to continue anymore, you've earned this," Laxa said with a small hint of pride as he tossed Sasuke the scroll. "I did it," Sasuke thought as he dropped his transformation and fell to the ground unconscious. "This guy." Laxus chuckled as he picked Sasuke up, but suddenly noticed the powerful magical pressure and looked to the source. "What is that?" Wendy asked, weakly, feeling a bit flustered by the power she was feeling. "It's probably Gildert's trying to scare one of the candidates," Laxus answered as he noticed Natsu shoot up. "Gildert's is fighting, let's go watch," Natsu shouted as he grabbed Wendy and darted off with the girl. Laxus sighed as he watched the energetic dragon slayer. "Might as well go myself," Laxus mumbled as he began to walk. "But Naruto. This power is unreal." Gray gasped as he was shivering the power Gildert's was producing, but noticed Naruto was completely calm. Gildert stopped releasing his power and looked with Naruto with a confused gaze. "If you can't stand up to me when I unleash my true power, why are you so calm?" Gildert's asked. "Why you ask?" Naruto said as he opened his palm and walked forward. "It's simple, really," Naruto said as he began to form a pink and blue Rasengan. "I've come too far to just give in," Naruto yelled as he dashed straight for Gildert's. As Naruto grew closer to Gildert's, he suddenly shoved his Rasengan into the ground, creating a small cloud of dust. "Well, that was pointless," Gildert said as he noticed Naruto shoot through the dust cloud. "Take this," Naruto yelled as he slammed head first into Gildert's gut. Gildert's gasped as the wind was knocked from his body, but was still able to grab Naruto. "You still haven't learned, old man." Naruto chuckled as his body turned into crystal, trapping the man. "What the?" Gildert's began as he tried to break his crystal bindings. "Crystallized Ice Sword," Naruto yelled as he slammed a pink and blue sword into Gildert's back. "Crystallized Ice Dragon's Barrage," Naruto quickly called as he summoned thousands of shards to continue his attack. "Crystallized Ice Geyser," Naruto said as he made a pink and blue pillar from underneath Gildert's, sending the man into the air. "Crystallized Ice Dragon's Roar," Naruto finished as he unleashed his breath attack at full force against the man. "That's all I got," Naruto thought as he panted hard and watched Gildert's fall onto the ground. "So strong," Levi gasped as she watched Naruto's onslaught. "Not bad," Gildert spoke up. "No way," Gray shouted as he watched Fairy Tail's ace beaten and bloodied stand to his feet. "You were definitely the strongest mage I've fought in years. Hell, only your father was the only other person to push me to my limits," Gildert's admitted as he walked over to Naruto, who had nothing left to give. "It looks like you're about done, though. It's a shame we just gathered a crowd too," Gildert said as he pointed his thumb to his left. Naruto looked to see all his fellow Fairy Tail mages looking at him with different looks of amazement and all. Since they were able to witness the last few attacks Naruto used. "This fight isn't over. I can still fight," Naruto mumbled as he staggered over to Gildert's and reared back for a punch. The Crash Mage simply closed his eyes and batted the blonde away. "Just give up," Gildert's mumbled. "Never," Naruto choked out as he rushed the man again, only to be knocked down once more. "I can't lose, I can't fail anymore," Naruto groaned as he fought through the pain and rose to his feet. Stop this," Levi mumbled to herself as she watched Naruto get beaten down over and over. "Let me ask you something, why are trying so hard? What are you fighting for?" Gildert's asked Naruto, who was panting uncontrollably. Naruto's eyes went as wide as they could go. What was he fighting for? Was there anything left to fight for? He lost his twin sister. He lost his mother when Gray told him she sacrificed herself. What was there left to fight for anymore? "Naruto, don't give up." Naruto looked to where the voice came from and found Levi standing there along with Wendy, Gray, Lisana, Mira, Elfman, Natsu, Kana, Kiba, Jet, Droy, Master, Urza, and everyone else from the guild. However, what really caught his attention was that Levi had tears running down her cheeks. At that moment he remembered what Kesu told him and knew what he was fighting for now. "I ask again, what are you fighting so hard for? What is your purpose?" Gildert's asked once more as he watched the blonde fight to slowly stand. "What am I fighting for? I'll tell you what I am fighting for." Naruto softly spoke as his magic began to slowly grow that only the master and Gildert's felt it. "I wanted to be stronger so that I could not be weak anymore and make my mother and sister proud." Now everyone started to feel Naruto's magic grow. "However, that was not the only reason why I fight, because if you have something that you want to protect." Naruto's magic now could be seen radiating off his body in a pink hue. "Only then can you become truly strong." Naruto screamed out as his magic exploded into a tiny maelstrom. "I already lost my family. My father abandoned me. My sister is dead. My mom sacrificed herself to save her students." Naruto's magic was slowly beginning to grow even larger. "But now I have a new family, new friends, new brothers and sisters, and I will protect them all, even if it costs me my life." Naruto screamed as his magic was to the point where he could use the strongest spell Kesu taught him. I will be this guild's guardian to protect them from harm and make sure that are safe from any threat that comes to them. Naruto yelled with pure determination. Gilderts was standing there smiling at the determination that Naruto had and how much magic he was pumping out. Everyone else were struggling to stand still from all the magic Naruto was releasing. Urza and Mira were taken back by what Naruto was doing. Wendy, Natsu, Gray, Konokiba, Elfman, Jet, Droy, and Lisana were in awe at how magic Naruto had. Levi was feeling a bit flushed by how much magic she was feeling. It was overwhelming, but yet she felt protected. Makarov was smiling with pride to what Naruto had announced and knew that Naruto was ready to become S-class, maybe even a choice for his successor as master in the future. Secret Dragon Slaying Art. Crystal Titan Dragon. Naruto roared as a giant pink crystal dragon formed around his body, towering over everyone watching. It was as big as Makarov's Titan magic. Everyone stood there watching in awe at the spectacle they were seeing and found that Naruto was in the mouth of the giant crystal dragon. Who would have guessed Naruto had this much power? Urza gasped as she stared at the giant dragon. I know he completely outclasses me. Mira added in. I told you all. Kiba said with a proud smirk. Oh Naruto, you can win. Bar yelled out, finally cheering for her partner. Minato, if you're watching, I hope you're as proud of your son as I am. Makarov thought with a wide smile. I only have enough magic to hold this for 1 minute. Naruto thought to himself as he commanded wordlessly for the giant dragon to attack. The dragon brought down its giant claw down onto Gilderts, catching the mage by surprise, smashing him into the ground. The dragon quickly rose its hand for a follow-up attack, but its hand began to slowly crack before it shattered completely. Guess I had less time than I thought. Naruto mumbled as he knew that he didn't have much magic left, took out the soldier pill that he had on him and ate it to regain some of his magic. With his magic, the Crystal Titan Dragon started to repair itself and deliver the punch to Gilderts, who jumped out of the way. The punch left a crater that left the fairy tale mages in awe at how powerful the Crystal Titan Dragon really was. Get ready Gilderts, for I have left into this finally attack, announced Naruto as the Crystal Titan's dragon's mouth started to gather magic energy. Seeing that the attack was going to be extremely powerful, Gilderts took a defensive stance and started to gather his crash magic around himself for protection, while Makarov got the rest of the mages back to avoid the blast radius and shockwave that would come from the attack. Are you ready, Gildert? Well, here it comes. Crystal Titan Dragon's Roar. Naruto shouted the attack and unleashed a roar that was at least 4 times bigger than his regular dragon's roar. The roar hit Gilderts, but didn't stop there. It continued onward, obliterating the trees, rocks, and anything else that stood in the roar's way. When the roar ended, the Crystal Titan Dragon crumbled, letting Naruto fall to the ground. When they dust clear, the fairy tale mages saw nothing but a wasteland where part of the forest was a couple of minutes ago. Naruto. Levi yelled as she dashed towards the blonde who was lying on the ground, passed out due from the lack of magic. Nai-san. Wendy cried as she ran over to Naruto and quickly began to preform her healing magic and ignored her fatigue. He should be fine. Gildert said as he hobbled over to the blonde. He's an S-class mad now, he has to uphold the guild's image after all. Gilderts joked as he laid his scroll on Naruto's body. Everyone stared at Gildert, seeing that his missing half his shirt and his cloak was gone. How are you still standing? Questioned Gray, wondering what kind of being the ace of fairy tale was. I covered myself in my crash magic to protect myself, but I underestimate the roar and had to bring my magic to full power to not get seriously hurt. I have to say that there are few people that can make me go full power just to have me protect myself, replied Gilderts. Everyone was shocked at what they just heard and saw Naruto in a whole new light for what he did to Gilderts. So Naruto and Sasuke both passed the exam. Makarov said happily that he was right about the outcome of the exams. Seems like it, Master, the twin dragons of fairy tale pulled it off. Kiba said as he walked over to the short master. You know, Kiba-chan, that has a ring to it. Naruto and Sasuke, the twin dragons of fairy tale. Makarov chuckled, thinking his godson may have just earned his first moniker. This is part 1. Part 2 will be ready to upload soon. Let's do 300 likes on this part. For now, you guys should watch this video. Click on it and enjoy.